Opal Weil. In 1987, Opal Weil, at 82, resided in Pinellas County, Florida. She was often visited by family members while living alone close to her brother and sister-in-law. Opal's sister-in-law had contacted her on February 9, 1987, thus it seemed strange that she did not answer the phone. Every 5 minutes, Opal's sister-in-law would phone, thinking she was taking a normal stroll. Still no response. The kitchen night light was still on when the sister-in-law dropped by, which was strange because Opal always switched it off by 6 in the morning. Subsequently, the sister-in-law discovered a window pane missing from a door that opened into the room. It was propped up against a wall outside. The sister-in-law discovered something dreadful inside. The body of Opal in a bedroom. She had bruises all over her face, ligature marks around her neck, and blood around her mouth. When investigators got to the scene of the crime, they saw that a telephone line's ground wire had been severed, but the service had not been interrupted. The window pane showed signs of leather or gloves, but no fingerprints. Additionally, the Florida room door had pry and scratch marks close to the latch. Investigators found that boxes were partially left open and that multiple drawers looked like they had been opened quickly. Among the things taken were Opal's wedding ring and a jewelry box with the lid removed and the felt lining half exposed. Hairs from the individual that authorities thought to be the culprit were found at Opal's residence. Even though they were able to create a partial DNA profile, investigators were unable to find a match until December 2020, when cold case detectives requested that Parabon Nanolabs and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement retest. This is what Parabon employee Dr. Ellen Gratag had to say about the procedure. With that information, we can add it to genetic genealogy databases and sites where individuals have elected to share their DNA information and participate in law enforcement matching. Because we know that at some point in the past, they must have shared ancestors, our genealogists are able to construct family trees and then travel back in time. So locating them is the tricky part. Thus, you reconstruct those family trees, locate your ancestors, and then look ahead to discover who is alive today. 3 brothers were located by Parabon as possible suspects. 2 were ruled out by detectives. 1 of them was deceased. That left Michael Lipnowski, a man from Mississippi. In order to verify a forensic match, detectives launched an undercover operation. They gathered used red coffee straws and a restaurant spoon containing Lipnowski's DNA, which matched the profile from Opal's hairs. With the assistance of a detective from the Bay St. Louis Police Department who knew the suspect personally and owned a restaurant, they were able to obtain the restaurant spoon. He organized a community campaign to thank local customers, advertise the restaurant to locals, and provide a free supper as part of the strategy. Using a flyer to entice Lipnowski there, investigators were rewarded with a spoon and fork that he used. Lipnowski's residence at the time of the 1987 crime was less than 0.5 miles away from Opal. In an interview with detectives, Lipnowski denied being in the vicinity of her residence at that time. He denied knowing Opal, seeing her, conversing with her, or even being at her residence. On January 26, 2023, 55-year-old Michael Lipnowski Jr. was detained in Mississippi and accused of killing Opal Weil. Criminal justice professor at St. Leo University Dr. Joseph Seo suggested that Lipnowski might have committed further crimes. According to him, investigators will now probably search this area, as well as other places Lipnowski has resided in the nation to determine if he is linked to any more crimes. If you know what you're searching for, connecting them won't be too hard. The CEO advised looking for parallels that are not typical or organic. Eleanor Swift was murdered in 1987, 4 days after Opal Weils's body was found in her house. Maria Els, 86, was attacked 9 days later, but she made it out alive. At the time, detectives believed there was a link between the crimes. They will now look into the possibility that Lipnowski is the cause. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Nicole Morin. Nicole Louise Morin was born on April 1, 1977, and reared in Toronto. Her parents, Arthur and Jeanette Morin, got married approximately 12 years before to the birth of their only daughter. Nicole's parents separated when she was a little child, and she moved in with her mother on the 20th floor of the West Mall apartments in Toronto's Etobicoke borough. Nicole went down to her building's lobby in the morning of July 30th, 1985, to retrieve her mail. She made her way back to her mother's place fast. She was going to meet a friend from school for a swim at the pool behind the complex at 11, which was just 30 minutes away. Meanwhile, Jeanette ran a daycare out of her flat and would stay there to look after a bunch of kids. Nicole told her buddy via the intercom that she would see her in the lobby soon before leaving the flat at 11 o'clock. But the 8-year-old was not to be seen 15 minutes later. Once more, her pal buzzed her flat to inquire as to her whereabouts. But Jeanette didn't think much of it, speculating that her daughter might have gone off to play by herself in the pool or meet another friend. That afternoon, the little girl was not reported missing until 3 or 4 p.m. The 8-year-old went missing, and the Toronto police responded right away. They canvassed neighbors and started searching the building, which had over 400 units, right away. Around the complex, roadblocks were erected, and cars with PA systems informed nearby residents and neighbors about Nicole's disappearance and her description. After knocking on every door in the building, investigators found that the young girl had made it to the lobby but had disappeared before meeting her buddy. There was no more evidence discovered to suggest Nicole's whereabouts or what transpired to her once she arrived at the ground floor. Witnesses did not see the young girl get out of the lift. More Toronto police officers were sent in the next day to help with the hunt. Law enforcement also used ATVs, marine units, aircraft, deployed dogs, and officers mounted on horses. 900 people from the neighborhood joined the search as they concentrated on looking into Highway 27, which was close to the apartment complex. There was no sign of the small girl. About 45 minutes before Nicole disappeared, a neighbor reported to the police that they had seen a blonde woman on the 20th floor carrying a notebook but not knowing who she was. She was never identified and never came forward, despite the fact that police enforcement wanted to talk to her. If she is connected to Nicole's disappearance at all remains unknown. Toronto's recently established Crime Stoppers took up the issue in an attempt to uncover the truth and promised a $1,000 reward to anyone who could help bring Nicole back and apprehend her captor. Additionally, they created a film depicting the 8-year-old's final known movements. Furthermore, the Toronto Star, a local newspaper, printed 6,000 copies of a poster which included Nicole's image and the contact number for the Metro Toronto Police, and 3,000 copies of a watercolor sketch of the young girl by police were distributed to other police stations, post offices, and local stores. At the time, the Nicole search was the largest missing person investigation in Toronto Police Service history. Over 25,000 man-hours were spent on the hunt over the 9 months that 20 investigators worked on the case. 4 months following the disappearance, in November 1985, 6,000 people had been questioned. 100 of them were registered sex offenders. Nicole's safe return was offered $100,000 by law enforcement. A strange clue discovered during the investigation was a pencil note Nicole had written that said, "I'm going to disappear." Although it was established that the note was written several months before to her disappearance, little information about it is accessible, and it is unknown what the 8-year-old intended to convey. At the moment this note was discovered, Nicole's friends and family were excluded from the inquiry. It makes sense that Jeanette and Arthur Morin had difficulty grieving the death of their child. Arthur, better known by his stage name Arts, eventually succeeded in raising the money necessary to employ a private detective, despite the fact that he was acting contrary to police recommendations. In addition, he quit his work, established a satellite office outside his house, and spent all of his time looking for his daughter. Art and Jeanette briefly moved back in together, but they ended their relationship 2 years later in 1987. In a desperate attempt to obtain answers, Jeanette reached out to a psychic, but neither she nor Art were able to learn the child's fate. Images of Nicole were reportedly found among pictures that had been sent to an internet pedophile network in 2004, according to researchers for a Belgian anti-pedophile organization. To find the match, they used biometric data and her photos from a Canadian police website. They asserted a striking likeness between the two and came to the conclusion that Nicole was probably molested by a sex offender who sold the pictures to the network rather than being sold into sex trafficking in Holland. Although the organization states that Toronto police have been informed of this discovery, not much more appears to have come from this update, and the Belgian group and their information is seldom mentioned in any Canadian stories. Nicole's case has never yielded any tangible evidence. Even though it is regarded as cold, detectives and organizations that search for missing children try to keep it in the public eye in the hopes of generating fresh leads that could eventually result in a resolution. A number of other recreations of the 8-year-old's final moves have been produced over time. Nicole was featured in an age-progressed picture that was published in 2001, showcasing her appearance in her early 20s. 13 years later, when Crime Stoppers received a call asking the police to follow up on a tip they had received shortly after the disappearance in 1985, they investigated a home on Horseshoe Valley Road in Springwater Township. Although it's unclear what the cops were searching for, it doesn't appear that this lead produced any results. On the 34th anniversary of Nicole's disappearance in 2019, further age-enhanced images of the woman that appeared to depict her in her early 40s were made public. It's more a question of when than whether the police think the case will be solved. The Toronto Sun revealed in June 2022 that detectives had been excavating at an unidentified area north of the city, providing the most recent information on the case. After receiving a tip that enabled them to investigate information they had obtained in 2014, they were suspicious that Nicole had been buried there. The Toronto Sun stated that despite the lack of remains at the location, law authorities had, quote, identified new clues. Nicole vanished last year, and the police also entertained the possibility that her disappearance was caused by a child murderer by the name of Calvin Hoover. On October 3, 1984, Hoover kidnapped Christine Jessup, then 9 years old, from her Queensville home. She was sexually abused before being killed and her body was dumped in a Durham forested area. Nicole vanished and Christine was killed within a year of each other, and their distance from one another was about 70 kilometers. Hoover was living in Scarborough at the time, which was halfway between the houses of the two girls, and he frequently traveled to and from Toronto for work. The police announced that they intended to talk with Hoover's wife, whom he was married to in the mid-1980s, when it became known that they were investigating Hoover's potential involvement in Nicole's case. It's unclear whether Hoover's involvement has been ruled out or whether this is still being looked into. In 2007, Nicole's mother Jeanette passed suddenly from a heart attack. Art, her father, is still in quest of the truth. Nicole Morin disappeared from her apartment complex at the West Mall in Toronto on July 30, 1985, when she was just 8 years old. It is said that she is a white girl with brown hair and eyes. It weighed £51 and stood 4 feet tall at the time of her disappearance. Nicole had on a peach-colored swimmers, a green hairband, and red canvas shoes when she was last seen. She also had a plastic bag with a purple beach towel, a hairbrush, suntan lotion, green and white shorts, a white t-shirt, and a peach-colored blanket in it. The case of Nicole remains unresolved. Moving on to the next case. Marilyn Bergeron. Marilyn Bergeron, then 24 years old, told her parents she was going for a stroll when she left the house they shared on February 17, 2008. Dressed in a long black coat with faux fur trim in gray and suede boots, Marilyn took out her credit card and ventured out into Quebec City's bitter cold. The 24-year-old made her morning trip at an ATM on Lawrenceville's Boulevard de Lumiere just after 11 o'clock, and she was later seen on camera. Her card was denied when she tried to take out $60 Canadian from her bank accounts. Marilyn can be seen interacting with the machine while gazing over her shoulder and glancing at an area that is beyond of the camera's field of vision in the CCTV footage that the police were able to obtain. Moreover, she is carrying a black rucksack on one shoulder. She doesn't seem to have this bag with her when she left the house, and it's not apparent where she acquired it. Marilyn bought a cup of coffee at a cafe depot approximately 12 miles south of her parents' home on the south bank of the St. Lawrence River, 5 hours later at 4:03 p.m. The young woman looked dejected and ready to depart, according to the employee who served her, who reported this to the police after she paid with her bank card. Marilyn vanished from sight when she left the cafe. In the years following her disappearance, her bank card has not been used. Marilyn seems to lead a rough existence. She was born on December 21, 1983, and in 1998, she relocated to Quebec City with her parents and sister Natalie. She started taking music classes when she was 10 years old, and because she was so passionate about music, she devoted a lot of her high school years to trying to form a band. During her adolescent years, Marilyn took part in a lot of extracurricular musical activities at school, yet it seems her efforts were never fruitful. Her parents did, however, remember that she wasn't always a model child. It was reported that she occasionally exhibited recklessness and had pals who were harmful influences. She occasionally got into problems. It's unclear, though, what type of problems the adolescent got herself into or what effect her allegedly awful pals had on her. Language and culture were two other areas of great interest to Marilyn. At the time of her disappearance, she was learning Russian and spoke fluent French and English, as well as a little bit of Spanish. Marilyn moved to Montreal in 2000 to work as a sales assistant at Steve's Music Store after earning a degree in media, arts, and technology in Quebec. She worked as a freelance sound editor for nearby TV stations in her spare time. She also started her financial training at Industrial Alliance, but she eventually relocated to Western Canada with the goal of becoming a flight attendant. The 24-year-old started telling her family that she didn't feel comfortable in the city and that she wanted to return home 3 years after moving to Montreal in early 2008. She promised her mother that when she got there, she would tell her what had changed. Just 1 week before her disappearance, on February 10th, Marilyn went back to her parents' residence. After 6 days, she had returned to her Montreal residences twice and received all of her possessions back. She was back in her family's house now. Something wasn't right, as Marilyn's family observed between February 10th and February 17th. They sensed she was feeling uneasy about something. Is there hope for the future when speaking with her sister Natalie on the phone? The 24-year-old inquired. She made it clear to her parents that she had no intention of going back to Montreal. She would not, however, say why. We tried to get Natalie to talk, but she refused, as Natalie subsequently recalled. All she would do was weep. Her mother eventually confronted her. Marilyn denied having any issues with relationships, bills, or drugs. The 24-year-old remained silent when asked if she had been abused, but her face showed signs of agony, and that's when she started crying. The family advised her to consult a therapist. Some reports seem to indicate that Marilyn had begun seeing a therapist immediately prior to her disappearance. In 2007, Marilyn reconnected with her undergraduate mate Jonathan Gauthier. He went to meet her at her residence on December 10th of that year. He told the media and police authorities. The two were planning to attend a party together. Still, he sensed something wasn't quite right as soon as he got there. Marilyn, who he'd known to be positive and happy, was sitting in the dark, seemingly despondent, as she listened to music. Jonathan clarified that Marilyn did, in fact, feel better throughout the celebration, but only momentarily. Soon after, she ran into an old friend, and as they said their goodbyes, the young lady seemed agitated and nervous, as though someone had brought up something she didn't want to have brought up again. Jonathan went home with her when she asked to. Once at her apartment, Marilyn's mood plummeted, and she started crying all the time. Jonathan questioned her if she had witnessed a crime or been the victim of sexual assault. Although she wouldn't go into detail, she informed him that something worse had occurred. "Joe, you have no idea how much I've been through," she said. "I tried to get her to say what it was for 3 or 4 hours," Jonathan told the journalists. "It seemed to me that she didn't want to endanger me." Marilyn's family reported her missing to the Quebec City Police as soon as she did not come home from her stroll. The police were able to piece together Marilyn's last moves by tracking her debit card at the ATM and coffee shop. They also discovered Marilyn's CCTV photo at the cash register. Her family started handing out posters with her picture and description while they started looking for her on foot. They posted her details online and offered a $10,000 prize, but the leads dried up fast. Law enforcement first considered that displaying the CCTV film to Marilyn's family could be too distressing. They did, however, finally see it. Marilyn's mother said that her daughter appeared defenseless. Additionally, it was found that despite the fact that the 24-year-old may have walked to the coffee shop, considering the chilly weather and the distance between the ATM and the coffee shop, it was more likely that she hitchhiked or was driven by a familiar person, according to both the police and her family. Authorities made the CCTV footage public a year after Marilyn disappeared and urged anyone with information suggesting they may have driven Marilyn between the two places to come forward. Marilyn's case was inactive for 2 years. Not until January of 2010, when a man came forward claiming to have seen the young woman across the Ottawa River from Quebec and Hawkesbury, Ontario, did it see some movement once more. Before he made the decision to call the police, he insisted that he had seen her there on a regular basis for the previous year. She was known to have moved about a few times, so he thought maybe she settled there with the young man. Her picture was identified by frequent patrons of a downtown eatery as being that of a woman they had seen nearby. Some said she seemed like a captive, as though the unnamed young man was holding her against her will. Though it's unclear what happened to this lead, it seems the police were unable to find this woman. Marilyn's family was disappointed with the lack of progress in the case, even though they believed the Quebec City Police had done their best. They also saw that the detectives seemed to be treating the disappearance as a suicide rather than taking the possibility that criminal activity was involved into consideration. They repeatedly asked that the matter be turned up to other law enforcement authorities, such as the Montreal Police, who they believed could look into Marilyn's life there more thoroughly. For their side, the Quebec City Police have stated that there is no proof that Marilyn is dead or even alive. The family also requested access to her case file, but both of these requests, as well as the request to move the case to a different agency, were turned down. In 2017, the family increased the reward in Marilyn's case to $30,000 and declared that anyone with information who did not want to talk to the police might phone a third-party tip line. This resulted in more than 40 reports of Marilyn sightings. The most recent development in the case was revealed in February of this year, when it was said that outside the building that had held the cafe where Marilyn, 24, was last seen, the police and her family had put up a command post to request information. On March 20th of that month, forensic experts were called in by the police to search a private property. The house and the bistro were 2 streets away. The home's garden was dug up with an excavator, and a few boxes were taken out. The 63-year-old householder was taken into custody the next day for allegedly threatening and attacking a journalist who was using the pavement to take pictures of the event. There haven't been any updates since then. On February 17, 2008, Marilyn disappeared from Quebec City at the age of 24. She is characterized as a Caucasian female with either brown or blue-green eyes and brown hair. Her height ranges from 5 feet 5 inches to 5 feet 7 inches, and her weight was approximately 115 pounds when she vanished. On the right side of her chest, she has a tattoo of Pegasus, and she will be 38 years old if she survives. The case of Marilyn remains unresolved. Moving on to the next case. Matilda Hacker. The Matilda Hacker case is among the most well-known Victorian-era cases in London. Newspapers at the time carried extensive coverage of her case, which developed into a scandalous media circus with several mysteries. But Matilda Hacker's case remains unsolved despite being greatly sensationalized and rumored about. Born in Canterbury in 1811 to a gifted stonemason and his spouse, Matilda Hacker had an opulent upbringing. In their town, her father made a name for himself fast and became well respected for his abilities. As a result, when he started to establish a little real estate empire, his fortune increased and the money came in gradually. Two other siblings existed for Matilda: a sister, Amelia, who was 3 years her junior, and a brother, Edward. It was well known that Amelia and Matilda were inseparable, and that their relationship remained strong as they grew older. Both ladies were well known for their free-spirited demeanors and unusual fashion choices, and they declined to get married or settle down. The two were almost immediately well known for their choices in vivid hues and striking patterns, both of which were seen as eccentric at the time. Matilda dyed her hair red and wore it in ringlets well into old age, a decision that her peers frequently made fun of. The money the kids received from renting out the rooms in the family's Winship home allowed them to live well after the death of their father. However, with Amelia's untimely death in 1871, Matilda's zest for life started to fade. The 60-year-old started acting withdrawn and stopped making payments for several other expenditures, as well as the maintenance of the family's property. She completely disregarded her responsibilities as a landlady, making renters get in touch with her brother Edward. After that, Matilda went to jail for not making her loan payments. After that, rather than making a change in behavior, she opted to travel about a lot under various aliases in an effort to keep from running into trouble with the law. Eventually, she was discovered in London and was made to pay off her obligations. Then, in 1877, she went by the name of Miss Ewish and moved into a room in a 3-story townhouse in Euston Square, Bloomsbury. The owners of the townhouse were Severin Bassendorf, a Luxembourg native, and his wife Mary, a London native. The couple produced 4 children, and Severin had a successful cabinet-making business where he hired numerous of his siblings. According to reports, they led a nice life, renting out the families and used rooms in the house to other people. A young, misbehaving adolescent boy was removing coal from the Bassendorf family townhouse's basement on May 9, 1979, in anticipation of a new renter who wanted to use the space to store fuel. The child was shocked to discover a human foot as he dug. He alerted the family, alarmed. As they continued to dig, they came across the terribly decayed body of a person covered in an oilcloth. The authorities arrived on the scene without delay. Given the rate of decay, the doctor who had initially accompanied the officers thought the body had been there for years. The victim had a cable tied twice around their neck and was missing one foot. Although practically all of the clothing had been removed from the body, lace, a beautiful brooch, and the remains of a satin shawl suggested the deceased was probably a wealthy woman. Her estimated age was 50 to 560 years old, and she had been deceased for 1 to 3 years. A few of her teeth and patches of auburn hair were still in place. The Bassendorf family explained during the inquest that the cellar was rarely wiped out, and that this particular instance was solely because the new lodger had requested to use it. Severin and Sarah, the household helper, mentioned that they had discovered bones in the basement but had not given it much attention. Sarah told the inquest that she had shown the bone to Mary, who rejected the idea that it was human and said it had to have come from the pig the family had recently eaten. Severin said he had no idea what the difference was between animal and human bones. Detectives, in the meantime, started contacting nearby dentists, figuring that since the old woman was clearly a self-sufficient woman who took interest in her appearance, she must have begun the process of receiving dentures. A dentist who practiced close to Euston Square came forward and informed the authorities about a patient who had seen him 2 years earlier with concerns about acquiring dentures. Investigators also encountered Edward Hacker during this period, who expressed suspicions that Matilda, his sister, was the deceased. After Edward informed the authorities about the gold watch his sister used to wear, the piece of jewelry was located at a nearby pawn shop. Edward recognized Matilda as the victim in the cellar based on the color of her hair and the few items that had been discovered on her body. It took some time to figure out the exact date Matilda disappeared, but in the end, it was discovered to be October 15th, 77. She supposedly left in a hurry 5 days after writing a letter dated October 10th. The whole thing was very foggy because nobody in the house could explain her departure, and nobody saw it either. Because Matilda was frequently a short-term lodger, it seemed as though she had simply up and disappeared one day, and no one had noticed. The media started covering the issue when Edwards positively identified the body. They generally had negative things to say about Matilda and her unusual way of living. They paid special attention to her hair and clothes, with one publication mentioning that Amelia and Matilda had written about it. Despite their age, they insisted on looking like 18-year-old girls and looked so silly that the street lads started making fun of them. The press called the crime itself the Houston Square Mystery. Shortly after the identification, police had a significant breakthrough in their investigation. The former maid of the Bastendorf family, Hannah Dobbs, a young lady, was recognized by the pawnbroker who had acquired Matilda's gold watch as the one who had brought in the item. Hannah, who was originally from Devon, had a tumultuous past filled with numerous encounters with the law. She has been convicted of small-time offenses on several occasions in the past. This included stealing for the most part. It was stated that the maid had pawned many articles of clothes in addition to Matilda's watch. She had gone by Rosina Bassendorf in both cases. After Mary accused her of stealing, she resigned from her work with the family approximately 8 months before the body was discovered in September 1878. Hannah left behind a few articles of clothing and a pair of glasses that were thought to be Matilda's after leaving the Bassendorf family home. It was also discovered that she had given the Bastendorf kids an empty, damaged currency box to play with. Severin questioned her about it, and she replied that although it belonged to her, she had misplaced the key and had to burst it open. It was therefore no longer useful. It was also believed that Matilda owned this cash chest. Hannah had been having an affair with Severin's brother, Peter, and had even gotten pregnant with his kid at one time. It was also disclosed during the inquest, but in the end, she lost the child. Hannah was found guilty of her murder shortly after the inquest began, as the evidence against her grew stronger by the day. The police's top suspect was Hannah. When her trial got underway on June 18, 79, it came to light that the spot on Matilda's room's carpet was, in fact, blood. Hannah had informed Mary Bassendorf that the stain was caused by a broken lamp not long after Matilda vanished. Physicians clarified that the 66-year-old's eyes or nose may have been the source of the blood when he was being strangled. They continued by saying that there was no proof the death was natural or unintentional. When Severin was questioned about his relationship with Hannah while testifying, he refuted all claims and insinuations that he was in a romantic relationship with her. Hannah was found not guilty after a jury deliberated for 25 minutes, and she was cleared of all charges. The fact that there wasn't much proof against the young lady other than the fact that she had pawned some of Matilda's belongings perhaps contributed to the verdict. Additionally, Mary clarified during questioning that Hannah was looking after the kids on October 14th. Hannah's defense attorney seized upon this, asking the jury to consider how she might have killed the 4 small children while keeping an eye on them. Hannah was found guilty of petty stealing, but her trial was done, and she still had time to serve in prison. After being freed, she went to the Illustrated Police News, a tabloid, eager to correct the record. And with that, a brand new controversy surfaced. Hannah claimed that soon after she started working for the family, Severin developed feelings for her. and the two had an affair. In order for her to work besides him rather than under his wife, the father of 4 even had her relocated to his side of the home. Hannah soon found herself carrying her employer's child. While Severin promised to cover the baby's expenses, he advised her to start seeing his brother Peter, who is single, and pretend the child is his so that no one would question him. Hannah continued her relationship with Severin while beginning one with Peter. From this point on, things are said to have become chaotic at the Bassendorf home. Hannah claimed that Severin had killed a lodger he had gotten to know very well. She claimed that Severin had given her a man's watch and chain, and she thought they belonged to the lodger who had vanished abruptly at roughly the same time. Hannah asserted that she had informed Severin about the money and jewelry that Matilda had in her room. She mentioned that she had taken the kids out for the day on October 14th. When they got back to the townhouse, Severin informed her that Matilda had gone to the country to get a change of scenery. After a few days, he presented her the chain and gold watch, the objects that were once owned by the 66-year-old lady. Later, Hannah informed the tabloid that she had discovered Matilda's body, but that Severin had warned her that if she reported the find to the police, she would appear to be the one responsible as she had pawned the old woman's possessions. She was therefore far too terrified to talk to the police. It's hard to tell how much of this narrative came from Hannah herself and how much was sensationalized by tabloids, who weren't exactly famed for their in-depth, unbiased reporting. While Severin and Mary denied everything in public, Severin was ultimately found guilty of perjury for lying under oath about his relationship with Hannah in court. He received a 12-month sentence that included hard labor. His marriage collapsed not long after he was freed. Severin was accused in May of 18/87 of being a, quote, insane under control. Almighty God has sent me to claim all pound 50,000 after I walked into a police station and screamed. Miss Hacker was murdered by my brother Peter and his spouse. He was previously admitted to Coney Hatch Asylum after reporting hearing voices to the authorities. According to his medical records, he was paranoid and thought that God was speaking to him. In 190, Severin passed away at the age of 62. In the end, no one was ever found guilty of killing Matilda. There has never been evidence to support or refute the information in Hannah's leaflet. Later, Peter Bassendorf relocated to Paris, and Hannah vanished from sight, leading many people to speculate that she changed her name in order to escape the media attention surrounding the case. If she and Peter ever made up, it's unknown. The case created such a global and local scandal that the Houston Square inhabitants petitioned to have the neighborhood's name changed in order to shed its negative connotations. In 1880s, it was renamed Inslee Gardens. The events that occurred in the townhouse in Houston Square are largely forgotten, but for those who do, there are a plethora of unanswered questions. Moving on to the next case. Kirsty Bentley. Kirsty Bentley was born on January 18, 1983, in Christchurch, New Zealand, to Sid and Jill Bentley. Her mother described her as a bright, honest, and caring young woman. By all accounts, she was a typical teenage girl who enjoyed hanging out with her friends, the Backstreet Boys, and her new boyfriend, Graham. She was well loved by her Ashburton College peers and had a strong artistic flair. Locals were shocked and in amazement by her horrific 1998 murder, and authorities were perplexed. Her unresolved case is one of the greatest and longest-running mysteries in New Zealand. In their hometown of Ashburton, 15-year-old Kirsty went shopping in the morning on December 31, 1998, with Leanne, one of her closest friends. The two went to McDonald's for lunch at around noon, and then they went to KFC for a drink. At about 2:30 p.m., Leanne's sister brought Kirsty back home. Kirsty's brother John, who was 19 years old, welcomed her as she arrived at her home. The two got along well, and John informed his sister that she had not returned a call from her lover, who had requested that she do so. Phone records show that Kirsty called Graham at approximately 2:38 p.m., but her call was answered by his answering service. After sending him a message requesting communication, she made the decision to go for a stroll with the family dog, Abby. Her relatives said Kirsty was usually like this. The 15-year-old liked to kill time by taking Abby for a stroll. In recent interviews, John has stated that while he doesn't recall Kirsty saying goodbye, he does recall hearing the front gates close. A neighbor noticed Kirsty and Abby strolling past their home shortly after, around 3:05 p.m. At approximately 4:30 p.m., Graham called the Bentley residence and discovered that his girlfriend was out again. John noticed at this point that his sister was still not home. He observed that she did not leave the house for such an extended amount of time when traveling by her normal route. Approximately 5:15 minutes after work, Jill, the mother of the duo, went to make sure Kirsty hadn't gone over there. Following her regular dog walking routes along the Ashburton River, the mother of two set out to hunt for her 15-year-old daughter after he confirmed that she hadn't. Jill went home finally, feeling increasingly nervous. Back at the house, Jill and John made the decision to hold off on searching until after 6 o'clock. While they waited, they had hope that she would show there. Her father, Sid, went back home while John went off to find his little sister. Sid made a police call around 6:20 p.m. Law enforcement and the surrounding community joined forces to assist the Bentley family in their search for the 15-year-olds. They searched for Kirsty or any clue as to her whereabouts for the entire night, but they were unable to locate her. The formal search and rescue operation started the following morning. Dog Abby was discovered strapped to a tree by the river about 10 in the morning. The previous night, this same region had been examined, but perhaps because of the dense forest in the area, she was overlooked. Minutes later, investigators found two items that they later identified as Kirsty's possession: a pair of boxers and a pair of panties. They didn't appear to have been ripped or removed by force, despite the terrible likelihood that they were taken out following her probable demise. Much searching was done in the Ashburton area over the next 16 days. Even troops from the military base at Burnham were dispatched to assist in the manhunt. Two men discovered Kirsty's body on January 17, 1999, a day before her 16th birthday, in the Camp Gully region of Rakaya, some 25 miles, 40 kilometers, from Ashburton. Her body had to be legally identified by dental records because of the advanced condition of decomposition caused by the summer heat. In an area of overgrown bush, Kirsty's body was arranged in the fetal position, with her blue sarong and black tank top remaining attached. When she was last seen, she was wearing both. A coating of branches and leaves had encased her corpse. The situation was examined in great detail over the course of the following few days. Plaster castings of the tire tracks in the region were taken by law authorities, who then made a public information request asking anyone who saw any cars in the area at the time to come forward. Additionally, they urged any cannabis producers who had witnessed anything unusual to come forward. It was well known that cannabis growers utilized the region where Kirsty's body was discovered. Kirsty's skull was broken as a result of blunt force trauma to the right side of her spine. The coroner thought she would have passed away soon after being hit. There didn't seem to be any indication of a struggle, but it was impossible to tell if Kirsty had been sexually raped because of the level of decomposition. Her sarong and top remained in place, undamaged. The body was allegedly dumped in the Camp Gully area the night she was killed, according to the authorities. There have been 100 suspects in the 20 years after Kirsty died, and many of them haven't been officially ruled out of the investigation. John and Sid Bentley were named as suspects in the murder inquiry shortly after it was started, a fact that the police later verified. They both denied any involvement. Following a comprehensive examination at the family's residence, including luminol testing, the police were able to obtain no useful information. Sid, Kirsty's father, was not able to give law enforcement a credible alibi, despite the fact that they were aware of his alcoholism. Initially, he stated he was in Littleton and Christchurch when his daughter vanished, But then, he said he had struck his head on a cabinet door and had forgotten he had spent a portion of the day in Ashburton. Sid's precise location at the time of Kirsty's disappearance is still a mystery. Many family members, including his ex-wife Jill, thought he wasn't engaged in his daughter's kidnapping or murder because he was too ashamed to acknowledge whatever it was he was doing. Numerous internet detectives have expressed their conviction that Sid had anything to do with his daughter's death. He reportedly showered Kirsty with attention while she was younger, but as she approached adolescence, their relationship reportedly deteriorated. Sid's father of 2 children was allegedly saw by multiple witnesses at a hotel on the day she disappeared, at approximately 4 p.m., which is another odd aspect about her. Because of this, some forum members have speculated that he might have been having an affair or cheating on his wife. Since Sid is frequently portrayed as a stoic and arrogant Englishman, many believe he must have been hiding something from investigators that he believed would be exceedingly embarrassing or detrimental to his reputation. Sid knew he did not take his own child's life, and that was sufficient. Therefore, he felt his whereabouts had nothing to do with anyone else until his death in 2015. Some people also think Sid was involved because Abby had been very skillfully bound to a tree. Unprofessional investigators have pondered why a cold-blooded murderer would bind Abby rather than murder her as well. This has given rise to the assumption that the person who abducted Kirsty was someone who knew the family well enough to avoid endangering their dog. This theory was supported by a retired investigator who was invited to review the case. Based on the nature of the crime and the way Kirsty's body was abandoned, he said it was likely someone close to Kirsty who committed it. Others, on the other hand, have proposed that Sid had assisted John in covering up the crime, or that Sid was innocent but somehow knew more than he was disclosing, possibly even knowing the identity of his daughter's murderer. But there's no proof to support these ideas, thus they're just conjecture. A further avenue of investigation that the detectives pursued concerned a unique green van bearing the license number EP9888. The car was identified as a 1961 model that had been converted to a camper. It was either blue or a faded blue-green, with the iconic badge on the front. The last time it was registered was in 1995 with the New Zealand Transport Agency. There were only 2 vans that fit its description that were thought to have ever existed in New Zealand, making it incredibly uncommon. Many came forward with information. However, most were mistaken in their claims that the cars they had seen were karma vans. The car was so distinctive that it was simple for the cops to rule them out. After learning of this appeal, a seasoned mechanic came forward to report to the authorities that he had observed a vehicle resembling Kirsty's at the time of her disappearance. The witness was able to provide a detailed description of the van because of his occupation and the van's rarity. The van was sighted in Ashburton and Camp Gully on multiple occasions in the weeks preceding the discovery of the 15-year-old's corpse. Nevertheless, no more leads were ever found, and the precise van was never found. Authorities posted leaflets seeking information on a girl spotted near the van on Chalmers Avenue, near where Kirsty disappeared, in addition to searching for the van. Dairy owners in the Netherby suburb knew the youngster as a client, but she never came forward. Her name and relationship to the van are still a mystery. A man who killed 2 people in 2014 and an unidentified individual who was a suspect from the beginning of the investigation are among the other suspects in Kirsty's case. In 2014, Russell John Tully killed 2 employees of the Ashburton Work and Income Office. He was rumored to camp near the Ashburton River at the time Kirsty disappeared. He was able to demonstrate that he was in Nelson when the 15-year-old vanished. Thus, he was later excluded from the investigation, a location 251 kilometers distant from Ashburton. An unidentified woman came forward to authorities after Sid passed away in 2015, expressing suspicions that her ex-boyfriend had anything to do with Kirsty's death. This man reportedly denied any involvement during an interview conducted at the start of the investigation. However, his former partner asserted that he had repeatedly told her, while intoxicated, that he was the one who had perpetrated the horrible act. The suspect was initially interviewed alongside the ex-girlfriend. Since they had only recently begun dating, she said that she had no cause for concern. But as time went on, she came to understand that he knew more than was disclosed to the general public. Greg Merton, the case's detective inspector, has stated that the individual has already been looked at and that he would not comment on the woman's claims. Along with a number of other objects, the underwear discovered close to Abby and the leash she was restrained with were submitted for DNA testing in 2018. Nevertheless, no fresh information was presented by the results. On January 25, 1999, Kirsty's funeral was held at Ashburton's St. Stephen's Anglican Church. More than 500 people came to grieve. After Kirsty's corpse was cremated, her ashes were placed in a steel urn and interred in the family's specifically created memorial garden. Following Sid's passing in 2015, Jill received the urn. John Bentley, who currently resides in Australia, was relieved when officials declared in 2018 that he and Sid Bentley were no longer being investigated as suspects in the case. Surprisingly, Sid and Jill separated in 2000 for different reasons. Jill had, quote, grown to dislike the alcoholic I was living with, not because of the media circus that surrounded them or even their sadness over the loss of their daughter. John's relationship with his father suffered after the breakup, as the latter started to disseminate gossip about Jill's new lover. When John confronted Sid about his actions, the two got into a fight. In 2008, Jill remarried to Noel Peachley. With Tara, their rescue cat, and Kirsty's assortment of stuffed animals, the two lead a quiet, solitary life that Noel lovingly refers to as the guys. Jill and John continue to have a positive connection. Leanne, Kirsty's childhood friend who accompanied her on the morning of December 31st, has stated that she has her own doubts regarding the events of that day. Nevertheless, she doesn't go into detail in any of her interviews. In 2018, Kirsty's case was still pending and ongoing, with no resolution. Please call New Zealand Crime Stoppers at 0800 555 if you have any information about any of the cases we discussed in this episode. Moving on to the next case. Christine and Walter Collins. Changeling, a 2008 mystery crime drama directed by Clint Eastwood, stars Angelina Jolie as Christine Collins, a mother whose kid disappears in the spring of 1928. When the two finally get back together months after he vanishes, Christine soon comes to the conclusion that this small kid is not her son and spends the rest of her life trying to find out why. Changeling is a powerful and poignant novel that is based on the life of a real-life woman of the same name. The birth date of Christine June is December 14, 1888. Though not much is known about her early years, she married Walter J. Collins when she was a young adult. Christine was unaware at the time that Walter was a robbery prisoner who had served his sentence and was going by a false identity. He concealed his past from her and went under Walter Joseph Anson. But following their marriage, he was forced to do more time in prison. Walter was the name given to the couple's sole child, a son born in September 1918 to Christine. On March 10, 1928, Christine, who was living in Los Angeles, California, as a single mother after her husband's imprisonment, gave her 9-year-old son some cash so he could go to the movies. But that night, Walter never came home. Fearing for her only child's safety, Christine reported her son's unusual disappearance to the police right away. And as a result, the case attracted national attention. Detectives investigated 100 leads during the course of the inquiry, many of which turned out to be scams. Reports of seeing Walter flooded in from all over the nation. A Glendale petrol station employee said he saw the young child in the back of a car, his neck down shrouded in newspapers. While neighbors said police they saw Walter in a car with two foreign-looking people pleading to be let go, witnesses claimed to have seen him in Oakland and San Francisco. Some residents reported that they had been contacted by a couple who appeared to be Italian and asked about for Walter's address. But as the months went by, neither the 9-year-old's whereabouts nor those of his loved ones were able to ascertain. The LAPD started to feel pressured by its superiors to wrap up the case as they carried the burden of the missing youngster on their shoulders. The only idea put up by the media, despite their critical reporting regarding the lack of progress in the disappearance, was that Walter had been abducted as payback for something his father had done. Even so, they were never able to identify any suspects or go farther with this theory. However, 5 months after Walter disappeared, the police surprisingly called Christine with some positive news. Her young son had been located. Christine was shocked and ecstatic to hear from the police that Walter had been transported to DeKalb, Illinois, where he had miraculously escaped and turned himself in. Before Christine paid to have Walter transported home to Los Angeles, she and her son exchanged a number of letters and pictures. But Christine sensed that something wasn't quite right when they got back together. Despite having a similar appearance, the youngster was not Walter and lacked knowledge of many aspects of his life that she would have expected her son to know, like his father's name, Captain J. The child's appearance, according to Jay Jones, the investigation's chief investigator, was just a result of time and the trauma he had experienced after being abducted. According to cops who evaluated the young person, in addition to having a horribly malnourished body and a drawn face, the Los Angeles Times claimed that the child also had mental health issues. The outcomes seemed to indicate the terrifying ordeals he had endured at the hands of his abductor. Christine did not waver in her conviction that this young boy was not hers. Captain Jones took the youngster home with her after persuading the 40-year-old mother of one to give him a try. Christine complied since she was tired of the officer's pressure. However, 3 weeks later, she was still the same. Christine approached the LAPD over her son, armed with dental documents that demonstrated the two boys were not the same in the opinion of a handwriting expert who had examined and contrasted the boys' handwriting with Walter's. Feeling compelled to close the case while being embarrassed by the claims, Jones became enraged and accused Christine of being a bad mother who was merely out to make fun of the police. After that, Jones had the distressed mother placed under a Code 12 internment, which is a procedure used to imprison or commit someone who is seen to be problematic or inconvenient, to a mental health unit at LA County Hospital. Jones continued to question the young child while Christine was being committed. Eventually, the boy confesses that he was not Walter Collins. He was Iowa-born 12-year-old Arthur Hutchins Jr., a juvenile offender and runaway. Because his stepmother didn't want or love him, Arthur and her had a tough connection. He was supposed to regularly check in with the police after being arrested for theft, which happened not long before he pretended to be the 9-year-old who went missing. He'd been asked if he was Walter Collins after being apprehended by the police in Illinois. He originally answered no, but changed his mind and said yes, stating that he wanted to leave his family behind and start over in Hollywood. Christine was discharged from the mental health facility after 10 days. Understandably, she was saddened that she still didn't know the location or fate of her lost kid, and she was incensed over the way she had been handled. She filed a lawsuit against the LAPD, taking them to task. She filed the lawsuit, won it, and deliberately targeted Jones. Despite being awarded the equivalent of $150,000 in today's currency, Jones never gave her the money she was entitled to. Jones was also temporarily removed from the police service for a few months before being returned on a permanent basis. Police in Wineville, California, were looking into a tip from a young woman in Canada who said her uncle, who owned a chicken farm, was abusing her brother. In 1929, after an inquiry, the tipster's uncle, Gordon Stewart Northcote, was found guilty of kidnapping, abusing, and murdering 3 young boys in a case known as the Wineville Chicken Coops murders. The tipster's brother and Northcote's nephew was Sanford Clark. Additionally, he had experienced physical and sexual abuse while residing with his uncle. He had shown the authorities the location of the improvised graves, which were beneath the farm's chicken coop. Quicklime had been used to fill the shallow graves, and many body parts and the remains of a bloody mattress had been buried with them. Police learned from Clark's evidence that Northcote had assisted his mother, Sarah Louise, in killing the boys and disposing of their remains. Clark had volunteered as well, but only because he had received threats of violence if he disobeyed. He went on to say that he was afraid of his uncle. Sarah Northcott acknowledged, under interrogation, that she had taken part in the murder of 9-year-old Walter Collins in late 1928. She was given a life sentence without the possibility of a trial for killing Walter as a result of her confession. Although the state decided not to pursue her son for Walter's death, they did try him for the 3 other murders. While no sign of Walter's clothing or body was discovered at the farm, forensic evidence was found for these victims. The number of sets of remains found in the graves is unknown. Authorities also think that Walter was a victim of Northcott and his mother, although neither his clothes nor his remains seem to have been discovered with the others. Gordon Northcott was convicted of all 3 murders on February 13, 1929, and given the death penalty. He refuted any involvement in Walter's disappearance, and his mother then attempted to take back her admission. She allegedly provided the authorities with numerous other erratic and disjointed remarks. Gordon was pretty much the same. He first admitted to killing 5 boys, but later changed his story to claim he had only killed 1. Later, he told a prison officer that he had killed up to 20 youngsters. Despite Sanford Clark's confirmation of Sarah Northcott's account of her involvement in Walter's murder, Christine Collins made the decision to think that her confession was a fake. Gordon was waiting to be executed when Christine wrote to him, and she eventually got permission to speak with him just before he was executed. Northcott abruptly changed his mind and told the mother of one, "I don't want to see you," after having pledged to explain to Walter what had truly transpired. "I have no knowledge about it. I'm not guilty." October 2, 1930, saw the execution of Gordon Northcott. 5 years later, a kid and his parents claimed that the boy had vanished in 1928. Police had received a report from his parents, and at the time, they assumed he was one of the Northcott's other victims. Neither Sanford Clark nor the Northcotts had ever informed the police that a boy had escaped. Christine Collins regained hope after learning of this discovery, believing that her son had also escaped before being murdered. Dad passed away in 1932 for Walter. For the remainder of her life, Christine kept looking for her missing kid. She tried to collect the money she was owed by Captain Jones on multiple occasions, even taking him to court twice in 1941, but she was never paid. Christine was 75 when she passed away in 1964 and was buried in Los Angeles. We still don't know Walter Collins' whereabouts. Moving on to the next case. Brett Wynn. When Brett William Wynn disappeared in the winter of 1989, he was 24 years old. At the time, he worked as an assistant manager at the nearby grocery Hallett Cove Foodland and was engaged to Carolyn, his longtime girlfriend. In South Australia, the couple resided in the village of Port Noarlunga, which is only 18.5 miles south of Adelaide city centre. On November 16, 1989, at around 8 p.m., Brett entered a white Ford sedan that had come into his driveway. After the car pulled out of the driveway, the two of them left. Carolyn waved him off as she watched, not realizing who the driver was. Brett called Carolyn later that night to let her know he would be returning soon. The 24-year-old never returned that night, so that was the last anyone heard from him. Brett experienced a break-in that same evening at work. The culprits possessed the combination to the safe, had access to the front door via a key, and knew how to turn off the alarm system using an employee PIN code. They took $60,000 from the store by using this. Authorities assumed that Brett was the robber's inside man and that he had fled after stealing the money with his companions because he didn't show up home that evening. The preliminary inquiry into Brett's disappearance is hardly known. The case seemed to have evaporated fast. Things didn't really get going again until 1997, when, in response to a public plea for assistance, police enforcement received a tip from an unidentified source indicating that the 24-year-old hadn't been abducted but had instead been murdered. Because of this, detectives came to the conclusion that Brett was a member of a 3-man gang that may have robbed a number of nearby supermarkets in the months before to his disappearance. They informed police that a man named David was involved before hanging up, but they would not disclose detectives any more details or the man's entire name. 2 years later, two males were recognized by law enforcement as potential members of Brett's robbery gang. For legal reasons, the other man's identity has never been made public. However, the first man went by the name David Christopher Cox. Both suspects acknowledged that they knew Brett, but they said that they had no knowledge of his disappearance, that he had been murdered, and that they had nothing to do with the string of robberies that occurred just before the 24-year-old went missing. When authorities were approached again in 2002, a tipster informed them that Brett's body had been moved after it had been initially disposed of approximately an hour away from his home in Cape Jervis by the side of a road. The 24-year-old's body was transferred a few days later to David Cox's residence in Hackham West, which was less than 10 minutes away from Brett's residence. The caller said that they assisted David in moving Kate Jervis's body and that they were a friend of David's. As per the tipster, when they reached David's residence, they found that a grave had been dug beneath the bedroom floorboards. The body was buried after being placed inside a surf bag. Brett's skeleton bones were discovered in a surf bag beneath the bedroom floorboards by investigators who had responded to the tipster's address shortly after they had gotten this contact. The articles concerning his case have not stated the cause of his death. In 2004, 2 years after Brett's death, David Cox faced murder charges. However, David was freed when a jury found him not guilty despite having the anonymous caller's testimony and discovering the body at his former home. His defense said that most prosecution witnesses were unreliable and of low character, pointing out that most of them had significant drug use in 1989 and that some of them had since developed mental health problems. A few years later, David ended his own life. Naomi, Brett's younger sister, believes that justice will ultimately find its way to the other unidentified male who was a member of the heist ring, despite his passing. She said that at first, the family believed Brett had just taken off and would return shortly, saying he just needed some alone time. They were devastated when he didn't. She did, however, tell the Sunday Mail that the finding of his body was helpful. My parents felt a small sense of relief when Brett was discovered. At last, they could lay him to rest and attempt to begin the healing process. For nearly a year following Brett's disappearance, his fiancée Carolyn received weekly food deliveries, which were occasionally paid for by a man she subsequently identified as Cox, according to a Reddit user who also discussed the case. It is said that when she entered into a new relationship, the deliveries stopped. Online rumors suggest that this was done to trick Carolyn into believing Brett was still alive. Though it's unclear exactly what the truth is right now, the case of Brett Wynn remains unresolved. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Jeanette DePalmer. In Jersey City, New Jersey, on August 3, 1956, Jeanette Christine DePalmer was born. Jeanette appeared to be a typical middle-class girl, if a little bit devout. She was one of Salvador and Florence DePalmer's 5 daughters, and she hailed from a huge Italian family. She had 3 brothers as well. According to some reports, the family's drug problems were resolved when Jeanette and her older sister, Gwendolyn, committed to the Church of God. She was rumored to be planning to attend Bible college and to be actively involved in community activities that assisted drug addicts. Jeanette was regarded as something of a wild youngster by some, while being perceived by others as a girl on the straight and narrow. Some even said that she may not have shared her parents' beliefs or concerns regarding her religious attitude, but rather that it was something they cared about. In August 1972, Jeanette was 16 years old and employed at a clothes store. She told her mother that she was taking the train to a friend's house when she left her home on Springfield Township, New Jersey's Clearview Road on Monday, the 17th. Her parents reported her missing to the local police station after she failed to return home or show up at her friend's residence that evening. On September 19th, 6 weeks later, a decaying corpse was discovered in Springfield's Quarries Rock Face. The form of the body was found when one of the neighborhood dog Waters pets brought it to its owner. A number of individuals who witnessed the macabre scene stated that odd and potentially esoteric items surrounding the face-down skeleton bones. While witnesses have given varying accounts, the most widely accepted claim is that the body was discovered within a log and branch casket. There were improvised wooden crosses inside this. Some neighbors of Springfield asserted that the body was discovered resting atop a pentagram, around by animal corpses that had been butchered. However, local law enforcement has refuted this assertion. The notion that this murder was connected to witchcraft was strengthened by the fact that the cliff where the body was discovered was nicknamed the Devil's Teeth by the locals for numerous decades. Jeanette's dental records were used to identify the body as hers. The things she was last seen in, the tan pants, navy blouse, and flip-flops, were still on her. Regretfully, the autopsy did not provide the authorities with much information. There are no visible indications of bone fractures, gunshot, or knife wounds on her body or in her clothing, and no drug paraphernalia was discovered on or around the body. The coroner and other officials were unable to provide an explanation for the unusually high levels of lead discovered in the remains. Although the exact cause of death is unknown, the coroner believed the 16-year-old girl had been strangled, which prompted law enforcement to begin a hurried and, to be honest, insufficient homicide investigation. Police were tipped off about a homeless man who lived in the woods close to Gannett's body early on in their investigation into his ruthless murder. Locals called the drifter Red, and they said that after Jeanette vanished, he left his camp in the woods. Though it seemed that this was a tip worth following up on, the prosecutor's office in Union County soon found that Red was unrelated to Jeanette's case. How they arrived at this choice is uncertain. Investigators are still looking into the matter in spite of this setback. Still, it wasn't long until the leads stopped coming in. The fact that none of Jeanette's friends or acquaintances provided reliable information about her lifestyle added to the case's cold case status. Newspapers such as the Star-Ledger and the New York Daily Times started to speculate 2 weeks after Jeanette's body was discovered that she might have been the victim of a cult sacrifice, a practice that might have been carried out by Satanists or a local coven working in the nearby Watchung Reservation, a nature reserve in Union City, New Jersey. Long after Jeanette's case went cold, whispers about the Watchung Reservation and rumors about her death persisted. An anonymous letter about Jeanette's situation started to arrive at Weird NJ magazine in the late 90s and early 2000s. Mark Moran, the editor and co-founder, started looking into the case and recording strange information, such as claims that the Springfield Police Department had misplaced or destroyed the case file. In relation to this, the police department maintained that Hurricane Floyd in 1990 caused flooding, which resulted in the fire. Unknown sources, however, claimed that a copy of the file still existed. Later, Mark Moran collaborated with Jesse Pollock, one of his magazine's correspondents, to create a book about the case. After conducting extensive research, they came to the following conclusions. There was a chance of a cover-up. The case was connected to other unresolved crimes, and there were a number of previously unidentified suspects. No one, not even law enforcement, that the writers contacted for the book was willing to be on record or have their name published, according to an article on the Weird NJ website that covers the case and the book written about it. Locals believe that the murderer was still at large, that the killing was connected to a cult, and that the police were somehow complicit in the crime's cover-up. When Jeanette's clothes was tested in 1973, her blouse, pants, and underwear turned out to be free of poisons or drugs. No extraneous hairs were discovered either. She did, however, have stains in her bra, pants, top, and underwear, but they were too badly deteriorated to be used for blood or semen exams. Donald Schwartz, the initial patrolman who discovered the body, has stated to media outlets that he doesn't believe in the occult hypothesis and that he thinks Jeanette died from a heroin overdose. This belief is also held by several internet detectives, who think the case's supernatural overtones were only a red herring. Instances where there is insufficient evidence to support the claims are frequently attributed to so-called occult practices. However, other people, including Jeanette's nephew, think that someone else caused her death. A Union County judge denied the request in 2019 to analyze Jeanette's clothing for DNA. A veteran private investigator made this request after suing the Union County Prosecutor's Office in an effort to force them to test the garments. The motion was turned down because the private investigator lacked a legal connection to DePalmer, her estate, or any other parties who would be affected by the case's resolution, making it impossible for him to file a lawsuit. Many people hold out hope that someday answers will be provided to a case that remains cloaked in mystery, like the unsolved mystery surrounding Jeanette's case. Moving on to the next case. Beast of Jersey. Jersey Island is a member of the Channel Islands, an archipelago in the English Channel that lies between France and England. There were roughly 57,000 people living on the 9-mile-long and 5-mile-wide island in the 1950s. Residents of the island of Jersey were plagued by a serial rapist from the late 1950s to the early 1970s. During his 14-year reign of terror, he would rape and stalk at least 13 victims, going by the moniker the Beast of Jersey. When a young woman in the Montelab region was being pulled into a field by a man while she was waiting for a bus in November 1957, the fear started. Before tying a rope around her neck, pulling her up to a nearby field, and raping her, the man with the scarf covering his head struck the woman from behind. He left the woman where she was after he raped her and left the scene. Thankfully, the woman was located and brought to a medical facility. In March 1958, the man attacked once more, this time focusing on a 20-year-old lady who was making her way home from a bus stop on foot. He dragged the woman to a field using the same modus operandi, then raped her after putting a rope around her neck. From 1957 to 1959, he would only prey on ladies who were close to bus stations. He assaulted a 31-year-old in July of 1958 and a 28-year-old in October of the same year. The perpetrator was characterized by all the victims as smelling musty. He increased the stakes in 1960 and started attacking people in their homes through break-ins. The man broke into a residence in St. Saveller on Valentine's Day in 1960. A man wearing a mask was seated in the 12-year-old's bedroom when he woke up. The youngster was led outside to a field by the man, who then sexually molested him while tying a rope around his neck. When a man claiming to be a doctor offered to give her a ride in March 1960 while she was waiting for her bus in St. Brelade, she accepted. The man was on his way to pick up his wife. The man attacked her as soon as she got inside the car, bound her, and blindfolded her. After that, he drove to a field close by and sexually assaulted her. The man led her back to the car, but she was able to get away and discovered a couple who lived close by. The assailant had already left when the police were called. A man broke into a secluded property in St. Martin later that month. A 43-year-old woman heard a noise while she was asleep. After switching on the lights, she downed the stairs to look around. The lights went out suddenly as soon as she got to the bottom of the stairs, and she heard movement in the living room. She attempted contacting the police on the neighboring phone, but the connection was dead. There was a cut in the phone line. Without delay, the man chased after her, threatening to kill her and demanding money. The woman's 14-year-old daughter heard the disturbance and went to investigate. After managing to get out of his grasp, the mother instructed her daughter to shut herself in her room. Running to a nearby farmhouse, the woman set off the alarm. The invader had fled before she got back, but not before raping her daughter. He broke into the bedroom of a 14-year-old girl in April. When the girl awoke, the man in the mask had been observing her while she slept. He fled as the girl cried so loudly. An 8-year-old child would be kidnapped from his house in July and brought to a field where he would be raped. After that, the assailant returned to the boy's house and dropped him off at his door. In 1961, he would attack 3 more youngsters. They were all taken from their houses, brought to a field, and sexually assaulted. After more than 3 years of operation, the police still had no leads or suspects in the Beast of Jersey case. Every man on the island was asked to provide their fingerprints, and they interviewed every man with a criminal record. 13 of them, nevertheless, declined to provide their fingerprints. One of them was, it would turn out, the assailant. The victims had stated that the attacker was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 6 inches tall, and dressed in a long coat, a scarf, or a mask. Each victim described the attacker as speaking with an odd Irish dialect and having a musty smell to him. He would launch attacks from 3 a.m. until 10 p.m. Using a flashlight, he would sneak into houses through windows. Police soon discovered a break in the case. Alphonse Legator-Lewitt, a local, was taken into custody after being suspected of the rapes and attacks. Further than the fact that he was a well-known eccentric, the police had no further evidence against him. He was a recluse who enjoyed taking walks late at night. He had a raincoat, too. After 14 hours of interrogation, the individual was freed because there was insufficient proof. But the harm was already done. Vigilantes set fire to his home after his face appeared prominently in newspapers. Alphonse had to permanently depart from the island. The police decided to ask Scotland Yard for assistance as they had no leads or suspects. Scotland Yard asked residents to establish neighborhood watches and watch out for one another. After a 2-year hiatus, the Beast of Jersey reappeared in 1963. The Beast would attack once more in April 1963 when he kidnapped a 9-year-old boy and brought him to a field where he was sexually assaulted. He then went on to rape 3 more kids before going missing for 2 years in 1964. 2 years later, an anonymous letter purportedly written by the Beast of Jersey was sent to the police. "Dear Sir, I believe that now is the right time to inform you that you are wasting your time," the letter stated. "Remember, it won't end here. I promise to be fair to you and give you another chance. I've never had much in my life, but right now I want to seize every opportunity. My dream has always been to commit the ideal crime. I had already done this, but since it has to be ideal this time, I let the moon shine exceptionally brightly in September. Not 1, but 2. I enjoy to toy with you people, but I'm by no means a fanatic. Before September, you will hear from me, and I'll give you all the hints you need to try to figure out how to capture me. Sincerely yours. Just wait and see." A 15-year-old girl would be kidnapped and sexually assaulted in August. But the crime was different this time. The girl's body was covered in lengthy scratches that were evenly spaced out in parallel rows. After this, there would be no attacks for 4 years. August 1970 would see the Beast return. A 14-year-old would be taken from his house and sexually assaulted. The boy reported to the police that the assailant had on a mask. Luckily, the Beast would never put on the mask again, and this would be the last attack. An automobile ran a red light directly in front of 2 police officers who were on duty in center on July 10, 1970, at approximately 11:45 p.m. The officers pursued the automobile because it was being driven erratically. After running down the sidewalk and into a tomato field, the driver ran onto the wrong side of the road, sideswiped several vehicles, and eventually struck a hedge. The motorist attempted to run away, but because the officers were European, they rugby tackled him and took him into custody. The police station was where he was brought. They were able to see the man well under the police station's lights and saw that he was not your typical irresponsible driver. The man had been wearing a long dark coat with shoulder pads, cuffs, and collar protruding from it, along with 1-inch long nails and screws. There was a musty smell about the long coat. The man's socks were tucked into his ancient pants. Police discovered 2 lengths of rope, a woolen cap, empty cigarette packages, a roll of adhesive tape, and a flashlight with tape over most of the bulb, creating a regulated, narrow beam of light within his pockets. Police discovered a mask and a spiky black-haired wig inside his car. The man's face bore tape markings identical to the mask's tape, indicating that he had worn it not long ago. Edward Pennell was recognized as the man. He said he was headed to a sex party and that he had nails through his clothes in case someone there knew martial arts when the cops questioned him. Police discovered an extremely foul-smelling hidden area in his house that was packed with worn-out clothes and homemade wigs. In addition, they discovered a sword, pictures of nearby homes, and an altar full of books about black magic and the occult. In 1925, Edward Pinnell was born. He was incarcerated as a teenager for stealing food to feed families that were going hungry. Other than that, he had no criminal past. He was a construction worker with a spouse and kids. According to his wife Joan, he used to visit her foster home for children disguised as Santa Claus in an attempt to provide festive pleasure. She remembered that the children nicknamed him Uncle Ted. His spouse claimed that she was ignorant of his behavior during their marriage. She added that Pinnell had no desire for sex and that their lives were mostly lived apart. At the time of his arrest, Pinnell was also seeing someone else. Pinnell was tried on November 29, 1971. The jury found him guilty on 13 charges of rape, sexual assault, and sodomy against 6 of his victims in under 48 minutes. He received a 30-year prison sentence. In 1991, Pinnell was granted parole from prison due to his good behavior. In 1994, he went free. Moving on to the next case. Madeleine McCann. After Madeleine vanished 13 years ago, there was truly little chance that her case would ever be resolved. Then, on June 3, 2020, a shocking revelation was made by British and German investigators. In an instant, the case was once again in the news. They declared that a German guy was being looked into for maybe killing Madeleine. At first, they made an effort to conceal the identity of the individual, but it was soon revealed. German media reports identified the suspect as 43-year-old Christian B. From 1995 till 2007, he resided in the Algarve region of Portugal. In Germany, Christian B. is presently serving a term for unrelated offenses. Soon after, more details became available. They displayed the 2 cars he was driving when she vanished. First, a Jaguar sedan and a Volkswagen camper van. They made an appeal for anyone with knowledge to come forward. Sadly, the German police also declared that they now think Madeleine is dead based on the evidence they have. Nonetheless, the British police continue to refer to it as a missing persons case. Her family is still holding out hope for her survival. It was also made known that Christian B.'s cell phone was found quite close to Madeleine's location on the night of her disappearance. Christian B. registered his Jaguar automobile under a different name the following day. Even while it might just be a coincidence, it's still noteworthy. We were able to determine that an hour prior to her disappearance, Christian B. received a call using his cell phone. For 30 minutes, the call went on. You can see the number I called him at as well as his phone number here. When the police first noticed Christian B. asking questions in a chat forum regarding Madeleine's abduction, they began to investigate him. Christian B., who was residing in the Algarve, supported himself by theft. According to German police theory, he may have broken into Madeleine's flat to steal something before deciding to kidnap her. Many people will wonder why it took 13 years for this information to become public. Because Christian B. was investigated once again, the Portuguese police really looked into him back in 2008 years ago. Christian B. was investigated once more. According to what the witness told police, he allegedly told someone at a pub about how he killed Madeleine and buried her somewhere. Christian B. also discussed his role in other incidents. He was found guilty of those crimes and is presently serving a jail sentence. Then it was made public that Christian Brechner is the suspect's full name. In 2007, he relocated to Hanover, Germany, leaving the Algarve region. He lived in his shadow, off the grid. During a recent check of the property, the cops discovered a hidden cellar. We don't yet know what's inside the cellar because it happened only a few days ago, and the police haven't released all the details. However, we are aware that certain samples were brought in for examination. Wolfgang Kossack, a man who briefly lived next door to Christian, recalled that Christian had informed him that no one knew he was residing there and that he had not registered with the authorities. Wolfgang also recalled the Christian's camper van that was parked close to his plot. Christian resided in Braunschweig, around 40 miles from Hanover, from 2013 until 2016. He dug a cellar there, too, neighbors of his claimed. The present owner and his neighbors want it to be searched. She might be lying on top of Madeline McGann. The current owner worries. Christian has told his lawyer that he will never speak to the police, and he has refused to speak with them. Nonetheless, German prosecutors are positive that they have their man and will work to prove him guilty of the crime. The Portuguese media reports that Christian had a female accomplice who assisted him in identifying the best residences to break into, but no concrete evidence was provided and the story is yet unconfirmed. When he was residing at Praia de Luz, not far from the location where Madeleine was abducted, the authorities think he lived in this house. Moving on to the next case. Marisol Gonzalez. Marisol Gonzalez, 17, was a resident of Cottonwood, Arizona. She excelled academically at Mingus Union High School, had a large social circle, and a loving, close-knit family. Before entering her junior year, in the summer of 1997, she started dating Cecilio Cruz, a neighbor and classmate. But Marisol ended things with Cecilio when she found out he was seeing someone else. She discovered she was expecting a child shortly after. At approximately 10 p.m. on March 24, 1997, Marisol, who was by this point fully pregnant, got a call. She put on a light jacket, sweatpants, and slippers before leaving her house. This would be her family's final sighting of her. Marisol was reported missing to the police the following morning after her family was unable to locate her in bed. A body would be discovered in an alleyway a block from her home at around 6 in the morning. One shot to the face had wounded her. A man who lived across the street from the alley found her dead. Since he didn't speak English well, he had his son phone the police. It was difficult for the police to gather statements from the possible witnesses during their investigation. Rumors circulated that Cecilio belonged to a gang and might be implicated in drug-related crimes. Investigators believe that Cruz's affiliation with the gang may have intimidated witnesses. During the preliminary investigation, there was also a rumor that Marisol had been slain by a rival gang in retaliation for Cecilio. Cecilio was said to have spread this rumor. Marisol was 9 months and 1 week along with a scheduled delivery date of her son the next day, so it didn't seem like she would have left her house at night without telling anybody where she was going for just anyone. According to police theories, she was there to meet Cecilio. Cecilio would refuse to admit to speaking with Marisol for the entire day when police would ask him again. He claimed that night he was sleeping at home. Cecilio was still a major suspect, but the investigation quickly came to a standstill because there were no fresh leads or possible witnesses. Then, in 2014, the case was chosen for investigation by the Cold Justice Show, a TNT TV program that looks into unsolved homicides. In partnership with the Cold Justice team, Cottonwood police looked into more than 90 leads related to this case. Prospective witnesses who refrained from making statements in 1997 began to come forward. They spoke with a witness who gave them a possible timeline for Marisol's death. That alleyway was across the street from where she resided. According to reports, she heard a gunshot at around midnight and went outside to look around, but she saw nothing. She did not witness a car speeding off or leaving. This rules out the notion that Marisol was murdered by a member of a rival gang who was seeking revenge. It was really dark when she first saw Marisol's body. They also spoke with the sister of Marisol. She stated that she was on a long-distance call at around 10 o'clock that evening. She handed it to Marisol when she hung up the phone, and she made the decision to call her buddy. The last person to speak with her was this one. The acquaintance was found by the investigators, who then asked her about that particular day. She informed them that day that she was on the phone with Marisol when the latter answered a call from Cecilio, telling her to hang up and they would talk later. The fact that Cecilio had lied to the investigators about not spoken with Marisol that day was demonstrated by this statement. Cecilio was their main suspect, but there was never sufficient proof to bring charges against him. When investigators arrived at Cecilio's workplace to speak with him, he would not answer questions in the absence of a lawyer. Investigators also discovered that, at the time of Marisol's death, Cecilio's other girlfriend was also expecting a child. Actually, Marisol had run across the other woman in the waiting area while attending a visit with her OBGYN. Because Cecilio was just 17 years old at the time and couldn't handle the burden of financially supporting two families, the police argue that Cecilio killed Marisol. The district attorney's office in Cottonwood reviewed the police findings and decided to send the case to a grand jury in order to get a murder indictment against Cecilia Cruz. Cecilia Cruz faced charges of manslaughter and second-degree murder in 2014. However, since 2014, there have been several delays in the case as two teams of public defenders have withdrawn, citing moral disagreements. Cecilia Cruz's new trial is scheduled to start on January 8, 2020. Moving on to the next case. Mary Virginia Carpenter. Mary Virginia Carpenter, at 21 years old, boarded a train on June 1, 1948, and left her Texarkana, Texas, home to travel 6 hours to the city of Denton. Virginia had a black hat box, a matching makeup case, and a brown steamer trunk with her. She met Marjorie Webster, a fellow Texarkana native, on the train while she was traveling to Texas State College for Women, or Texas Women's University, as it is now known. The two struck up a conversation as this was also Virginia's goal. Virginia had studied journalism at the University of Arkansas before deciding to switch to science studies in order to pursue her dream of working as a lab technician. She had initially registered at TSCW for the 1945 to 1946 academic year, but she had to leave to care for her ailing mother. Virginia was the only kid left to take care of her mother when her father passed away when she was only 15. However, one benefit of staying at home was that she was able to save more money for her studies. Virginia attended Texarkana Junior College for a period before deciding to enroll at TSCW for the summer term of 1948. In the fall, she intends to start her training as a lab technician. Virginia and Marjorie decided to ride together in the taxi to campus at the station. By the time they got there, though, the 21-year-old remembered she hadn't checked on her bags, so she asked Edgar Ray Jack Zachary, the cab driver, how much it would cost to travel back to the train station. When Marjorie asked Virginia whether she wanted to travel back with her, she replied, "No, I'll go alone. I'll be okay." Consequently, the two split off, with Virginia making her way back to the station. It was at this point that she realized her luggage was still missing. She was informed by a station worker that her trunk would not be arriving for a while, and so the taxi driver promised to come get it for her in the morning. Jack Zachary. Virginia consented to give him her station. It was when Virginia got at the university's Brackenridge Hall. It was about 9:30 p.m. Zachary, who was 20 years old, reportedly told the police that he got out of the taxi and went up to two men who were waiting outside a convertible car that was either yellow or cream in color. Zachary stated that one of the men was tall and the other was chubby, and the car was maybe a Pontiac. Virginia supposedly seemed to know them. "What are you doing here?" she asked them as she approached, as though it astonished her to find them there. Zachary departed as they started conversing. He picked up Virginia's steamer trunk and placed it on the building's front lawn the next morning. Although he maintained that she had instructed him to leave it there the previous evening, the university's dean of women pointed out that it was quite uncommon for a student's luggage to be left on the lawn as opposed to being delivered to their door. Before staff members ultimately took the trunk in, it was left out on the grass for 2 days. In the meantime, Kenny Branham, Virginia's boyfriend, called her mother to inform her that he hadn't spoken to the 21-year-old in 3 days. This was not like the usual. When her mother Hazel got in touch with the college, she found out that Virginia hadn't enrolled. She immediately started calling her friends, and relatives to see if anyone had seen her. When they hadn't, Hazel filed a missing persons report and the search got underway. When detectives followed Virginia's last known movements, they encountered Jack Zachary, a cab driver, who provided them with information regarding the vehicle's color, yellow or cream. A young man whose girlfriend was a TSCW student was identified as the owner of this vehicle. The two males were allegedly saw by the couple strolling about the car, but they were not observed conversing with Virginia. It was determined that neither the young man nor his girlfriend had anything to do with the 21-year-old's disappearance. A gas station attendant in the Texas city of Aubrey believed he saw Virginia in a yellow convertible 2 days after she vanished. A young woman and 2 men were with her. Then on June 11th, at a bus stop in DeQueen, Arkansas, a ticket agent noticed a young woman who looked like Virginia. She appeared anxious as she waited at the station, apparently chewing her lip and peering out the doors after getting off a bus from Texarkana. Afterwards, she departed with an older male who appeared to be in his mid-20s. The agent got a call shortly after this sighting from a woman inquiring as to whether Miss Virginia Carpenter was present. But all of this went unnoticed by the agent until the next day, when she noticed in the local media that Virginia had vanished. After identifying the 21-year-old from a photo and calling the police right away, she later questioned whether or not she had accurately recognized the young woman. Additionally, at Cerro Negro, Texas, a woman who appeared to be Virginia was observed. Many more sightings of Virginia have been reported across the nation. Not one of them, not even the ones that were just named, has ever been verified. Investigators pondered whether Virginia had ran off with another lover, and a number of Virginia's previous partners conjectured that this was likely the case because they saw how readily she fell in love. Nonetheless, her family thought the 21-year-old wouldn't walk away silently. Prior to her disappearance, Virginia was engaged, but she ended the relationship a few weeks before the wedding. Kenny Branham, her boyfriend at the moment, cleared a polygraph exam. Law enforcement disqualified him from the probe due to this and his lack of motivation. A vast search was conducted for Virginia, looking into wooded areas, creeks, storm drains, and abandoned wells. Authorities used both boats and airplanes, but they were never able to locate any evidence of Virginia. Her handbag has never been found, and her trunk held no information on her whereabouts. Since they were unable to identify a motive for Virginia's escape, law enforcement did not think that she fled on her own. She didn't owe anyone money, had no criminal record, and no envious ex-boyfriends or lovers to flee with. Additionally, she was not pregnant based on the results of her most recent medical examination, which was conducted not long before she vanished. A 3-by-1 wooden box was discovered in a smokehouse close to an abandoned farmhouse on October 18, 1959, approximately 7.5 miles northeast of Jefferson, Texas. There were human remains within, in particular, a woman's skeletal remains. The teeth did not match those of the 21-year-old, despite the fact that it was established that the bones belonged to a Caucasian girl with a shorter leg, which Virginia had. Virginia's taxi driver on the day she vanished, Jack Zachary, is still being investigated as a possible suspect. He was known for being violent and physically abusive, and he had a history of minor infractions. In 1957, he was also accused of attempting to rape a woman, but the victim requested that the police not pursue charges against him. Therefore, the allegations were dismissed. Even though Zachary's wife provided an alibi for him that night, saying he was with her starting at 10 p.m., she ultimately came out 10 years later and denied having given it to him. He acknowledged that he hadn't really been home until 2 or 3 in the morning, but she still maintained that he had been abusive to her and had made her make up an alibi. Zachary was never ruled out in connection with Virginia's case, despite the fact that he was questioned multiple times and passed 2 polygraph exams. 1984 saw his death. He was not connected to the disappearance by any hard evidence. There is a theory that Virginia was the victim of the Texarkana Phantom Killer, the same person who killed 5 young people in Texarkana and its environs in 1946, largely in lovers' lanes, during the Moonlight Killings. 3 of the victims knew Virginia, and the perpetrator has never been found or identified. But there's no proof that she ended up being one of the Phantom Killer's victims. A man came forward in 1998, telling authorities that he thought Virginia was killed and raped by 2 men soon after she vanished. He claimed that her body had been interred at a stock tank close to the university's campus in the dam. There were no remains or other pieces of evidence found when the dam was searched. By this point, both of the men who were identified as the culprits had passed away and were never made public. On June 1, 1948, at roughly 9:30 p.m., Mary Virginia Carpenter, then 21 years old, was last seen outside Brackenridge Hall at the Texas State College for Women in Denton. She is described as a 5'3", 120-pound white woman with brown hair and brown eyes. She limps from a past bone infection in her right hip and has an appendectomy scar on her abdomen. When May vanished, she was recuperating from a bad bout of sunburn, and she went by the moniker Jimmy. Her final known appearance was in a white dress with stripes of brown, red, and green, with silver buttons running down the front, a white straw hat with a flipped-up brim and a feather at the back, red leather platform shoes with a high heel, and a gold watch. She had a crimson purse on her person as well. Virginia will be 94 years old if she survives. Moving on to the next case. Mateusz Kowiecki. Mateusz Kowiecki, originally from Chutkov, a small hamlet in southeast Poland, had worked as a construction worker in Hanover, Germany for the previous 5 years of his life. He had been living with his father, who worked in the city as well, and had been in a long-distance relationship with his Polish fiancée before she became pregnant. On March 28, 2018, at approximately 11:30 p.m., Mateusz, 30, drove out in his 1998 BMW 525 with the goal of visiting his fiancée in Lipiagora, northwest Poland, as she was about to give birth. Mateusz was supposed to show up at his fiancée's house the next morning around 8 or 9 o'clock. There were about 402 miles of driving between Hanover and Lipiagora. Mateusz got a phone call from his father at 10:30 on March 29th. The 30-year-old explained that he had experienced heavy traffic and that a traffic accident had delayed him for 2 hours. He continued by saying that he was currently at the Polish-German border town of Zuskin and that he still had roughly 133 miles to travel. Mateusz texted his fiancée after he hung up to let her know he would be in for approximately 2 hours, but he never showed up at her house and was never heard from again. That evening, at about 5 o'clock in the evening, the 30-year-old's worried fiancée called his sister, who also lived in Hanover but couldn't get through to him. Mateusz's mother, who resided in Poland, then reported him missing to the police out of fear for his safety. However, the officers she spoke with advised her against it, saying they thought he would return shortly. However, the family was able to submit missing persons reports in Germany and Poland after a brief waiting period, and the inquiry got underway. German police dismissed the investigation right away, claiming that Polish detectives were in charge of it. However, this ultimately resulted in a slowdown of the investigation when Mateusz's family asked authorities to find his phone, only to be informed by Polish police that the 30-year-old's German SIM card prevented them from doing so. He vanished in Poland, according to German law enforcement, which further undermined their ability to complete this duty. Mateusz's father's account of his phone conversation with the 30-year-old was called into doubt shortly after detectives discovered that Mateusz's phone had never connected to a Polish network. This was finally explained, though, and it seems that Mateusz and his father did speak briefly over the phone on March 29th. Mateusz's family decided to start their own investigation into his disappearance because they were frustrated with the red tape that seemed to be impeding the probe. They conducted a street search, contacted nearby business owners for CCTV, and went around the community putting up the photo of their missing loved one and pleading with witnesses to come forward. Eventually, they turned up on TV, complaining about the police's lack of attention, communication, and advancement. Matthias' family didn't know what had happened to him for 6 months. Then, on September 12th, his mother's neighbor came over to talk to her about her barn, noticing that there was a terrible stink coming from it. It was said that the odor has been present since July. Although Matthias's mother couldn't find it, she thought it was a dead animal. The neighbor then volunteered to search for the monster by going up to the barn's attic area. She concurred. The neighbor discovered a stack of clothes and other stuff, including a rucksack, up in the attic. But when he looked more closely, he was shocked to see that he had discovered a body. He saw 2 nooses hanging from the roof when he looked up. The body had begun to decay quickly due to the summer's heat. Because of this, the head was separated from the body and was in such a bad condition that it was impossible to identify the corpse by sight alone. But Matthias's backpack was positively confirmed as being on the floor. It was only logical for law enforcement to deduce that the body belonged to the 30-year-old who went missing. A later definitive identification of the cadaver as Matthias was made. Authorities declared Matthias' death to be a suicide shortly after the body was discovered and returned his possessions to his family. Interestingly, his fiancée's house was the other way around from his mother's. Matthias' detached foot was discovered by his family 4 days later, still within his shoe, demonstrating how hurried and careless the investigation had been. It's also unclear why his missing foot wasn't mentioned during the autopsy. According to reports, it would have taken too much time for police authorities to check the barn extensively at the time the body was discovered. A further intriguing piece of evidence is that Matthias's teeth were knocked out and some of them were blood-stained on his clothes when he was discovered. There were also bloodstains on his clothes, and an orange juice box and a Polish water bottle filled with cigarette butts were inside his backpack. Matthias, meanwhile, wasn't a fan of orange juice. His car keys were not found with his wallet, despite the fact that these goods were discharged without analysis. In the years since his passing, his car has never been located, and its registration has never been picked up. His phone, which had one call to his uncle on March 30th, was also discovered with the body. But since it terminated within a few seconds and didn't have time to connect, it's thought to have been an inadvertent call. The call never reached his uncle. According to one prosecutor, detectives discovered multiple Polish public transportation tickets that were dated after the day he was thought to have died. Matthias' family stated that they utilized the barn all summer long and didn't detect the body, despite the fact that the attic was essentially visible from the ground floor. Since Matthias's body was discovered, his sister has charged the Polish police with being careless. Following their punishment for misconduct, 2 policemen have received no further discipline. German officials have also analyzed Matthias' phone, looked through security CCTV footage, and investigated his Hanover apartments, where they found his tablet. Authorities discovered that Matthias had lied to his family on March 28th and 29th thanks to this evidence. He wasn't in his car and wasn't even close to where he claimed to be when he told his father where he was. Clutched receipts from his backpack revealed he was, in fact, still in Germany at the time. The 30-year-old traveled by train to Frankfurt an der Oder, a German border town, on March 28th. From there, it is assumed that he walked to Słowbis, a Polish town. It had been almost a day since he had informed his family that he was already in Poland. He and another individual checked into a motel in Słowbis. It's unknown if this individual has been located and questioned. Matthias took the train to Warsaw the next day, and from there the bus to Zamość, which was near his hamlet. He reached Zamość at midnight, however it's unclear how he got back. Matthias's automobile has still not been found as of 2021. He never deregistered the car or transferred ownership, according to the records. Furthermore, toxicological testing has never been performed on his body, and it's still unknown when exactly he passed away. Even though investigators determined that Matthias committed himself, there are still a lot of unanswered mysteries regarding his case. What was the reason for his tooth loss? His automobile is where? Why did two nooses exist? He didn't drink the orange juice, so why did he have a bottle of it? Why had he gone to the hotel, and with whom? How in the world did his family miss his body in the attic? And why did they not look into the stench more thoroughly? We don't know if we will ever find the answers at this stage. Moving on to the next case. The Thompson family. In 1996, 40-year-old Everett Arthur Thompson was regarded as a philanthropic, devoted, and diligent spouse and parent. He was born in March 1956 to Herman and Earlene Thompson in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was the second oldest of 6 children. He was a gifted trombone player in the Hampton Institute School Band in high school and an athlete. After that, he relocated to Chicago, where he met Lydia White while working for a company that manufactured steel. After being married in 1982, the pair stayed in the Chicago region. Everett Jr., age 11, and Andrew, age 8, were their 2 children. In the end, Everett Sr. quit his work to follow his dreams of becoming a restaurant owner and opened Eat & Company on Chicago's Lawrence Avenue and 71st Street. The Eat represented his name. The family was well established in their residence in the 8100 block of South Rhodes Avenue, and their peaceful, friendly demeanor was well known to the neighbors. They also tended to keep to themselves. However, things changed when Lydia's brother Kenneth moved in with them in February 1996. He had just served his sentence for sexual assault and was out of prison. It was known that he had a lengthy criminal past, including 2 burglary convictions and 4 sexual assault convictions. Living with her father was not ideal, but Lydia did have a place to call home. The property had been bequeathed equally to Lydia, her brother, and Phyllis, the pair's New Mexico residing sister. She was therefore unable to just throw Kenneth out of the house. Kenneth was by all accounts unwelcome by the Thompson family, a belligerent and abrasive man who had only caused trouble since arriving. Everett's brother-in-law was characterized by his family as a freeloading house guest. Lydia dialed 911 on July 3, 1996, after Kenneth had threatened to kill her with an axe. Lieutenant Robert Harsheimer of the Chicago Police Department stated that when law enforcement officials reached the area to defuse the situation, they discovered it was peaceful and quiet. According to Harsheimer, there was no continuous issue. Nothing very noteworthy. The quiet prevented the police from making any arrests. Then, on July 5th, 2 days later, Herman Thompson contacted his son when he was at the restaurant. The two spoke briefly before Lydia called Everett. She desperately pleaded with her husband to return home, saying that she had locked herself in the bedroom and that Kenneth had followed her throughout the house with an axe. In order to go home, Everett quickly told his father about the phone call and hung up. It was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when one of his staff members noticed him leave the restaurant. Everett and the other Thompson family members were never seen again after that. 2 hours later, Kenneth came into the restaurant to inform a manager that Everett had been taken into custody after a vehicle accident. Without providing any further details, he departed once more and got into Everett's van. Just before Kenneth left, the manager saw that his white trainers had crimson streaks on them. After not hearing from the family since July 5th, 12 days later on July 17th, Everett's parents, who were still living in Philadelphia, requested that the Chicago police do a welfare check on them. Officers searched the family's residence, but were unable to locate the Thompsons. Kenneth was the one who responded. The family had moved to Philadelphia. He informed the cops. It's puzzling that detectives didn't probe this further, given that Everett's parents, who live in Philadelphia, were the ones who first got in touch with them. Officers didn't look into it further because they believed the Thompsons had taken the family vehicle on their trip because it was also missing. They believed that there was no proof of foul play at this time. Kenneth provided several different versions of the family's whereabouts throughout the course of the following few weeks. He mentioned that they had traveled to Philadelphia by bus, that they had traveled by bus to Minneapolis, or that they had traveled to Hawaii. Even though he didn't bother to verify his account, law enforcement did not intervene. Kenneth was ultimately taken into custody while operating the Thompson family van. Because he had forged Lydia's signature on a check, he was caught. Officers failed to draw the connection between Kenneth's driving the van and his prior assertion that family members had used the vehicle to travel to Philadelphia. He was therefore never questioned again at this time, and the van was never examined or searched. Everett's parents, fed up with the police's lack of interest in the matter, traveled to Chicago in search of clarification. They looked into the disappearance on their own and talked to Eat and Company staff members, but they were unable to uncover any fresh information. When they were unable to find anything useful, they went back to the police and asked them to look into the matter. At that point, the manager of the restaurant where Kenneth had spoken on July 5th disclosed their brief conversation to the police. However, Everett's arrest or involvement in an accident that day were not documented by the detectives. After investigating the case further, police found that Kenneth had faked the signatures of both of his sisters in order to sell their father's property after the Thompsons vanished. A state inspector who had seen the house just before it was sold noted that the kitchen floor had been totally torn out and that one bathroom bathtub and toilet had been painted crimson. Officers who had reacted to Lydia's 911 call on July 3rd had inspected the property at the time and noted the kitchen floor was intact, and there were no red bathroom fixtures, leading them to assume that these changes had been made after the family vanished. But the new owners had already moved in and started destroying the house for remodeling when law enforcement discovered that it was illegal. Kenneth was interviewed multiple times throughout the course of the ensuing weeks and months, but the police never had sufficient evidence to make an arrest. He relocated to a caravan in Gary, Indiana, not long after his father's house was sold. About a year after the family had disappeared, in July 1997, Kenneth's caravan was investigated by the FBI. They discovered a pair of men's tennis sneakers inside. One of the children's socks was under the crawl area. Test results indicated that the blood on both was human after it was dyed. Additionally, it was found that Kenneth had sold the van belonging to the Thompson family to a salvage yard, and that the van had been compacted, erasing any possible evidence. November 1997, a few months later, saw Kenneth's arrest for not registering as a sex offender. After being freed, he was detained once more for bank fraud the next month. He had written a check for more than $13,000 under Lydia's name. Assistant U.S. Attorney Jacqueline Ross, the prosecution, stated that Kenneth had killed the Thompson family with an axe at the court hearing regarding his fraud charges. The surrounding circumstances offer compelling evidence, she added. The accused person killed his sister, her spouse, and their 2 kids. The government maintains that although bank fraud is the offense, the murders were committed in furtherance of that crime. The prosecution and investigators have proposed the notion that Lydia and Kenneth's father's property became available to them during Kenneth's prison sentence. His sister and her family had already moved in by the time he was freed. Kenneth made the decision to kill the family in order to obtain what he wanted, maybe because he was angry about having to share the house, or maybe he was just interested in the money he could make from selling it. Kenneth committed suicide on December 25, 1997, at 4 a.m, while confined to his jail cell in the Federal Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago, using a bedsheet. He didn't leave any instructions or clues that could point detectives in the direction of the Thompson family's remains. Although the family was killed between July 5th and July 6th, 1996, according to law enforcement, there was never enough evidence to prosecute Kenneth White. Regretfully, if authorities had taken action sooner, there may have been evidence. The investigation might have been hampered by the fact that it took 12 days before they were ever reported missing. There was no indication of human remains in either Kenneth's caravan or the family house. There is still no explanation for the Thompson family's disappearance. Moving on to the next case. Felicia McGuire. On October 7, 2007, 32-year-old Felicia McGuire disappeared, leaving her friends and family in shock. The last place witnesses saw her alive was in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston. The police conducted extensive investigations and large-scale searches. She was never found, though. Her disappearance occurred under odd circumstances, and the police were notified of suspicious activities involving a person of interest. However, the investigation was quickly concluded, leaving Felicia's loved ones without any closure. Welcome back to Mystery Detective, the place where mysteries remain unanswered. We want to look at Felicia McGuire's mysterious disappearance today. It took 15 years for this case to be resolved, and justice was finally served in 2023. Before we go any further, if you're new to the channel or haven't subscribed yet, do so. Your support will motivate us to keep creating films for you like this one. That stated, without further ado, let's get straight into this mystery. The southern part of the city is home to the Dorchester neighborhood in Boston, Massachusetts. Almost 6 square miles make up the entire land area, making it the largest neighborhood in Boston. In Dorchester, there are more than 90,000 residents of many ethnic backgrounds, such as African Americans, Vietnamese Americans, Caribbean Americans, and Irish Americans. The Boston neighborhood of Dorchester is now growing quickly due to new residential and commercial building. This is the region in which the case under review occurs. Felicia McGuire was born in the charming city of Dorchester in 1975. It is unknown who her father is, although Sharon McGuire was her mother when she was growing up. Felicia grew up in a happy, loving, and humorous home during her early years. In 1997, she gave birth to her lone child, Nicholas Fahey. Nicholas became the center of her existence with the birth of her son. Nicholas's father's identity and the circumstances surrounding his death were unclear. Felicia was never away from Dorchester. Despite the challenges and setbacks life threw at her, she stayed there with her beloved kid and her mother, creating a happy and caring household. Felicia had a romantic involvement with a man named David Pena over time. She and him were also housemates. Felicia was a single parent, but it didn't stop her from being devoted to her child's well-being. She worked non-stop to provide her child with the best life imaginable. She went above and above to provide her son the support and care he needed. Felicia McGuire was a selfless and caring mother who put her child's needs ahead of her own. The difficulties in life never broke her spirit. Unfortunately, on October 7, 2007, Felicia McGuire vanished without a trace, ending her mother's hopes and dreams of seeing her kid succeed and become a wonderful member of society. The 32-year-old loving mother was last observed in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts, where she resided. She was last seen on Rixton Street going about her business, but no one knows what happened to her. Felicia's mother, Sharon, was horrified to learn that her daughter had vanished. And things got worse when it became unclear where Felicia was. She searched through phone books and any possible contact she could think of, but her efforts were in vain. Felicia's friends and family worried more and more as the days went by because she never spoke with them. On October 18, 2007, after a 10-day period, Sharon McGuire formally reported her daughter missing. Her disappearance prompted the Boston Police Department to launch an inquiry right away. They quickly discovered that Felicia had stopped talking to her cherished son and other family members, and that her behavior was abnormal. This made others wonder if she had been the victim of a horrific crime. Felicia's family was quite worried about her safety and well-being because it was not in her nature to disappear without anyone. They pondered what had happened to her and where she could be. The residual uncertainty concerning her destiny had to be faced by her son and family. Law enforcement officials worked very hard as the inquiry went on to try to uncover any information that would lead them to the answer. To put together a timeline of Felicia's last known movements, police spoke with neighbors, acquaintances, and family members. The neighborhood, including any nearby woods and bodies of water, was thoroughly searched in an attempt to locate the missing woman. As the days grew into weeks, and those weeks into months, Felicia's family grew increasingly concerned. Their constant concern was the whereabouts of their beloved mother and daughter. Her disappearance also disturbed the Boston Police Department. In November 2013, they shared images of Felicia McGuire on social media in an attempt to gather any information that might help return her home safely due to the lack of information. In the social media posts, they provided a detailed description of her. The police highlighted her personal attributes, such as her height, weight, hair color, and eye color, and expressed serious concerns for her safety and well-being. Felicia was a beautiful woman with piercing, vibrant eyes and chestnut brown hair. She had a medium frame, weighing about 140 pounds, and stood slender at 5 feet 2 inches. Felicia had been absent for over 6 arduous years, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance became more intricate with every passing day. Her body had never been found, even after a great deal of time and money had been spent looking for leads. Nevertheless, a number of witnesses' accounts of Felicia's disappearance remained doubtful after the 2013 Facebook post. The police were informed by an unidentified witness that David Pina, Felicia McGuire's live-in lover, showed up at his door early on October 7, 2007, seeking for a trip to his mother's Devon Street home. The witness claimed to have lived below Pina and Felicia's flat. Blood on his clothes was observed by the neighbor. However, Pina had stated at the time that Felicia had stabbed him with scissors. Still, the blood on Pina's shirt hinted at much more horrific events. The witness stated that Pina told him that he had violently shoved Felicia against the wall during their altercation, causing her head to hit the bed or dresser. Subsequently, Pina expressed uncertainty about her survival and appeared indifferent to her destiny. Pina was still being observed by the witness. He said that Pina had swelling in her right hand as well. Pina replied that Felicia had struck him with a baseball bat when asked why. A few days later, 2 other witnesses claimed to have seen Pina come back to the flat that same evening. They said that that day, about 3 or 4 in the morning, Payne came home with another man and went upstairs. They reappeared after a while, hauling down the stairs a blanket that might have held Felicia McGuire's body. When the 2 witnesses tried to help, they were ordered to mind their own business and turned away. To further cloud the picture, a second witness stated that in 2007, he had lent Pina his 2005 Chevy Impala in return for drugs, and that year he had returned it with the back seat completely cleaned and broken. These unsettling clues cast doubt on what truly happened to Felicia McGuire and prompted the authorities to suspect David Pina as the investigation progressed. Investigators questioned David Pina about the matter right away. They also learned that he and Felicia had a turbulent past. Pina informed detectives that, during Felicia McGuire's disappearance, he was her live-in lover, and that their relationship was anything from simple. The police questioned Pina since he had previously told the first witness who had called in that he and Felicia had gotten into a violent brawl at their flat. Then he acknowledged that Felicia had stabbed him in the shoulder when she assaulted him with a pair of scissors. In response, Pina fled the flat to seek refuge at his mother's place. However, upon returning a few days later, he discovered something unexpected. Felicia was gone, and her possessions had been pilfered. Because Pina did not provide any damning statements, and there was no evidence against him during the interrogation, the detectives were compelled to release Pina. After that, Felicia's death inquiry became a tortuous trip with many twists and turns that ultimately led to every conceivable dead end. Every lead was followed up on, every piece of evidence was scrutinized, yet the case got colder by the day. Felicia's friends and family were in unbearable pain and were in desperate need of an explanation for her disappearance. The beloved mother Felicia McGuire vanished in 2007, and her whereabouts have been the subject of speculation and rumors for years. New optimism was sparked in 2017 when the FBI searched a highly forested region of West Roxbury. Days of covert investigation were followed by no information being given to the media, leaving people to wonder what had led the officials to that spot. In the end, the truth was revealed. In fact, the search was connected to Felicia's disappearance, and the investigation was a crucial step in the lengthy process of discovering the truth. During the search, a witness came forward and shockingly revealed to the detectives that in 2007 David Pina had asked for help getting things out of his flat, including a bulky rolled-up carpet. He continued by saying that before sped off, Pina and his accomplice had put Felicia's body in the trunk of a car. This was witnessed by someone who said that he suspected right away that a body was wrapped in the blanket and carpet. Sadly, his presumptions were correct. Pina was eventually able to bring Felicia's body into a wooded location with a parking lot, where they dumped Felicia's body with the witness's help. The only thing standing in the way of the investigators finishing the case was locating Felicia's body's disposal site. Nevertheless, despite multiple leads and witnesses, the answer to this seemed to be a mystery that would never be solved. The witness left the area before finding out what had happened to her remains. The witness's lack of knowledge of Boston made matters worse, since she was unable to provide any ideas as to where the body might have been disposed of. McGuire's family and loved ones had been given a frustratingly inadequate picture of the crime, and the prosecutor was unable to bring them closure. A few years later, on January 14, 2023, David Pina was apprehended at the Baker County Detention Center in Florida by the Boston Police Department's fugitive team. Pina had an outstanding warrant from Suffolk Superior Court for cocaine trafficking, and he was wanted by Dorchester District Court on a murder charge pertaining to Felicia's case. More than 15 years ago, Felicia vanished from Roxton Street in Dorchester, leaving her little boy behind. Because of Pina's arrest, her family and friends who have been searching for her for a long time might now finally have some answers. Pina appeared in court on February 15, 2023, to be arraigned on the charges brought against him. The case has garnered national attention after more than 15 years of uncertainty and suffering, and this most recent breakthrough has reignited hopes of finding Felicia's remains. There is now some hope for Felicia McGuire's family. Police have grounds to think that her remains are still someplace in the Boston area, even though her corpse was never found. With the announcement of an arrest, an investigation that had been unresolved for some time has now received some closure. Though it was unable to bring their beloved Felicia back, Felicia's family and friends may finally rest easy knowing that someone will be held accountable for her terrible abduction. Eventually, we trust, justice shall be served. Pina is due to appear in court and is probably going to stand trial shortly. During this difficult time, our condolences and thoughts are with Felicia's friends and family. We can only pray that they find some comfort and peace as they continue to heal from this unfathomable catastrophe. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Kelly and Workman. Everyone knew who the criminals were when Kelly and Workman was discovered, yet it took 35 years for someone to come forward and dare accuse the bullies responsible. Stanley and Joan Workman, farmers, welcomed Kelly and into the world in 1965. They lived in Seymour, Missouri's Douglas County. Stanley spent 19 years working at Daco Corporate, but his true passion was farming and taking care of his dairy herd. Mark and Pam Workman were Kelly's two siblings. Ames, her infant brother, Matthew Workman, died at a young age. She was a peaceful, well-mannered kid who lived with her parents. She had blonde hair and green eyes. Kelly frequently performed garden and house maintenance for local Dogwood residents. For around 3 years, she manicured the Dogwood Cemetery's lawn. In this region, it was not unusual for a young lady to take care of a cemetery and for her to work late into the night. She was not afraid of the graveyard. However, it turned into a nightmare for her family on June 30th, 1989, when Kelly just vanished while working late into the night. Kelly's parents thought she was running a bit late at first, but as supper time drew near and she was unable to be found, they started to get worried. Their daughter was not usually out this late without warning. Shauna Beebe, Kelly's cousin, recalls that day very clearly when Joan Workman hurried to their house in a panic, alerting Kelly's uncle and father of her disappearance. The days that followed were characterized by an intensely emotional and chaotic event. Family and friends came together, organizing search teams and clinging to hope as each hour went by. Their concern turned into worry, and they called the police. A massive search that covered Douglas County started. Kelly's last known sighting was at 5:40 p.m. while she was cutting the lawn at Douglas County's Dogwood Cemetery. This is close to her place of employment, the Southern Baptist Church. At the intersection of Z and Highway 14, her uncle saw her working diligently, but by 6:15, he was unable to see her anymore, so she either departed or was taken somewhere else. Kelly's sister Pam Workman lived roughly 200 miles away in Kansas City, Missouri, at the time. The 22-year-old was going about her day. She was unable to fathom the catastrophe that would befall her family. A knock on Pam's flat door on July 1st disturbed her morning routine. Her aunt and uncle were standing there, worried expressions on their faces. They brought the breaking news that Kelly was missing, which would change Pam's life irrevocably. Even though Pam's travel back to Douglas County wasn't very long, it seemed to go on forever. Every mile served as an agonizing reminder of her sister's absence and the family's impending uncertainty. The laborer family gathered in prayer and concern for Kelly's whereabouts for several days. The fact that barely 2/3 of the lawn had been mowed and Kelly's keys were in the ignition of the car was the most perplexing thing. The lawnmower was switched off, but still fully fueled. She was interrupted, the detectives concluded, and was not to be robbed. It's possible she was abducted. Heartbreak overwhelmed the relief when Kelly was eventually located. Sadly for Kelly's family, a week after her kidnapping, her body was found. Kelly was 24 years old. Over 10 miles after her last sighting, in the Mark Twain National Forest near Oldfield, her body was found submerged in a creek. For two of Kelly's uncles who were present at the moment, the revelation was especially terrifying. Authorities were unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of the speed at which her body decomposed. After taking an X-ray of her, they discovered no signs of a head injury or bullet wounds. They surmised that she had probably passed away on the evening of June 30th or July 1st. AM often believed that her sister's case did not receive the attention it required. Her grief and annoyance were further exacerbated by this feeling of neglect. Still, optimism lingered. Pam held fast to the hope that justice would eventually be done, not just for Kelly, but for all the families that suffer because of a cold case. Pam was adamant that Kelly was a victim of excessive knowledge. She may have heard something regarding money or illegal substances while working at Dogwood store on certain days. This also provides motive. The offender felt compelled to silence her. Although Pam feels that the police did not do much, there was another issue with the investigation. They lacked the means to prosecute the 3 suspects they had. They provided alibis during the interrogation. During a conference on July 10, 1989, law enforcement officials acknowledged that they lacked physical leads in this case. Participants in the conference included members from the Missouri State Highway Patrol's Springfield and Willow Springs offices, as well as the sheriff's departments of Christian County and Douglas County. They just did not have enough evidence, even with all their resources together. The laborers openly called on people to take action and pleaded with any witnesses to come forward. On July 13, 1989, they made a $10,000 incentive offer. When Kelly went missing, they had first offered it, but now they were asking people to come forward with knowledge about what had happened to her tragically. For months into the investigation, on October 20th, the Douglas County Sheriff acknowledged that not much had changed. The department eliminated circumstances, evidence, and suspects as it carried out its inquiry. On the case, they possessed nothing. When the workmen's made a tiny progress, they felt hope. On December 30th, 1989, Joan Workman, Kelly's mother, was sporadically reviewing the day's events with her family. She received a crucial piece of information from a friend or member of another family that they had either forgotten or failed to disclose. For days after Kelly was kidnapped, a friend of Kelly's contacted to report that they had seen a man at the workman's house the afternoon Kelly vanished. Unfortunately, neither the witness nor the intruder was identified, but at least it indicated that someone had witnessed something. This was a really interesting turn of events. Due to threats and coercion, this person never reported anything to the police. Kelly was most likely someone Kelly knew well, since Jones firmly felt that if the offender had been a stranger, Kelly would have fought back. However, the month soon became a year. Another statement was published by the sheriff's office. They were sure that Kelly's case would be resolved, since there was someone out there who had vital information. Leonard Dwight Banks and Bobby Lee Banks, the notorious Banks brothers of the area, were the prime suspects. Bobby Lee Banks was given a polygraph test in August 1990 at the Missouri State Highway Patrol's request. It should come as no surprise that he failed the exam, which his lawyer said was caused by a lack of feeling. Their lawyer advised them not to make any public statements at the time because of the intense media attention. The police also requested that his brother, Dwight Banks, submit to a polygraph examination. The brothers lived in Seymour and had been seen about town. Dwight consented to take the polygraph exam, during which the researcher asked him 3 key questions. First of all, did he murder Kelly and Workman? Does he then know who killed her? Finally, did he appear to be under the effect of illicit substances? Unlike his brother, Dwight said no to every inquiry, and the examiner concluded that he was telling the truth. Additionally, the police learned that on the day Kelly vanished, a young male was spotted in the cemetery. Later in the day, the burned-out truck belonged to this man. This man was probably involved, and his friends burned the truck and threatened him. For a while, everything was silent. 2 years later, in October 1992, Joan received a call from an elderly person who identified herself as a lady. This person thought Kelly Ann's death was related to the woman and her partner, a licensed narcotic dealer. The caller's name was never discovered, and the woman and her boyfriend had alibis. Thus, this seeming lead was meaningless. However, in the interim, White's former partner revealed that he had requested her to provide an alibi on the night Kelly Ann died. Authorities were still in the dark 6 years after Kelly and Workman's decomposing body was found. According to Christian County Sheriff Steve Whitney, there were no findings from a grand jury probe. Stanley Workman, Kelly's father, thought more than one person was involved in her kidnapping and murder, but he had no evidence. When a fresh lead surfaced in the middle of July 1995, the investigation was reopened. Sheriff Whitney hinted that he had suspects, but he would not elaborate. Whitney underlined the difficulty of assembling a strong case, despite his confidence in knowing the identity of the attacker. Another interesting lead emerged as the investigation went on. Additionally, Bobby and Dwight Banks were named as suspects in Kelly's murder by July 1996. Kelly was working at the Dogwood store a few hours before she was abducted, as Dwight Banks had admitted to seeing her with his brother Bobby. However, he claimed that neither his brother nor he was involved in our tragedy or the kidnapping. Actually, he and Bob were having fried chicken at his house when she had vanished. Investigators had good grounds to suspect that Dwight had used illegal drugs, like Valium or relaxants, to help him pass the polygraph exam that his brother had failed. While Kelly's case was going through all of this, on July 16, 1996, a bomb was discovered at the Workman's residence. The explosive was defused by police, the Jefferson City Bomb Squad, and officers from both counties. On Joan's car's hood was where the explosive was discovered. It was found at 5:30 a.m. with a menacing writing on it. When the squad set the bomb's timer off at midday, they discovered no explosive materials. It was just supposed to frighten the family. Rita Sanders, a 17-year law enforcement veteran, thought she knew who killed Kelly and Workman. They assisted in disposing of the body. 2 were from Seymour, and the 3rd was from a rural area near Fordland. She mentioned that just before Kelly vanished, 2 suspects were spotted close to the crime scene. Rita thought they had the case solved, but time and manipulated evidence made her dubious they would ever face justice. Remarkably, Rita was let go from the force in that same year. Rita informed the laborers that as Kelly valiantly struggled for her life, a witness observed her being violently placed into a pickup. When a man from Ava came forward and admitted to the crime in December 1998, things really got going. He also named 2 other males as suspects, but no one was taken into custody. Wiley Belt was an accomplice and witness. DNA testing warrants were served to Dwight Banks in Seymour and Wiley Belt in Fordland on June 9, 1999, in relation to Kelly and Workman's death. However, neither guy was charged or detained, and the test results were never made public. In an interview, Wiley Belt said he didn't know the Banks brothers and that he wasn't terrified of the testing. He claimed that since he saw Kelly at the Dogwood store that day, someone must have noticed him there. Thus, the case was forgotten for many years. No fresh leads were available. A few of the cops who were involved retired, and the photographic proof was destroyed. While grocery shopping, Kelly's sister Pam once ran into Dwight Banks. He wanted to get into a fight with her because it was a bad experience. Kelly and Workman's case was given to investigators Christopher Holland and Leslie Albrecht in 2021. The case has long been regarded as open. The two were employed by the Senior Services Bureau of Special Investigations and the Department of Health at the time. In southwest Missouri, they were given caseloads related to dependent adult abuse and elder abuse. Albrecht and Holland did not have a meeting with the eyewitnesses until the second year of their investigation. In the end, they contributed vital information that strengthened the case against Belt and Bank brothers. Soon after this information was made public, an indictment was filed. However, Stanley Workman died on September 11, 2022, before he could witness the offenders being brought to justice. A Douglas County grand jury indicted Leonard Dwight Banks of Gainesville, 64, and Bobby Banks, 65, on February 20, 2024. Furthermore, Ava's 64-year-old Wiley Belt is responsible for Kelly and Workman's 1989 murder, assault, and kidnapping. Each of the men had a $250,000 cash bail that kept them detained at the Douglas County Jail. At their arraignments, the three men entered not guilty pleas. Attorneys attempted to persuade the court to grant Dwight Banks some mercy in light of his diabetes and pancreatic cancer struggles. Since all three of the charges are first-degree offenses, the maximum sentence for each is life in prison. Nicky Verstappen. The time for summer camp was drawing near, and Nicky Verstappen wasn't sure he wanted to go or not. He didn't travel the previous year because he was afraid of being homesick, and his parents were in favor of him staying at home. Summer times were spent at home in the southern Dutch town of Hay-Bloem by Nicky Verstappen's preference. In this manner, he could go see friends whenever he wanted, play games with Fem, his younger sister, Kay, or cuddle, and show his dog lots of love. Every time he left the house for summer camp, he would always miss his dog. Nicky Verstappen felt compelled to attend summer camp in 1998, despite his reservations about the idea. He sensed that he was no longer 10 years old. At 11 years old, he was maturing. He told his mother that he wasn't sure about summer camp, and she reassured him, telling him he would have a great time there. With his best friend attending as well, Nicky thought everything would work out. Nicky Verstappen finished packing his essentials after deciding to go, making sure to include his go-to red and white pajamas, official apparel from Fathakajak, his beloved Amsterdam soccer team. Given his fondness for all things related to Ajax emblem and colors, it was given to him as a Christmas present. Actually, from red to white, Nicky Verstappen's room was primarily decorated with Ajax elements. On the first day of summer camp, Nicky packed his things, took one last glance at his room, and headed out. Sadly, he would never again be able to view the poster of Jerry Litmanen that had been up against his room's wall. On March 13, 1987, Nicky Verstappen was born in Hebelheim, a district in Limburg, the Netherlands, to Peter and Bertie Verstappen. He was the oldest of two children and came from a loving home. Nicky enjoyed playing with Femke, his younger sister. Living in a tiny town of 800, Nicky would regularly ride his bike around his hometown of Hay-Bloem. This helped him become well known. He was regarded as a laid-back young man who was nice. He was also seen as a content and mature young man. His mother called him sporty and impulsive. It was difficult to think about Nicky Verstappen at the time without thinking of the Amsterdam football squad. Nicky was an ardent Ajax supporter who never missed a game. It was reported that Nicky was a skilled football player and that he had played the game himself. When the time came for the 8 to 12-year-olds' annual summer camp, Nicky Verstappen and 36 other students from his school boarded a bus and traveled to Brunsum, 45 minutes away from Hebelheim, to attend the children's summer camp that was being held on the Dehi Corp camping grounds on the Brunsummerheide. Every child in Hay-Bloem was known to have the opportunity to attend this summer camp each year. Nicky Verstappen was a little let down when his best friend abruptly withdrew and made the decision to stay home, even though he had encouraged him to go. But Nicky made the decision to continue attending the summer program. He said goodbye to his pal and remained on the bus. When the kids arrived at the Dehi-Kop camping area, they were split up into their different tent groups. 10 tents were assigned to each of the 37 children, and the 12 camp leaders shared the 4 tents that remained. It was customary for each group at camp to give its tent a name. Their team was likewise called by the same name. Nicky Verstappen called his tent Night Riders, and he shared it with 4 other lads his age who were his buddies. The first day of summer camp was full of games and team-building exercises, just as his mother had promised. They all gathered around a campfire later that evening, when one of the leaders told spooky ghost stories. The camp leaders ate and drank until midnight, while the children were ordered to bed at around 10 o'clock. Summer camp got off to a wonderful start. Everyone went to bed in their tents for the night, excited for what was sure to be an amazing day filled with lots of fun activities scheduled for the next day, August 10th, 1998, at around 5 in the morning. A tent mate of Nicky Verstappen awoke to use the loo. Nicky and the other tent mates were still asleep at that point. Another youngster from the Night Riders tent woke up at around 6 in the morning and discovered Nicky Verstappen was gone. Their first assumption was that he had used the loo, but when the trumpet for breakfast was blown 2 hours later, at 8 in the morning, and Nicky was still nowhere to be seen, his other campers started to worry. Then, they reported to their camp authorities that Nicky had left their tents in 6 a.m. and had not come back. Searches for Nicky Verstappen spread across the campsite, involving both camp officials and campers. They yelled out his name and looked everywhere for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. The leaders believed that Nicky Verstappen had run away because he had expressed doubt about attending summer camp. At that point, he called his parents in Hebloem to inform them that he had vanished from the campsite and that they were unable to find him. Nicky's parents were shocked to learn this. Bertie Verstappen, his mother, realized something wasn't quite right. She is aware that her son was anxious about leaving the house in the first place, and that he would never choose to leave the camp without telling anyone. That he would venture out on his own was absurd. In order to find their kid, Bertie and Peter hurriedly departed Hiberlum and made their way to the campsite. Nicky's shoes were still in the tent when Bertie arrived at the campsite. She received the impression that he would have worn his shoes if he had intended to flee. Nicky's parents then accompanied the camp leaders in their frantic search for their son, screaming out his name all throughout the campsite, but sadly, they got no response. By noon, they decided to give the cops a call. By later afternoon, the search party had expanded considerably. A large number of volunteers showed there, most of whom being friends and family from Hebloem and the nearby town of Brunson. They alternated between waiting at Nicky's tent and exploring the nearby fields and bushes to see whether Nicky was there. The search team searched desperately for Nicky. The police conducted extensive questioning of all the camp leaders and visited all the nearby residences to inquire if any inhabitants had maybe seen an 11-year-old boy, but they were unable to obtain any information. Despite the search party's lack of urgency, Nicky's family felt that something was badly wrong. All they could gather was that Nicky Verstappen had wandered off alone from the tent and lost his way through the forest. They expected him to be discovered alive and well, and thought he was all right. It seemed that the search day was among the hottest of the entire 1998 summer. The 95-degree weather added to the exhaustion of the quest. While some camp counselors kept the children busy with activities, others took turns searching for Nicky. The children were ordered back to their tents as if nothing had happened, and in the evening, the military was called in to assist with the search. The searchers and military vehicles were calling Nicky's name wildly into the night as they slept. The camp leaders decided that if Nicky was still missing by Tuesday morning, there was no longer a need to camp if one of them went missing. They then made the decision to call off the camp. All the children were loaded onto a bus and sent back to Hiberlum, while the search group continued to look farther. It became increasingly evident that Nicky Verstappen did not flee as they continued their search for him. Along with employing their canines, the police also deployed a plane to conduct an aerial search of the encampment. Nicky was nowhere to be found, and by dusk the search group was running out of daylight. At last, on Tuesday, August 11th, 1998, at approximately 9 o'clock at night, Nicky Verstappen's uncle, who was accompanying the search group, saw something lying behind a little pine tree. As he approached, he noticed 11-year-old Nicky Verstappen's lifeless body. Less than a mile from the campsite on the Schinwaldeweg in Landgraf, Nicky was discovered in a pine wood. He was nude from the waist up, dressed in his red Ajax pajama trousers and blue knickers. He had taken his Christmas present from the previous year, a pair of pajamas trousers, and flipped them inside out, front to back. Although Nikki suffered a head wound, it did not initially appear to be severe enough to have contributed to his demise. Nikki had clean feet, even though he was discovered near farms and shrubs in a pine grove. It appeared that he did not stroll to the location where he was discovered. Many thought he had been killed someplace else, and that his body had been transported to the location where he was discovered. Nicky Verstappen was discovered close to a parking area that was well known for being a meeting place for gay males to have covert sex. Apart from that, there was not much room to move. Nicky Verstappen's body was removed from the campsite around midnight and sent to a mortuary in Mystique, which was roughly 30 minutes distant. The residents of High Bloem united to help Nicky's family set together a memorial service. 1 week after Johnny left for summer camp, on Saturday, August 15, 1998, there was a memorial service at High Bloem sports fields. Given how well-known Nicky was in High Bloem, 600 people showed out for his burial. At his funeral, his affection for Ajax was acknowledged. The red Ajax flag was draped over his coffin, something he would have cherished. His family was devastated and in a state of shock. They would never be the same. Nicky's parents felt bad about pushing their kid to attend summer camp, even though he had told them he didn't know what to expect from the trip. Nicky Verstappen's killer? His family desired clarification and satisfaction. It was clear that someone had to be held responsible for the deaths of their brother and son, but the police had no leads at all. Upon realizing that Nicky was not likely to have left with an unknown person, the police conducted additional interviews with the camp leaders. Sadly, nothing was found that could shed light on the matter. Nicky was examined post-mortem 3 days after he passed away. Nicky's family was forced to wait 2 months for the autopsy results because he was killed during the summer during the holidays. Nicky Verstappen was drugged, and the post-mortem report claims that his body had evidence of sexual abuse. The medical examiner, however, was unable to ascertain the cause of death. As a result, a second autopsy was performed, and the findings were consistent with the first. Nicky may or may not have been sexually assaulted, but the cause of his death was unknown. There was insufficient evidence to conclusively prove that suffocation was the cause of his death, despite the suggestion that it was. After Nicky was killed, a thorough investigation was conducted, but the case went cold and would not be solved for 20 years. The proof that the police have to be used. A tissue with semen and a cigarette button and beer bottle cap were found at the parking lot, around 100 yards from where Nicky Verstappen was discovered. After that, the forensics put together a DNA profile of someone who wasn't Nicky. Though since individuals frequently met in the parking lot and had sex in the woods, it was not certain that the tissue had anything to do with Nicky's murder case. The Netherlands National Forensics Institute established a DNA database in 1997, the same year that Nicky Verstappen was killed. DNA testing was the latest forensic technology at the time, and there were some limitations on the tests. Furthermore, the prosecutor and not the police might be in charge of any DNA testing that was done on the database. The police at the time lacked both their own database and direct access to the national database without the prosecutor's permission. This makes it more difficult and time-consuming to find a killer immediately. For the purpose of investigating Nicky Verstappen's murder, 40 men's DNA samples were collected. Among the guys were camp leaders, a few men from a nearby campsite, and other men who were visiting the region when Nicky passed away. But none of the DNA matched the profile identified in the crime scene tissue. The detectives were unable to rule out semen even in the event that the tissue they had recovered was likely a remnant of a sexual encounter unrelated to Nicky's death. A single hair that matched Nicky's color was discovered in the trunk of a car that belonged to one of the camp commanders, which gave investigators optimism later on in the inquiry. However, it was found that the hair sample did not belong to Nicky after it was sent to the UK for DNA testing. The autopsy results were released right away. The first person of note was 80-year-old Just Barton, who founded the camp where Nicky and his classmates attended. Nicky's former school principal in High Bloem was Just Barton. Following his conviction for child sexual abuse in the 1950s, he lost his employment. He had also admitted during questioning that he had been close to Nicky Verstappen's tent on the morning of his disappearance, at 6 in the morning. He didn't go there for Nicky, though. He claimed that he went there to see how the child who had burned his hand the previous evening was doing. Juice Barton's alibi was that he cleaned his tent at 5 in the morning and went to see after the youngster who had burned his hand. He then made his way back to Hebloem to attend a friend's burial who had passed away. He returned immediately to the camp after claiming to have learnt about Nicky Verstappen's disappearance during the funeral. Due to his peculiar behavior during the pursuit of Nicky Verstappen, Juice Barton was under police scrutiny for a while. He continued to focus the search towards the location of Nicky's body. He further disclosed that men frequently get together for sex in the parking lot close to the crime scene. The police were uneasy with Juice Barton. They made the decision to investigate his past. Despite being a well-liked part of his community, he had been found guilty of child sexual assault and spent 3 months in jail before being released and permitted to work with children once more. Years later, pictures of him with young boys in his pants or without shirts were found, but at the time, there was no evidence that he had abused any more male children. But following Nicky Verstappen's passing, a 15-year-old girl came forward, claiming she had solid evidence that Juice Barton had abused her sexually during summer camp in 1998. One evening, she claimed to be sick, and Juice Barton had given her medication, which later turned out to be adult sleeping pills. She claimed that her garments were disorganized and not what they had been when she went to bed when she woke up. The girl also reported feeling uncomfortable and had pain in her lower abdomen. However, because she had not reported the incident to the police before, they were unable to take any action over her confession. Despite extensive questioning, Juice Barton was not able to be taken into custody because there was insufficient proof linking him to Nicky Verstappen's abduction and death. A 250,000 guilder prize was put up for any lead that would lead to the suspect's capture. As time passed, Nicky's family started to feel impatient with the slow pace of the investigation into their son's murder. They turned to Peter DeVries, a well-known television crime reporter at the time, and requested him to assist them in unraveling the mystery surrounding the death of their son. Peter DeVries consented to assist them with their investigation. His intervention in the case proved to be Nicky's family's savior over time. On behalf of the Verstappen family, Peter DeVries started a campaign, and unidentified businessmen upped the reward money to 500,000 guilders. The first in-depth national documentary about Nicky's murder case aired in April 1999. The documentary discussed Juice Barton's previous history of sexually abusing children. It raised issues like why, as a convicted sex offender, he was still permitted to deal with children. The police appeared under pressure from the program to look into Juice Barton more thoroughly. This caused discord in Hebloem's small community. The case of Nicky posed a danger to the community's togetherness. Some favored Nicky's family's pursuit of the truth, even if it meant posing difficult questions, while others wished to shield the camp's creator. The bulk of Hebloem residents eventually made the decision to avoid Nicky's family. The Verstappens, in their opinion, were on a witch hunt. Only a few devoted friends remained in Nicky's family, and they helped them through the legal proceedings. Nicky Verstappen's case was declared unresolved in July 1999. Bertie and Peter Verstappen had the chance to meet with Queen Beatrix, the former monarch of the Netherlands, in August of the following year. They gave her a letter with an official grievance on the inadequate inquiry into their son's death. As a result, the Maastricht prosecutor later increased attempts to resolve the case. At the location where Nicky's body was discovered in 2001, the town of Brunsum and Nicky's grandparents quietly erected a monument in honor of him. Nicky's parents were not comforted by this. As soon as he woke up every morning, his mother Bertie would light a candle in their house. She spent 20 years doing this. She said, "I wake up at night and hear his voice." In an interview with Peter DeVries, "He gives me a call. I get up and head to where Nicky might be, but he's not there anymore." Their once whole and content family of 4 had collapsed into an unhappy, fragmented, and fractured family of 3. Unabated, Bertie had vowed on national television to bring her child's killer to justice for as long as she lived, even if at the time she was not receiving any answers. Berthe and Peter Verstappen asked for assistance in their son's case in a public letter to the Minister of Justice in February 2001. They have no solutions, but they say they are powerless over the legal and police establishments. Subsequently, the legal system took action since it seemed that the residents of Heiblaum had completely lost faith in one another. The public was growing increasingly dissatisfied with the legal and police systems for failing to provide an explanation for Nicky Verstappen's death. The case was reopened that year, and it was entrusted to a task force seeking a second view to look into from the beginning. The investigative team was able to pinpoint Nicky's death time on June 29, 2001. It was speculated that he passed sometime between 2 p.m. and 9 a.m. on August 10th or August 11th. It indicates that before he was killed, Nicky Verstappen was alive for at least 8 hours. Furthermore, the use of new DNA technology revealed the presence of tiny blood droplets on Nicky's pajamas. After testing one of the drips for foreign DNA, it was discovered to be Nicky's. Subsequent inquiry turned out numerous errors committed by the initial team of investigators, which caused the case to be cold for a while. One of the errors made by these detectives was concentrating on the location where Nicky was discovered, ignoring the fact that Nicky's clean feet indicated he did not walk there on his own. They used that location as the crime site. He was removed from the primary crime scene and disposed of where he had been discovered. Nicky was discovered in a pine tree, and no further evidence was sought during the initial investigation. Not even the campsite where Nicky was last seen was given due consideration as a potential source of information that could identify the murderer. Jus Barton was not the only suspect in the crime, as the investigation reveals. Nicky and his buddies appeared to have been camping in 1998 when another group from Roldock Seminary set up tents nearby. The cops were interested in a man named Roldock's cook because he had previously made inappropriate contact with a youngster. They thought he was someone who would carry it out once more. Rolda's chef wasn't at the campsite the morning that Nicky Verstappen vanished. He didn't seem to have an explanation for his location at the time when questioned, but he passed away in 1999 before the authorities had sufficient proof to make an arrest. There was also another person of interest at the time, a man simply known as Vim. Vim was a local town's sexual offender. On August 10, 1998, he was seen by several witnesses driving a dark-colored car close to the Highcop campsite. In the years 2000, 2001, 2003, 2006, and 2007, he was questioned by the police whenever a witness came forward and implicated him. Sadly, there was insufficient proof to link him to the crime, and he passed away in 2007 at the age of 64. Vim had maintained till his passing that he had never killed Verstappen. In this case, the police could not afford to ignore the German serial killer Martini. Between 1992 and 2001, he had sexually abused at least 40 minors and killed 3 boys. Because of his penchant for donning eerie black masks and black attire, Martinet was also referred to as the Masked Man or the Black Man. He typically hunted his victims at children's homes or at campgrounds. Ney was seen as a major suspect as the Highkop campsite was near the Dutch-German border, and one of his proven offenses was done in the Netherlands. Martin Ney, however, denied having anything to do with the death of Nicky Verstappen when he was finally taken into custody in 2001 for all of his offenses. The police had quite a few suspects on their list as the inquiry went on. In Nicky Verstappen's homicide case, sex offenders like Mark Hoffman and Michel Fournier were thought to be suspects. However, a comprehensive investigation cleared them, and they were never charged with his death. Peter de Vries learned about new methods for testing DNA science in 2004. The public was then notified, and he instructed the police to re-examine the blood found on Nicky Verstappen's apparel. Letters accusing themselves of killing Nicky were left on his memorial in Bronson in 2005 by an unidentified individual. The letters were linked to a 36-year-old man by investigators. However, it was later discovered that the confession was fraudulent. The individual suffered from serious mental health problems and was a psychiatric patient. According to his therapist, he wrote the letters to attract attention. The individual who had vandalized Nicky Verstappen's tomb was given a 2-week jail sentence. When it appeared that there was no chance left in 2008, detectives revealed that foreign DNA had been discovered on Nikki's knickers and pajamas. All of the earlier suspects in the case had new tests performed, but the results showed no similarities to the discovered DNA. Still, Nikki's family was supportive. Although it may appear to be yet another dead end, the foreign DNA profile revelation suggested that there was evidence of a male having physical contact with Nicky Verstappen prior to his passing. The family of Nicky prayed and hoped the offender would be apprehended before he could harm anyone else. In order to provide the family with some closure, Nicky Verstappen's sister Femke, who was in her 20s at the time, publicly pleaded with every guy in the neighborhood to take part in a DNA test in 2010. Following the appeal, the police compiled a roster of more than 100 men. These soldiers were first sent to camp management search party. Of the 114 guys, 80 consented to give saliva samples. Despite the relatively strong turnout for the DNA analysis, Peter de Vries used the media once more to entice individuals to participate in the testing. Many of these males appeared to be afraid to give up their DNA samples out of concern that they would be discovered and prosecuted for previous crimes. Nevertheless, 40 more men came forward after Peter de Vries clarified that their DNAs would only be utilized in Nicky Verstappen's case. Even after a thorough examination of the recovered DNA samples, Nicky's clothes was not identified as matching the dent. Jus Barton died in 2003, and his remains were unearthed for examination in a desperate search for the truth. Since Jus Barton had been the most likely suspect over the years, there was hope at that time. But many were taken aback when Jus Barton's DNA was discovered to differ from that on Nicky Verstappen's clothing. Nicky Verstappen's murder case was moved to a cold case team in the early months of 2012. The fresh detectives went through every detail of Nicky's case file. Following that, they came upon a group of 1,500 men who were all connected to the area around the campsite where Nicky Verstappen was last seen. The people on the list were either camp staff, neighborhood residents, or sex criminals with official charges. But they were out of luck once more. The police were not easily defeated. In 2017, they submitted a new request for government aid. They wanted more than 20,000 DNA samples to do a kinship study. As a result, only 15,000 volunteers actually took part in the end. But this DNA dragnet operation was the largest of its kind in Dutch history. It was a long shot, but the last one, as there was nothing left to do. Large-scale DNA sweeping is an important effort, and it has raised a number of ethical concerns. If they had nothing to hide, most people think that collaborating was a no-brainer, and their DNA profile might help detectives find the child killer. All the males received letters from the authorities asking for fresh DNA samples. If they didn't respond, police would visit them at home in an effort to convince them to help. Jos Brecht, one of the men, was supposed to bring a sample, but he never did. When 2 police officers arrived at his house, he was not there. The man's family claims that he left for France in February 2012 and never came back. In April, Jos Brecht went missing, according to his family. Before the authorities could locate him and obtain his DNA, he had undoubtedly fled his house and disappeared. Because they were concerned about this man, the authorities looked into his background to find out who he was. Jos Brecht was 35 years old when Nicky Verstappen was murdered. He lived around 12 miles away from the campsite with his mother in Simpelveld. He was an enthusiastic scout who also led camps on a regular basis. He had also worked as a childcare provider in Brunson for a few years. Even though he confessed to the offense, he was not found guilty in a 1985 case involving the sexual abuse of 2 boys, ages 10. His name was never placed to the list of sexual offenders, and he was only given a 2-year probationary period. That's why, when all sex offenders were subjected to a DNA search by local police, he managed to avoid discovery. They never mentioned his name. Jos Brecht was in the vicinity of Nicky's disappearance on August 10, 1998. He was riding on a route near the crime scene when he was detained by police at midnight on Tuesday, August 11, 1998. Nicky Verstappen's body had just been found a few hours before the police encountered Jos Brecht. and Nikki's body was being taken from the campsite to Maastricht for the autopsy when the police saw Jos Brecht. Jos Brecht told the police that he was delivering letters to scout members because it was too hot to be out cycling during the day when they questioned him about why he was out at that time. The cops reasoned that the explanation made sense because it had been a very hot day. But he gave a different account when questioned later, during the course of the investigation. The same month that Nicky Verstappen was killed, August 1998, saw the discovery of child pornography on his personal computer. However, Jos Brecht was only able to obtain one of the 15,000 DNA samples that were turned over to the authorities in 2017. This sample showed a striking resemblance to the foreign DNA that was discovered on Nicky Verstappen. The DNA sample was from a family member of the person whose DNA was discovered on Nicky's clothing. That individual just so happened to be Jos Brecht's relative. Police were getting close to solving the case when they asked Jos Brecht's family if he had left behind a toothbrush or hairbrush so they could develop a DNA profile. His relatives gave the authorities support and some of his personal possessions. At last, after 2 excruciatingly long decades, all the hard work paid off. Beginning in June 2018, forensics established a 100% match between Nicky's pants and pajamas DNA and Jos Brecht's Statener. But in order to prevent alerting the criminal, detectives were asked to keep the new information to themselves. Now, the detectives launched a wide-ranging worldwide hunt for Jos Brecht. Jos Brecht was a survival specialist who led nature expeditions into the highlands in the Vosges mountain region of northern France, where his last known whereabouts was. Remember that he was a seasoned scout member with practical expertise. Jos Brecht had not used his phone or credit cards, so when he left the Vosges, nobody knew where he had gone. Police found that he had become more adept at survival and had started making plans to disappear and live off the grid. His online search history showed that he was well prepared, having studied little villages all throughout Europe in great detail, places Dutch news would not publish. Law officials said that asking the public for help was the only option to pull him out of his hiding place. At a news conference on August 22, 2018, it was disclosed that DNA samples from Jos Brecht's personal belongings matched the DNA found on Nicky Verstappen's clothing. They revealed his identity and age at the time. Because of Dutch privacy rules and the presumption that a person is innocent unless and until proven guilty, it's common practice to merely use a surname's initial letter. But this case was special because Jos Brecht had to be located with the help of law enforcement. The public appeal was successful because, the week after the press conference, Jos Brecht was identified and his whereabouts were reported to the police by a Dutch citizen in northern Spain who had seen his photo in the newspaper. Jos Brecht was residing in the northern Barcelona town of Castellterçol, in a tent close to a community house. On August 26, 2018, 20 years after Nicky Verstappen passed away, Jos Brecht was placed under arrest. His identity was confirmed by the passport he was carrying when he was taken into custody. On September 6, 2018, he left the Netherlands and made his first court appearance in December of the same year. After Jos Brecht was arrested, Peter de Vries celebrated alongside the family of Nicky Verstappen. There was a great sense of success and relief. Jos Brecht had already admitted to child abuse and had been questioned in 2001 about his presence near the crime site the night Nicky's body was found. "Yes, I can understand why you would want to speak with me," he answered, referring to his past run-ins with the law over child abuse. There was no investigation into this claim or collection of a DNA sample. Although Jos Brecht wasn't officially on the list of sexual offenders, he had unintentionally put himself on it. If only Jos Brecht had been thoroughly investigated by the police back then, this case would have been solved long ago. In Maastricht, the trial got underway in December 2018. Rather than murder, Jos Brecht was charged with manslaughter. The charge of manslaughter is less severe. Unlike in a murder case, there is insufficient evidence to establish that the murder was planned out beforehand. Jos Brecht entered a not guilty plea in court and defended himself by claiming that his DNA was found on Nicky's clothing when he was out for a stroll at the camp area's edge and noticed something in the distance. When he went to investigate out of curiosity, he discovered Nikki's body. He claimed that because of his prior convictions, he had looked for signs of life, brushed leaves off the body, and then left without taking any more action. The prosecution countered that Nikki's body had 27 distinct locations where Jos Breck's DNA had been discovered, including his pants. Even yet, Jos Breck insisted on his innocence, claiming he had no idea how his DNA got onto Nikki's panties. Following his trial, Jos Breck was found guilty. On January 28, 2022, an appeal court declared him guilty of manslaughter and gave him a 16-year prison sentence. Even if the Verstappen family could have some answers, will they ever be satisfied? Their boy will never grow older, even as his friends do, because he will always be 11 years old. They are tormented by innumerable unsolved issues on a daily basis, like, would Nicky have grown up to fulfill his dream of becoming a professional soccer player? They have been hurt, and they have lost faith in humanity. Even though Femme Verstappen is an adult with a child of her own, she still follows her mother's tradition of lighting a candle for Nicky every day and having fresh flowers about the house. Moving on to the next case. Jane Britton. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, on May 17, 1945, Jane Britton was born. She was the daughter of Radcliffe College's administrative vice president, J. Boyd Britton. Jane was a student at the Wellesley Elite School Dana Hall School. She acquired skills in painting, piano and organ playing, and horseback riding. Following her high school graduation, Jane enrolled in Radcliffe College. She received her Radcliffe diploma in 1967 and was accepted to Harvard. She resided at 6 University Road in an apartment. When Jane wasn't studying, she liked to paint animals. James Humphreys, a classmate, ended up being her lover. She also had social interactions with the Mitchells, Donald and Jill, who shared the flat next to her. Her regular classes resumed after the break on the evening of January 6, 1969, the first Monday of the new year. Jane and James went to a restaurant for dinner. They went ice skating after that. James dropped Jane off at her apartment soon after 11 p.m. after the two of them arrived there just after 10 p.m. After getting some sherry next door from Donald and Jill Mitchell, Jane returned to her flat after midnight. January 7th was a big day for Jane the following day. It was her general examination day. It marked the conclusion of her degree's classroom component. Given that Jane had demonstrated a great deal of attention to her academics, her classmates thought it strange that she did not attend. That morning, James gave her a few calls, but she didn't pick up. He proceeded to her residence following the checkup. He could enter because her door was not locked. Face down on Jane's bed, he discovered her body. She put her nightgown over her head. James walked next door and asked Jill Mitchell to have a closer look since he thought she was sick. When she did, she saw that Jane was dead and that her head was covered in blood. After receiving a call, the Cambridge police began gathering evidence. It was discovered that Jane had been abused. Jane's cause of death was determined by an autopsy to be blunt force trauma. Investigators concluded that robbery was not the motive because nothing valuable had been taken from the flat. That night, a child who resided in a different apartment in the building heard strange sounds coming from the forest escape. Jane's neighbor who saw the man rush away from the building after 1 a.m. described the man as being roughly 6 feet and 170 pounds. This information was provided to detectives. National media attention was drawn to the situation. Over the following few weeks, the New York Times published multiple pieces regarding a case. Following the preliminary inquiry, no further relevant material surfaced, and the case was closed. 2017 saw the advancement of DNA technology to the point where detectives could generate a DNA profile from DNA collected at the crime scene, which belonged to an unidentified male. It was added to the federal CODI system, also referred to as the Combined DNA Index System. Investigators followed this to Michael Sumter. Michael died in the year 2001. He had received 2 assault convictions over his lifetime. It was Michael's DNA, for sure. The DNA recovered from a crime scene had to be compared to that of another male who was closely associated by investigators. Investigators used Ancestry.com to find Michael's brother. He gave them a sample of his DNA. Michael's sibling and 99.92% of all male humans could be ruled out as suspects following additional DNA testing. This demonstrated beyond a doubt that Michael killed Jane. At the time of the incident, he did not reside in the Cambridge region. Nonetheless, he lived and worked in the neighborhood for 2 years before the incident. In Cambridge, Michael also had a girlfriend. This led detectives to conclude that he encountered Jane while in the vicinity. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Kelly Ann Broser. Kelly Ann Broser, age 8, and her family resided in Columbus, Ohio. Kelly Ann was making her way home on foot from Indianola Elementary School on September 20th, 1982. She was kidnapped somewhere in the Columbus University District between her house and a school. Linda Prosser, Kelly Ann's mother, became concerned when she did not come home. When she called the school, they were unaware of her whereabouts. After that, the police were summoned, and her hunt was underway. Then, on the 22nd, 2 days later, Kelly Ann's body was discovered in a neighboring Madison County cornfield. She had been choked and beaten. The cops in Columbus started a thorough investigation. To be used at a later time, they stored all of the evidence from the crime site. Numerous persons were questioned by the police department as well, but regrettably they were unable to obtain any pertinent information, and the matter was abandoned. 2015 saw the addition of DNA from a crime scene to the CODIS database. Regretfully, the database yielded no matches. The police advanced DNA, a forensic genealogy research firm, in March 2020. With the help of a DNA sample, the company was able to create a potential suspect's family tree and supply the investigators with more clues. Harold Warren Jarrell was eventually identified by the police after more DNA testing and investigative work. Harold also adopted an 8-year-old girl in Columbus in 1977. 8 months before Kelly Ann was kidnapped, in January 1982, he was released from prison. Her family expressed gratitude to the police force. Since Harold's death, they have never felt as though they have received justice or closure. In 1996, he passed away in Las Vegas at the age of 67. When he kidnapped Kelly Ann, he would have been 53 years old. The family released a statement saying, "We did not anticipate that our time with Kelly Ann would end abruptly, or that our future would change in every way imaginable when she left for school on September 20th, 1982. We had this adorable, mischievous 1-year-old girl for a bit. All that was left, all of a sudden, were the photos that would never fade, the calendar with the awful new holiday on it, the grave, and bits and pieces of Kelly's life kept in a box." Moving on to the next case. Marlene Warren. On May 26, 1990, Marlene Warren, then 40 years old, was enjoying breakfast in her West Palm Beach, Florida, home with her son. Marlene resided in the Wellington Aero Club, a private aviation club, with her spouse and kid. Marlene heard a knock on the door at approximately 10:45. A figure in a clown outfit stood in front of her when she stood up and opened the door. The clown had his face painted white, a red bulb nose, and an orange wig on. In addition to a bunch of red and white flowers, the clown was carrying 2 balloons. "You're the best," said one of the balloons. Marlene accepted the balloon and flowers from the clown. Marlene responded, "Oh, how pretty," accepting the gifts. The clown then instantly produced a gun and fired a .38 or a .357 caliber revolver, striking her in the face once. As Marlene hit the ground, her son hurried up to her and gave the clown a direct look. He recalls the clown's eyes to be dark brown. After that, The clown approached a Chrysler LeBron that was parked in front of the house with composure and departed. There was no license plate on the car. 2 days after being admitted to the hospital, Marlene passed away. Police discovered during their inquiry that Marlene and her husband, Michael Warren, had been fighting and experiencing relationship issues. After 20 years of marriage, the pair had purchased a few enterprises, including a used car shop that Michael operated and rental homes managed by Marlene that commanded a price tag of over $1 million. Since Michael would have profited the most from Marlene's death, the police quickly accused her husband. Marlene was the name attached to the couple's houses and enterprises, and the police surmised that her husband wanted her out of the picture in order to inherit their wealth. The cops discovered the clown's Chrysler LeBaron 4 days after the murder. It was parked at the intersection of Okeechobee and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard in a Winn-Dixie parking lot. Inside the automobile, the police did not find much evidence. The rifle was missing, as was the costume. Nevertheless, they did discover orange hair strands inside the vehicle, which they saved for more investigation. Police soon received a tip directing them to investigate Sheila Keene. Sheila Keene, a 27-year-old woman, handled vehicle repossessions for Michael's automotive company. There had been speculations that Michael was having an affair with her, and she had recently separated from her husband. Keene's neighbors claimed to have seen Michael visiting Keene's flat multiple times. The couple regularly had long lunches together, and other staff members informed the police that Michael had also begun to pay her rent. Sheila Keene and Michael Keene, however, both refute any romantic involvement between them. On the day of the murder, Michael had an alibi since he and a few pals were traveling to the Calder racetrack. Then, Sheila Keene came under police attention. Keene stated that she had been searching for cars to seize on the day of the murder. She denied having anything to do with the case. Not too long after, the costume shop called the police. They claimed that a few days prior, a woman had purchased a clown outfit. Keene was selected from a picture lineup by the shop employee. Additionally, the police were informed that a Publix supermarket shop sold the balloons and the flowers. After asking the Publix grocery store staff about the shooting, they confirmed that the identical kind of balloons and flowers had been bought at 9:22 a.m. on the day of the incident. The staff verified that the balloons and flowers were purchased from the store by a woman who fit Keene's description. It was close to Keene's apartment, the business. Police discovered orange hair strands in Keene's apartment that matched the ones discovered in the abandoned automobile. In spite of this, the police lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, and the investigation would ultimately fizzle out. However, Michael Warren was taken into custody for a separate offense. On 43 counts of odometer manipulation, grand theft, and racketeering, he was given a 5-year jail sentence. In 1997, he was granted freedom from prison. In the end, Michael and Keene would tie the knot in 2002. They relocated to Southwest Virginia, close to the border with Tennessee, and started a fast food business. In 2016, they sold the company. The police began reopening the case in 2013. They began doing DNA tests on evidence gathered years earlier and conducted new interviews with witnesses. Testing in 2017 showed that the orange hair strands found in the LeBaron matched those found in Keene's apartment. However, it would take 3 years. Additionally, they discovered matches between her hair and the hair in the vehicle. Sheila Keene was apprehended and charged with first-degree murder 27 years after the incident. The next hearing for her trial has been scheduled for December 22, 2022, after it was postponed multiple times. Although Michael has not been accused with killing Marlene, he has also not been excluded as a possibility. Moving on to the next case. Martha Marie Morrison. In Eugene, Oregon, Martha Marie Morrison was born in 1956. She was raised in foster care. Martha went to the Corvallis Farm School and Roosevelt High School in Portland. She then traveled to Arizona to take part in the Job Corps initiative. Martha had a past filled with drug abuse and escapes from the homes of her foster and biological families. She was last observed going to her family on September 1st, 1974, together with a man she lived with in a flat. After arguing with the man, Martha vanished from sight. At the time, she was 17 years old. The human remains of two women were discovered in Dole Valley, close to Vancouver, Washington, approximately 35 days after Martha was last seen on October 12, 1974. The victims' bones were analyzed across the country after their bodies were found in an effort to identify them. Dental records rapidly allowed for the identification of one of the victims as 18-year-old Carol Platt Valenzuela. After hitchhiking to Vancouver on August 2, 1970, Carol failed to return home, and her husband filed a missing persons report on August 4, 1970. Hoped that maybe identifying her would make it more likely that the second victim would also be identified. They meant to question Carol's husband, but at the time he was recuperating from an overdose of aspirin. On October 25, 1974, he was taken into custody and subsequently freed after passing a polygraph exam. The second victim could not be identified by any examination. Her age was reported to be between 20 and 25 years old, and she was white. The victim's frontal and profile forensic facial reconstructions were produced, and they were published in a newspaper. However, the general people failed to notice it. The victim's physical characteristics were also mentioned, such as her curly textured hair and issues with her oral hygiene. It also looked as though she had given birth at some point. After the first discovery, police were sent back to the area and given orders to perhaps gather further evidence. A brand new metal detector that was borrowed the two victims' autopsies revealed that they had been dead for at least 2 weeks when they were discovered. Decomposition and animal activity made determining the source a challenge. However, officials have always assumed that they were murdered. Patty Hearst was among the several people who were thought to be the second victim at the time, but was subsequently discovered to be alive. Over the years, the case has been connected to a number of serial criminals, including Gary Ridgway, Warren Leslie Forrest, and the guy whose name we can't reveal on YouTube. The second victim, who is still unidentified, had a DNA profile created by detectives in 2012. Then, a large number of family members who had a female relative go missing had their DNA gathered. A genetic profile of Martha Morrison was created using DNA samples from her sister and half-brother, which were then compared to possible matches. It was contrasted with the second victim's DNA. Though similarities were observed, a definitive match could not be found. Eventually, the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, an organization dedicated to finding the missing and identifying human remains, became involved. They were able to officially confirm that Martha Morrison was the second victim discovered in July of 2015. Subsequently, the investigators turned their attention back to apprehending the individual who killed Martha and Carol. They investigated Forrest, Warren Leslie. As of right now, he is serving a prison sentence for the July 1974 murder of Christakea Blake. October 2, 1974, was Forrest's arrest date. This was only 10 days before Martha and Carol's remains were discovered. DNA testing was done by law enforcement on a bloodstain discovered on Forrest's air pistol, which was originally thought to belong to a different woman, one of the 6 targets he assaulted while he was on the run. In 2019, the results of the DNA test verified that the blood on Forrest's gun belonged to Martha. He was also a suspect in the disappearances of Jamie Grissom in 1970 and Diane Gilchrist in 1974. The trial of 73-year-old Warren Forrest began in 2023. After barely 90 minutes of deliberation, the jury convicted him guilty of all the accusations brought against him on February 1st. His sentencing is scheduled for February 17, 2023. To determine whether Forrest was also accountable for other cases, investigators are still working on those cases. Moving on to the next case. Micah Wadley. In 1999, Micah Wadley, at 28 years old, resided in Richmond, California. Micah's neighbor heard screaming coming from her house in the 13100 block of Carlson Boulevard one evening in January. The neighbor knocked on her front door after going to her house. The screams went on for around 30 seconds. After that, the neighbor went back to his flat and dialed 911. The rear door was half open and unlocked, but the front door was locked when the officers arrived. Investigators entered the house and discovered Micah's dead on her bedroom floor. She had shoelaces fastening her hands together. It had smothered her. They found a buck knife under her body. At the crime scene, investigators discovered the suspect's DNA and fingerprints. Their first search was for a man she had gone out with the night before. In the end, that individual was not considered a suspect. The case fizzled out with no more leads for further investigation. A blood stain from the crime site and swabs taken from Micah's hands were used to create a mixed DNA profile in 2002. The Department of Justice received this DNA profile in order to search the criminal database. Regretfully, no matches were found. Then, more DNA testing was asked for in 2020. They concentrated on the leaks and previously untested fingernail clippings this time. Micah's fingernail clippings could be used to create a male DNA profile. In order to perform a familial search of the state DNA index system, the Contra Costa County Crime Lab submitted its DNA profile to the California Department of Justice DNA Data Bank program in October 2020. The results of the requested family search were then delivered by agents from the California Department of Justice, Bureau of Forensic Services, and Bureau of Investigation in April 2021. A possible first-degree relative of the male suspect was discovered during the Department of Justice's inquiry. However, the relative was excluded from consideration as a suspect. Then, in September of 2021, police were able to locate an immediate relative with the help of the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. The subject provided a buccal swab, which was sent to the crime lab. The relative's buccal swab verified on September 17, 2021, that Jerry Lee Henderson is the individual whose DNA matched Micah's fingernail clippings. This information was reported to Richmond police. Just 11 days after taking Micah's life, Henderson overdosed and died, according to investigators. However, Richmond police were hoping that her family would receive some sort of closure from the news. Attorney General Rob Bonda of California stated, "Law enforcement never gave up on this case over the course of more than 20 years. I sincerely hope that some peace will be restored to Micah Wadley's family through this resolution. Although nothing can ever bring a loved one back, we're dedicated to doing everything in our power to support the pursuit of justice by exposing the truth. It is my hope that this news brings much-needed closure to all those who knew and loved Micah Wadley," said Acting Richmond Police Chief Louis Torona. At the press conference, a few members of Micah's family also gave remarks. Though they might not arrive today, answers will eventually surface. According to Quila Wadley, Micah's sister, it will arrive. "My very favorite aunt. She was intelligent, charming, and beautiful." Devine Peterson, her niece, said that she loved to hang out and have fun. Henderson, according to Micah's family, was merely a buddy of a friend. No other relationships existed. Moving on to the next case. Nancy Noga. Nancy Noga, then 17 years old, resided in Saraville, New Jersey in 1999. She was a Saraville high school student. Nancy started working at a rack shop in the neighboring town of Altbridge, New Jersey, on January 7th. Her family became concerned when she did not return home and contacted the police. They distributed flyers and started looking right away. Nancy's body was discovered 5 days later, at roughly 9 in the morning, in a forested area near Ernston Road's Minimal Plaza shopping center. She was discovered with a purple rucksack, blue trousers, black and white platform trainers, a dark V-neck jumper, and a purple Arizona jacket on. At a crime scene, a man's unidentified DNA was obtained. Nancy died from blunt force trauma, according to an autopsy. Nancy was characterized by her friends as a pleasant, gregarious, helpful, and sociable girl. After high school, she intended to enlist in the military and then go to college. The blue-collar community was stunned to find her body. Fear spread swiftly, especially among the town's girls who dared not go out alone after dark. Investigators worked the case for more than 20 years, but they were never able to apprehend the suspect. Advancements were possible just lately since researchers began using genetic genealogy. Middlesex County Prosecutor Yolanda Sykin and several police chief John Zabrowski declared to the public in September of 2021 that an investigation was closed. In relation to the crime, Bruce Szymanski, 49, was taken into custody at his Barnicot, New Jersey, residence. His genetic makeup matched that of a murder scene. While awaiting trial, he is being detained at the Middlesex County Adult Corrections Center. John Zabrowski, in other words, this arrest represents the culmination of many years of arduous labor by numerous detectives and law enforcement personnel. We never stopped investigating leads, and today, with Bruce Szymanski's apprehension, we have taken a step towards providing the family with some kind of justice and closure. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Shelley. Pamela Shelley was shot in the head in her bathroom at 5:15 p.m. on January 6, 2001. Her case was viewed as quite open-ended and was promptly determined to be a suicide. Pam was living with her boyfriend, Ronnie Hendrick, and her two kids, Kayla, 12, and Dustin, 9, at the time of her death. After moving 800 miles from her family and home in Arkansas, the mother of two was now residing on a rural farm in DeWitt County, Texas. She had consented to come to Texas with Ronnie in August 2000, and now she lived only a mile from his family. Pam was still breathing when Ronnie's father reported her attempted suicide. The ambulance was outside the region and needed to be directed to the closest hospital. Ronnie was more than willing to comply, departing with Pamela in the ambulance as soon as the local police arrived to look into the incident. He was therefore ineligible to be questioned or to have his gunshot residue tested. Despite everything, law enforcement continued their work and took pictures of the situation. The bathroom counter held the .32 caliber handgun that Pam had used, together with its holster and a solitary slug along with bloodstains on it. Investigators looked through the area and then at the Hendrick family, who were all there. Pam was suicidal, they informed the authorities, because she had to go back to Arkansas. And they said that her daughter wasn't happy in Texas, which is why she had to take this action. They also mentioned that the mother of two had a family history of suicide, and that her sister had committed suicide in the years before. They specifically pointed the finger at 12-year-old Kayla, saying that she was a challenging student. But none of this was true, as far as the investigating officers knew. When they questioned Ronnie, who claimed to have been outdoors when the bullets were fired, they were given further lies. He discovered his girlfriend on the floor when he ran inside. He told the same old narrative about how Pam was sad and angry that she had to leave Texas. He clarified that if she didn't go back to her native state, she would lose her kids. Meanwhile, in San Antonio, Pam passed away. Suicide was the immediate cause of death, as found by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy. Her self-inflicted gunshot wound was compatible with the damage to her temple. But the police investigating the matter weren't quite happy with this decision, so they invited Ronnie Hendrick to come take a polygraph. He was supposed to arrive at 2, but he didn't show up either time. It didn't take long for police enforcement to understand that Ronnie had escaped, and they had difficulty finding him. The case eventually became cold and was closed until it was reopened in 2008 years later. Ronnie made a reappearance in DeWitt County at this time. Charges of domestic abuse have him incarcerated. It was discovered by an officer that he had moved to South Dakota following Pam's passing. When the time came for him to take a polygraph in connection with his ex-girlfriend's case, he failed. We must acknowledge, nevertheless, that polygraph examinations are infamously unreliable. However, this unfavorable outcome might have contributed to Ronnie's actions, since after more interrogation, he eventually told 4 witnesses that he wasn't outdoors when Pam killed herself. He had, in fact, been in the same room as her. In 2012, 4 years later, law enforcement collaborated with a new TV series called Cold Justice in an effort to raise awareness of the case. There were no fresh forensics discovered by the crew while they were researching the show, but there was a ton of additional stuff that was. First of all, there was no history of suicidal depression in Pam's family. Additionally, they discovered that Ronnie Hendrick had a history of alcoholism and domestic violence, and that he had already come dangerously close to killing a previous partner. But when Pam's ex-husband Jesse was located, the most illuminating detail was discovered. Being Kayla's biological father, he informed investigators that the day she passed away, Pam was scheduled to return home to Arkansas, and the couple planned to get back together and try to start a family again. He clarified that Ronnie took it from Pam when she was on the phone, telling Jesse that the only way his girlfriend would return to Arkansas was in a pine box. Why Jesse did not disclose this knowledge sooner is a mystery to us. Though it's possible that due to his repeated run-ins with the law, which landed him in jail at the time of his police interview, he had grown wary of the authorities and didn't think it was wise to approach them. In 2012, Ronnie Hendrick, then 41, was charged with a crime. But there was one last problem with Pam's case solving. It proved exceedingly difficult for the authorities to assemble an impartial jury as Cold Justice became widely publicized before the trial was scheduled to begin, which ultimately resulted in a mistrial. But there was still hope. After that, Ronnie pled guilty and agreed to serve 22 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Sherry Way Casey Black. Way of Sherry. The birth date of Casey Black is October 14, 1946. She was married to Earl Black, her high school sweetheart, prior to her murder. Their only child, Heidi Miller, went on to marry and bear her parents' numerous grandchildren. Sherry was actively involved in her daughter's life, the lives of her 6 grandchildren, and the life of her newest great-grandchild before her untimely death. Her first grandchild had recently arrived in Chile to begin serving on a mission for the Latter-day Saints Church of Jesus Christ. She also had another great-grandchild on the way. Sadly, she would not live to see her second grandchild because of the bad ones. In the small bookstore Sherry Way Casey Black owned on her land in South Salt Lake City, Utah, on November 30, 2010, she was murdered. Before her husband, Earl, came home late at night from a conference meeting, she had been beaten and stabbed. Earl immediately called 911 to request help. Upon conducting an initial investigation, the detectives came to the conclusion that the murder was an impulsive, senseless act and that the deceased did not know the person who had killed her. Following a comprehensive investigation into Sherry Black's case, the South Salt Lake Police Department asked neighbors if they had heard of or seen anything strange. As is usual in cases such as this, Earl Black spent a considerable chunk of the evening being questioned in the police headquarters while all of this was going on. Detectives from the South Salt Lake Police Department and crime scene responders from the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system examined the scene for clues. In addition, they conducted interviews with residents and company owners, examined security footage from neighboring cameras, and searched the building for evidence. They found that the murderer had been injured during the act, and that his blood had inadvertently gotten on a door frame. This blood was sent for forensic investigation, and a DNA profile was generated utilizing it. This would be required 10 years later in order to solve the cold case of Sherry Black. The DNA profile was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System, or CODS, and it was then cycled through the database each week in an attempt to find a match. Unfortunately, no match was ever found. This meant that either the criminal had never been caught and had his DNA correctly collected in relation to his arrest, or he had never harmed anyone in an area where he might have left his DNA at a crime scene. The lack of apparent robbery evidence at the crime scene particularly perplexed the police. There were really thousands and thousands of books, mountains of them. The police had an inventory that Sherry had kept in her head, and they assumed that taking any rare books might be the reason behind the crime. But it was difficult to prove. The cash register still held money, and several costly objects that could have been stolen were left there. The investigators also spoke with Sherry's family to determine what might have been left behind by the offender and what was Sherry's. Sherry Black's sister, Debbie Way Casey, said that Sherry and Earl had been married since high school and shared a very strong relationship. Neighbors claimed that their house was always serene. They seemed to be enjoyed by all. According to her brother, the majority of her company's operations were focused on selling books online. He never heard her talking about bad business or interpersonal relationships. There is nothing in Sherry's life or career that would put her at risk of falling victim to a violent crime. Sherry keeps quiet. People will tell you that. But she was also quite humble, gentle, and amiable, and she was very knowledgeable. She was proficient in books and had success in her field. Kurt Bench, a colleague in the bookshop industry, stated that she had a solid reputation in the industry for honesty and integrity. The Black family and the South Salt Lake Police Department sought the assistance of the nonprofit Mystique Society, which provides excellent counsel on homicide investigation, the year after Sherry Black was murdered in February 2011. To review the case, the experts traveled to Salt Lake City. The analysts believed that the victim and the attacker were acquainted. Despite how brief the encounter was, there was planning behind the crime and a sexual motive. They also thought the perpetrator was a younger resident of the neighborhood, no older than 19. The experts said that if the offender was older, it was probably due to a mental illness that prevented him from committing such a horrible act. The South Salt Lake Police Department also made contact with the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake, but their aid was limited until 2015, when the South Salt Lake Police Department employed Ben Pender, a cold case investigator from the Unified Police Department. Richard D. Walter and Patrick J. Zerpali, two of the Vidic experts, independently returned to South Salt Lake City in May 2015 for a 2-week stay to work with the investigators on the case. While attending a cold case conference in Washington, D.C., Sorensen Labs in Utah created a restricted genealogical profile of their work with phenotyping DNA. The Unified Police Department engaged Parabon to process the killer's blood evidence from Sherry Black's crime scene, and the result was a series of age progression photos of the offender. After nearly 8 years, the investigation was formally moved from the South Salt Lake Police Department to the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake in March 2018. Detective Ben Pender was assigned as the main detective in this new department. In an effort to generate new leads, Sherry Black's family maintained the case in the public glare throughout the pursuit of justice. They organized rewards, held candlelight vigils on the anniversary of her death, and released updates on the case as soon as they were available. They also aimed to attract media interest. In October 2018, Detective Ben Pender began performing genetic genealogy with assistance from Parabon Nanolabs. He worked with one Parabon specialist over the next 2 years to identify the person who committed this horrible deed. In April 2019, Detective Pender began tracing the criminal's lineage back to possible ancestors. This might then be used by him and the genealogist to exclude and reduce the number of possible suspects as they focused more narrowly. Detective Pender visited members of the family tree around the country, posing queries that would lead to the identification of the murderer. In between his journeys, he worked with the Parabon genealogist, who would advise him on what to do next depending on his research and her results. Just before determining whether Pender was going to head west or east again in the autumn of 2020, the genealogist saw that someone had uploaded a DNA profile to GEDmatch. The DNA profile that was submitted seems to match the perpetrator much more closely. The woman Pender spoke with in Sacramento, California was the key piece of information that the investigators were looking for in Sherry Black's case, and the genealogist encouraged Pinder to fly there to meet her. Ben Pinder, the detective, presented himself to her, and she graciously invited him inside. She also gave him permission to take a DNA sample from her for examination. It was her adult son who was home when Detective Pinder met him. Pinder spoke with her son and asked him if he knew anything about a youngster from his previous life. The man told Pinder that a woman had raised the possibility a long time ago that he was her child's father, but the issue remained unanswered. He agreed to a DNA test as well. Detective Pinder was certain he had at last found the right match after mentally piecing together the jigsaw. After it was established that the Sacramento man was Sherry Black's biological father, he brought the evidence to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system. He was subsequently able to locate the murderer by using this information for processing. The offender's DNA had to be legally obtained once they were located in order to confirm a match between samples taken from the crime scene and themselves. This sample was gathered covertly by law enforcement, and the results they were looking for a decade were obtained. Consequently, in October 2020, Adam Durborough of Orem, Utah, who was 19 at the time of the murder, was captured and charged with a crime. In response to a question about his actions, Adam Durborough remarked, "I went into the bookstore. I had absolutely no intention of taking any action. It was a bookshop. Books are something I would adore. I'm not sure why this occurred." Sherry Black's grandchildren addressed the judge after his arrest, discussing the anguish they experienced from Adam Durborough and the impact of losing their grandmother. They added that Sherry Black's passing caused much more sorrow for their mother and grandfather. They then asked for Durborough to be given a life sentence without the chance of parole, stating that they were done worrying about where their grandmother's killer might have gone. "I've had to live without Sherry for 11 years. Never again will my life be the same. As everyone has said, she was kind and lovely. What a lovely lady she was. But she's not with me anymore. Rather, I remember discovering her when I got home. That's all I have remaining." Adam Durborough avoided a trial by pleading guilty a year later, according to Earl Black's testimony in court. He received a life sentence without the chance of parole 4 months later. Moving on to the next case. Tamara Litigrad. A woman's body was discovered in eastern Oklahoma County on the North Canadian Rivers Beach on April 18, 1980. The person who killed her covered her body with quicklime in an effort to hasten the process of decomposition. Remarkably, it had the opposite effect and kept her body intact. She was shot 3 times, which the police were able to ascertain. Above her left breast, the woman wore a professionally designed tattoo in the shape of a heart. Her shoulder-length blonde to light brown hair fell over her shoulders. Her considerable dental work was also noticed by the investigators, who hoped that this information would aid in her identification in the future. The woman had no identification on her, so it would be difficult to identify her. The quicklime explosion over her led to her being dubbed the Lime Lady quite quickly. Captain Bob Green got to work on the investigation. He claimed that detectives had hypothesized that the Lime Lady was in the 18 to 25 age range. He added that his group had tried in vain to identify the woman despite using every resource available. Regretfully, the case was abandoned. Barb Green, however, made the decision to relaunch their investigation in 2018. In September 2018, he got in touch with the DNA Doe Project. Bob Green obtained DNA samples from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation pertaining to the Lime Lady. After that, he submitted it to the DNA Doe Project. They had to wait 9 months for the DNA samples to be combined into a profile. His team discovered that the Lime Lady was a former Army soldier who lived in Las Vegas, Nevada. They then obtained military records, including dental data, by using a local medical examiner. These documents allowed them to identify the Lime Lady on January 30, 2020, as 21-year-old Tamara Litigrad. Tamara had no living relatives, therefore it's a good thing they possessed her dental records. Tamara was born in California on April 18, 1959. This indicated that she turned to one on the day her body was discovered. Later on, she relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada. Tamara had served in the American Army. Her sibling died in 2010 and her parents in 2000. This regrettably meant that I was never able to learn the fate of their loved one. Tamara vanished from her Las Vegas home after going for a stroll in March 1980, 1 month before her body was discovered. Someone reported missing her. However, since a woman in Ohio was using her identity, it was never investigated further. Her exact identity remains unclear, and she was never identified as a suspect. At least we now know who Amara is. That's a good thing. Her police are still aggressively searching for the person who killed her. According to Captain Bob Green, his goal was always to give the victim in this situation some respect. She vanished without a trace, and her family and friends are unaware of her whereabouts for the past few years. The Fond du Lac County Jane Doe. A group of hunters in Ashford, Wisconsin's Fond du Lac County discovered a young woman's half-drowned body in a creek next to an abandoned property on November 23, 2008. Locals called the isolated woodland spot the group was searching for deer a dumping site. They found themselves in a dismal scene. The remains had undergone significant disintegration. Authorities realized they would need to chip away at the ice before they could rescue the body when they got to the scene. In order to search for any additional evidence that might be hiding at the creek's bottom, police divers dove under the water. They took out a few articles of clothes here. The body was given the nickname Fond du Lac County Jane Doe, and it has been 12 years since her identity was revealed. She was estimated to be between 15 and 21 years old, with an average build, a weight of between 110 and 135 pounds, and a height of between 4 and 5 feet. Jane Doe wore a black and pink strapless shirt from the Zoe Beth brand, adorned with a pink bow. When investigators followed the Tops Trail, they discovered that it originated in the spring of 2008 and was marketed by the Family Dollar variety store chain. The victim's underwear, which featured a pink bra, had been shipped between July 1st and July 15th of the same year and was likewise from Family Dollar. Her blue jeans were from the Angels brand, with the legs folded up at the bottom. Although Jane Doe lacked shoes and socks, she did have a hair elastic around her wrist. Not all articles mention the finding of a bracelet with multiple pendants on the body, despite some stories to the contrary. On Jane Doe's page on the Doe Network website, it is present, though. A St. Benedict's medal, about the size of a penny, was discovered at the bottom of the creek, but its provenance is uncertain because experts were unable to verify how long it had been submerged. It was impossible to ascertain Jane Doe's eye color due to the level of decomposition. Her hair measured between 12 and 14 inches in length, with a light brown color. It is unclear exactly what race she belonged to. Although the victim's ethnicity is assumed to be white or Hispanic, it is possible that she was Asian or Native American. She might have been biracial as well. Jane Doe also possessed other unique physical characteristics, such as a mild overbite that could have been observed. Her top molars had dental sealants, and she had a few fillings but no cavities at the moment. In addition, she had a healed rib fracture and was either knock-kneed or pigeon-toed, which may have been apparent as she walked due to her inwardly slanted feet. Spina bifida occulta is a disorder that Jane Doe also had, albeit she was probably asymptomatic. A newborn with spina bifida occulta is born with a little gap between the spine's bones because the infant's spine did not fully develop during pregnancy. Nonetheless, health issues are rarely brought on by it. Although the reason of Jane Doe's death could not be determined due to the extreme decomposition of her body, it was thought likely that she had been murdered. Suicide had been ruled out. Her body's remote position only served to confirm the suspicions authorities already had regarding her death. Jane Doe was thought to have died 2 or 4 months before her body was discovered. By looking at the insect traces that were left on the body, this was discovered. The young woman also had a toxicological test, the results of which have never been disclosed. Following the autopsy, the University of Texas received a sample of Jane Doe's femur for DNA analysis, and her dental records were documented. At least 200 leads have been investigated regarding Jane Doe's possible identity in the years following her discovery. A computer-generated reconstruction of Jane Doe's appearance was produced by the National Center for the Missing and Exploited Children. However, it seemed that many other women shared her appearance because police received 200 tips in response to the image alone. Nevertheless, this clue never produced a strong lead. The list of those excluded in Jane Doe's case includes more than 30 women. At first, Amanda Berry was believed to be the Jane Doe of Fond du Lac County. Amanda was one of Ariel Castro's kidnapping victims, along with Michelle Knight and Georgina De Jesus. They were held captive by Castro in his Cleveland, Ohio home until one day in May 2013, when he decided to leave. Connie McAllister, a Wisconsin girl who vanished at the age of 16, is another noteworthy omission from the Jane Doe case. In 2013, she was discovered in Mexico, healthy and strong. There was a time when Jane Doe was believed to be a missing Elkton, Maryland woman. When Brittany Pert vanished in July of 2008, she was 21 years old. Her body wasn't discovered until December of 2011. Her case is still open. When Jane Doe's case became cold in 2011, she was laid to rest. Her case was highlighted on America's Most Wanted and a Facebook page was made, but neither helped further the investigation. When officials decided to test Jane Doe with isotopes in 2018, things started to pick up again. The results showed that Jane Doe had most likely lived her entire life in the southwestern United States, which includes places like Arizona and New Mexico. It was also revealed by the results that she had moved to the Midwest around a year before to her passing. She might have lived in southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, or Wisconsin. Law authorities made an attempt to link the young woman's case to the West Mesa murders, which occurred in 2009 when 11 women were discovered buried in the West Mesa Desert in Albuquerque. However, in the end, this possibility was ruled out. It is challenging to make assumptions about Jane Doe's fate in the absence of her real name because there are so many possible outcomes. Online sleuths have conjectured that she was from the Fond du Lac area's Dutch population or that, as a troubled teen, she had spent the summer living with her extended family. Some have speculated that she was a drug user or a runaway. Nevertheless, none of these arguments have been supported by any hard data. According to a Reddit user, Jane Doe is a 23-year-old Colorado woman who goes missing from Jefferson County. On February 20th, 2006, Brandy Jo Mallinson vanished from sight. She weighed pound 115, was 5 feet tall, and had light brown hair. Earlier this year, the relevant authorities were notified of this possible match, but there have been no developments since. Although Jane Doe's case seems to be open and ongoing, she has sadly gone more than 10 years without receiving justice or knowing her true name. Moving on to the next case. The Greenbrier Ghost. Elva Zona Hastor was born in 1873 in West Virginia's Greenbrier County. Zona, at 23 years old, encountered Edward Stribling Trout Shoe, a vagrant, in 1896. Notwithstanding the disapproval of her mother, Zona fell in love with him while he sought to establish himself as a blacksmith in the area. Zona, who was already a single mother, quickly wed Shoe. 3 months after the wedding, on January 18, 1997, Shoe dispatched the young neighbor's kid to see if Zona needed anything from the market. Zona's lifeless body was discovered at the bottom of the stairs when the Shoe family's rural West Virginia home's neighbor kid opened the front door. Her legs were together, and her body was straight. Her other arm was rusty over her chest, while the other was by her side. She cocked her head to the side. Initially, he believed the woman was just dozing out on the ground. The boy from the neighborhood approached her and said, "Miss Shoe?" He ran out of the house in a panic when she didn't answer. He hurried back home and informed his mother, who then dialed the local coroner and physician, George W. Knapp. Almost an hour had passed by when Knapp arrived, and Shu had already brought his wife's body upstairs, prepared her for burial, and laid her out on the bed. Wearing a dress with a high neck, she lay on the bed. Dr. Knapp started to inspect the body, but Shu got upset every time Knapp tried to examine Zona's head or neck. Shu was so upset by this that the doctor could only examine part of her. Even though it's unclear whether she was even pregnant when she passed away, he originally stated that an ongoing faint was the cause of death before changing it to labor. Zona was brought to her mother's house on the Big Sewell Mountain, Mrs. Mary Jane Hastor. Shu always stood guard at the head of the casket whenever it was opened. Her remains was interred in the small cemetery atop the hill the next day. Mother Mary had never been fond of Shu, and his behavior, along with the peculiar looseness of Zona's head during the funeral, led her to believe that Shu had killed her daughter. Then odd things started to occur. Before Zona's coffin was sealed, she had removed a white sheet that had been coiled up. The wash water turned red when she was washing the sheet. This raised more questions because the sheet took on a pink tint that she was unable to take off. For weeks or so following her daughter's passing, Zona's mother started experiencing visions. She said that 4 nights in a row, her daughter showed up to tell her a story in a dream. The ghost is said to have first materialized as a brilliant light that eventually took on human form and sent a chill across the room. Mary claimed that Zona's spirit claimed Shu was a violent guy who mistreated her, attacking her and breaking her neck one evening when she refused to make him the supper he requested. The ghost completely rotated her head to demonstrate this. For 4 nights, the ghost kept coming to see Mary and kept telling her the same story. Mary spent the afternoon at the office of John Preston, the local prosecutor, pleading with him to reopen the case. Even though he had his reservations, he chose to continue the case because it contained enough odd or suspicious elements. For an autopsy, Preston had Zona's body dug up. Edward objected to the action, but he was helpless to halt it. After being consulted, Dr. Knapp acknowledged that his examination had been lacking. An extensive autopsy revealed that Zona had suffered a shattered neck. Between the first and second vertebrae, it had been displaced. Her neck was wounded as though she had been strangled, and her windpipe was crushed. Murder charges led to Edward Shu's arrest. Zona was not Shu's first wife. It was discovered during his background investigation. Shu had already been married twice. He wed Ellen Cutlip in 1885, and the two were divorced in 1888. Ellen later testified before the authorities that during their marriage, she routinely hit her and was incredibly violent. She wed Lucy Tritt on 18/94, and Lucy passed away less than a year after. The manner of Lucy's death is not documented. Her death was reported to have been caused by poisoning by Shu, slipping through the ice when pregnant, and being struck in the head by a block that Shu had dropped accidentally. He served 2 years in prison after being apprehended for horse theft in between his first 2 marriages. After just 1 hour and 10 minutes of deliberation, the jury found the defendant guilty on June 22, 1897. It was evident from the reports that she was found guilty of killing his third wife based on evidence other than ghostly testimony. He was transferred to a state prison, where he passed away in 1900, most likely from pneumonia. Moving on to the next case. The Stone Man. One of the most well-known and dreaded villains in India is the serial killer known only as the Stone Man. Years passed during his reign of terror, but despite a dearth of witnesses and evidence, as well as some people's belief that the local police force is incompetent, he has never been apprehended. A horrifying string of killings that seemed to be random started in Mumbai in 1985. In the space of around 2 years, 12 individuals were killed in the city's streets. An unknown killer particularly stalked the areas around Shown and King's Circle. The offender would track down gullible people who were frequently homeless and sleeping by themselves in a barren place. After locating their victim, the murderer would shatter the victim's skull with a single stone or slab that weighed about 30 kilograms. Because they lacked identification and had no family members or acquaintances who could identify them, the victims in the great majority of these cases could not be identified. Before the local authorities discovered that their homeless population was being targeted and that all of the deaths to date were the work of a single perpetrator, 6 distinct slayings took place. A homeless waiter was one of the victims who narrowly avoided being fatally bludgeoned. It was too dark for him to see his attackers' faces in the location where he'd been attacked. That's why this flicker of hope soon faded. Because the offender lifts and drops a large concrete slab, very little is known about the Stone Man. However, officials believe the man to be tall and well-built. While the victims in each case are social outcasts who are characterized as insane, beggars, and rickshaw pullers, the weapon that is used is frequently stolen from a nearby location and is never transported to the site. A story published in the Los Angeles Times on January 19, 1989 stated that Indian detectives had not even considered keeping the murder weapons. Additionally, they acknowledged that the case received little attention since the victims were, quote, undesirable members of society who had nothing to do with it. Not even the right to vote was granted to these folks. A woman who sold moonshine on the streets for a living was the first victim killed on June 4, 1985. On July 4th, exactly 1 month later, the second victim passed away. Many believe that a change in case leadership combined with careless police effort is partly to blame for the horrible crime's unsolved status. The deputy commissioner who had initially overseen the probe was removed early on. He had built psychological profiles of the killer and provided his own complex views about what was going on and who the offender was. However, he was replaced by someone who, at one point, thought the crime was being committed by a death sorcerer. The crimes caused the nickname Stone Man to become well known. Those who were unlucky enough to be sleeping on the streets made the decision that sleeping in groups would be safer. In order to ensure that someone was awake throughout the night, they also organized shifts. If the murderer dared to approach the gathering, they thought that between them they could capture him, but he never did. Limited information is available regarding the real investigation of Stone Man killings. Authorities reportedly once brought in sniffer dogs to assist them, but the dogs were unable to follow the scent of the offender, and as a result, no fresh leads were discovered using this technique. There are also few theories on this case. As was previously reported, one of the case's detectives thought that a death sorcerer was involved. According to another idea, however, there is a police cover-up that prevents anyone from learning the truth about the Masa. Both of these theories, nevertheless, are ultimately unproven. A ragpicker in the Mumbai neighborhood of Mutanga was fatally hacked in 1987. Police first believed that the Stone Man was responsible for this case, but they never discovered any proof linking the two. The city's homeless population had ceased to be killed by the middle of 1988. The story of the Stone Guy doesn't end there, either, for in 1989 there was another round of executions. On this occasion, though, they were taking place in Calcutta. In June of that year, the first victim of these heinous crimes passed away from head wounds. In the subsequent half-year, another 12 persons were killed. Once more, all of the casualties were unsheltered individuals who slept by themselves in poorly lit parts of the city. After the crimes were discovered, a large number of police officers were stationed around the city, where they would monitor the streets at night. During this period, several people were taken into custody, and the executions ceased. Ultimately, though, none of the detained suspects had any proof linking them to the other, and they were all freed. Whether or not the murders in Kolkata were carried out by the same individual who killed people in Mumbai is a mystery. However, because of the numerous parallels between the cases, they are handled as a single unit, and the offender is believed to be the same individual. Though it's quite probable that the victims in Calcutta were attacked by a copycat attacker. A case in 2019 involving the killing of a 35-year-old man by bludgeoning him with a stone sparked suspicions that the notorious serial killer was back. But it seems that the man's death followed a quarrel with many pals. In 2009, another murderer, dubbed the Guwahati Stone Man, was apprehended. Earlier that year, the 22-year-old heroin user killed 7 beggars. Those who live in India are still terrified by the name Stone Man. The culprit is still at large, and authorities are no closer to apprehending him now than they were 35 years ago. Moving on to the next case. Amy Billig. Amy Billig, a 17-year-old girl with creativity and vibrancy, loved to read, write poems, play the flute and guitar, and be a proud activist for animal rights. By all accounts, she was well-liked and well-known. Thus, her disappearance from Miami, Florida in 1974 was unexpected and especially tragic. On March 5, 1974, a Tuesday, Amy was going out with her friends. But first, she needed money, so she drove down the main highway in her Coconut Grove neighborhood, looking for a ride to her father's job at an art gallery, where she planned to beg for a small loan of money. Amy felt safe in the neighborhood, despite the fact that most of us these days knew better than to hitchhike alone. Even though she could have walked to the gallery, she had previously taken several rides. Because of this, she was accustomed to it and had no reason to worry that this trip would be any different from the dozens of others she had taken. Unfortunately, though, things would be very different this time. Amy never made it to her father Ned Billig's office. She also failed to show up for the later that day meeting with her friends. Amy had not been seen and had not been contacted by anyone. Authorities were promptly notified by her parents, and the situation of the missing youngster was investigated. The Billig family was contacted early on in the original investigation by someone they believed to be Amy's kidnapper. The offender demanded $30,000 over the phone in exchange for the 17-year-old's safe return. However, the caller turned out to be 2 16-year-old boys, Charles and Larry Glasser, who were identified by the authorities. They were shady characters with no connection to the case and no knowledge of Amy's location. Regretfully, they squandered valuable time and funds that could have been used more effectively. In the end, they were accused of extortion. Amy's mother, Susan Billig, carried out her own comprehensive investigation, following up on leads and tips wherever she could, while the police kept searching for clues. Her investigation took her across the nation. In an effort to find her lost daughter, she even crossed the Atlantic to visit the United Kingdom. One of the tips that Susan and the police got was that Amy had been kidnapped by one of the 2 biker gangs who were passing through the area at the time. One group was referred to as the Pagans, and the other as the Outlaws. Both gangs are mentioned in sources relevant to Amy's case. While Pagans received most of the attention, both were dangerous, trafficking in weapons, drugs, and prostitutes. Susan seized the opportunity to pursue this possible lead and frantically looked for her child. A family acquaintance who had assisted the Pagans with some legal work was able to arrange a meeting for Susan, Ned, and 2 group members. During this meeting, the couple discovered that although these specific members had not seen their daughter, it was common for gang members to purchase, trade, and exchange young ladies who had been abducted for cash or material items like brand new bikes. The members promised the Billings that they would investigate Amy's disappearance by speaking with people who knew her, but they were never able to locate any further details. If they did, they never disclosed it to the family. Susan located the bikers in Orlando, Florida, 3 months after they vanished. Here, a manager at a convenience store said he identified Amy as a girl who had been with the group. She had visited the store multiple times to purchase vegetable soup because she was a vegetarian, and she was last spotted with at least 2 gang members. Sadly, this had no positive outcome, although offering the family and the police some hope. Not until January 1976, a year and a half later, when a man named Dave called Susan and confessed that he used to quote own her daughter, were any new leads pursued. Though he had accepted to have a conversation at his home, he appeared anxious when the mother arrived, as though she had been followed. He recognized this as the girl he once owned when he looked at Amy's picture. He saw her scar from the appendectomy, which had not been disclosed to the public at the time, and characterized her as being incredibly quiet, almost like a mute. Dave consented to investigate Amy's location, and a few weeks later, he and Susan went to Oklahoma, the state where the adolescent was allegedly being detained. When they got to the tavern in June, where Amy was intended to be handed to the couple, a fight broke out and injured Dave. Several more motorcycles picked Susan up and took her somewhere safe. Although Dave eventually informed her lawyer that Amy was probably in Seattle, she never saw him again. Susan, who had just suffered a heart attack, went to Seattle in November of 1977. She made multiple witnesses swear they had seen Amy by going around showing the picture of her daughter to patrons and staff in bars, clubs, tattoo parlors, and motorcycle stores. Again and again, people compared her to a mute. A few years later, in the winter of 1979, Susan received a call from an unidentified male who said that Amy was in need of assistance and was at a truck stop outside of Reno, Nevada. The FBI was able to verify that the biker gang traveled through that area, but they were unable to verify if the young lady was among them. Only a single piece of evidence was found during the whole investigation. Amy's camera was on Florida's Turnpike, a toll road, at the Wildwood exit. It was discovered soon after the adolescent vanished and turned in by a man who had learned of her disappearance. The biker gang's route would have passed this exit as they headed north. Amy may or may not have had the camera on her when she vanished. It might have been misplaced earlier. Unfortunately, nothing significant was found on the camera. The majority of the processed images were overexposed, and one image only featured a white van, providing investigators with no further information. Paul Branch, a pagan, came forward in the late 1970s to inform Susan that Amy was his girlfriend and that he had lived with her for a while after buying her in Orlando. A year later, he claimed to have been arrested and had left Amy with his housemates. However, upon his release from prison, he discovered that they had both vanished, along with his motorcycle. Branch also told Susan at one point that her daughter was still alive and being held captive by other gang members. But Branch's wife said, following his death in the 1990s, that he had changed his mind on his deathbed and told her that Amy had gone to a pagan celebration the night before she vanished. She was allegedly raped after becoming ungracious and mouthy, but she fought back. She was so forced to take medications till her heart failed. It has been stated that her body was disposed of in the Florida Everglades. At first, this horrific narrative might appear plausible. However, it was eventually discovered that the widow had accepted payment from a documentary crew in exchange for telling her story. The crew filmed Susan and the widow getting to know one another. Because money was involved, the claim's veracity was called into question. The story is not believed by many police investigators or internet sleuths. It appears likely that the widow made this up in order to benefit financially and gain attention. Having said that, investigators were able to verify certain aspects about the party, but not the details of the young woman's destiny. We're still not done talking about the darkest and cruelest aspects that the family may have encountered while doing their research, in spite of all the confusion and red herrings. Amy's parents started getting odd, unsettling phone calls from an unidentified male caller soon after she vanished. He said that Amy was being held captive after being kidnapped by members of an illegal sex ring. He went into great detail about what was happening to her. The family endured 21 years of harassment from the caller before the FBI identified a man who used a mobile phone as the source of one of the calls in 1995. The caller had been using pay phones up until that moment, which had made it challenging to track him down and capture him. It was discovered that Henry Johnson Blair, a U.S. Customs Department employee, was the deranged person who had been bringing the family grief for more than 20 years. His weak defense for the severe suffering he inflicted on the family, which he produced by his upsetting remarks, was that he was an alcoholic and suffered from OCD. Blair asserted that he didn't know Amy personally and didn't know anything about her disappearance. This claim was called into doubt, though, when law enforcement discovered specifics about a man who was mentioned in the teenager's journal. Amy wrote about Hank, a man who had offered her to travel to South America with him, and with whom she was thinking of running away. Blair was reportedly known by the moniker Hank and had to move to South America for work. In addition, he had a vehicle that was identical to the one seen in the images taken from Amy's camera in terms of both color and model. Even with these strange coincidences, Blair's case was never proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Blair ultimately served just 2 years in prison for his 2 decades of harassment of the family. Susan also reached a $5,000,000,000 settlement in her lawsuit against him. The Billig family's hopes were restored in 1992 when Susan received a call from a private investigator working on Amy's case. The investigator, a British national, said that he had been approached by an American biker who was trying to sell a young woman while he was in Falmouth, England. She was characterized as mute and was also American. Nevertheless, he failed to provide a photo, and the British investigator died a year later, making the lead useless. There are relatively few new leads and theories in Amy's case. The majority of internet detectives fall into one of 2 categories. Either Henry Johnson Blair is hiding something, or the biker gang knows something and is keeping it quiet. Many contend that it is improbable that so many individuals would be aware of the adolescent's fate and that no one would come forward. Some, however, believe the motorcyclists were just having fun while tormenting a bereaved family. However, some others think Blair was just a deranged person who enjoyed inflicting pain on Amy's family and had nothing to do with the case. Some, however, think that there is too much evidence to deny the plausible link between him, the van Amy took pictures of, and her journal. Amy's parents, however, will never see justice served for their missing child. After a fight with lung cancer, Ned lost away in the early 1990s, and Susan survived to be 80 years old before passing away in 2005. Before she passed away, she co-wrote a book called Without a Trace: The Disappearance of Amy Billig, A Mother's Search for Justice, which was about her daughter's disappearance. Amy's case was also highlighted on America's Most Wanted and Unsolved Mysteries. Sadly, there is still no explanation for her disappearance. Amy would be 63 years old if she were still living. She may have gone by the aliases Mellow Cheryl, Sunshine, Mute, and Little Pieces when she was a member of the biker gang. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Beth Barnard. When 2 men broke into a young woman's home early on September 23, 1986, thinking they would check on her, they were shocked by what they found. With a slit throat and a blanket covering her entire body, 23-year-old Beth Barnard was found lying on her bed. The men, who happened to be Beth's lover's family, left the area after informing the authorities of their findings. When investigators arrived on the scene shortly after, they were unprepared for the scene of blood bathing they found inside Beth's parents' home, which was situated on Phillip Island off the southern coast of Australia. They discovered knife fragments and cigarette butts at the scene, which were later determined to be unrelated to the injuries she had sustained. There were blood-stained paper towels by the bathroom sink. The authorities discovered that Beth's body had been repeatedly stabbed and sliced brutally and viciously, and that her nightgown had been shoved up to her neck beneath the blanket that had been placed over the body. Her clothes had odd double rips on them. She had defensive cuts on her wrists and arms, but the most terrifying injury was a big letter that was sliced into her chest. This particular detail led to Beth's murder being named the Scarlet Letter murder because it is thought that the carved-in alludes to Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1850 novel of the same name, in which the main character gives birth to a child she conceived through an affair and is consequently made to wear a scarlet A on her dress. But first, We need to learn more about Beth's personal life in order to fully comprehend this purported illusion. When Beth was 21 years old, she met Fergus Cameron, 34, who owned a prosperous farm and was a founding shareholder of the prestigious Phillip Island Grand Prix. Following his meeting with Vivian in the 1970s, Fergus moved to the island with her, and they were married. Beth didn't experience this problem after relocating to the neighborhood, unlike Vivian, who apparently had trouble fitting in. She was never perceived as an outsider because she was well-liked and well-known. Beth fit right in with the Phillip Island community, which was small, close-knit, and suspicious of outsiders. She had several close friends living there. Fergus was a volunteer at the Penguin Parade on Phillip Island, where Beth was working. For months later, he extended an invitation to her to become a farmhand for him and his family. Beth agreed and, surprisingly, adapted to life with the Camerons with ease. She was called a sister by Fergus's brother Donald's kids, and Beth and Fergus were having an affair by May of 1985. Vivian, who had witnessed her father abandon her mother in favor of a younger lady, was aware of Fergus's prolonged late-night phone calls and frequent absences. For the sake of their two young sons, she sought to strengthen their relationship out of fear that the same thing might happen again, but she could feel Fergus gradually losing interest. Beth's affair with one of the wealthiest and most powerful people on the island was well known at the time of her murder in the fall of 1986. So, when the 23-year-old's body was discovered with the letter A carved on it, the neighborhood and the police both had a good suspicion as to who might have committed the horrific murder. Fergus claims that his wife eventually confronted him about the affair on the evening of the 22nd, the night before the murder. Fergus, who is now 36, acknowledged that the pair had arguments. Vivian shattered a wine glass over his head and back in a fit of wrath, cutting his ear in the process. Without delay, she took her spouse to the hospital to receive medical attention for his injuries. The couple appeared to be together rather than aloof or chilly, according to hospital medical staff. But when questioned about what transpired, they did come across as a little reticent. Staff were informed about Fergus's fall through a glass door after they had suspicions about a marital conflict. Fergus then went to his sister Marnie's house and stayed the night. At 1 a.m, this is how Vivian last saw him. Fergus reported to the investigators that he was granted custody of the children in the event that his wife decided to return to Melbourne, ending their marriage. It's unknown what Vivian did that night, but around 3 a.m, she called her friend Robin to ask her to watch the kids because she had to go to the hospital. Although we are positive the pair visited the hospital much earlier that evening, she claims in several publications that she had to accompany her husband there. When the couple awoke the following morning, Vivian was still absent and their Toyota Land Cruiser was gone. Robin was the one who initially informed Donald about this, pointing out that neither Fergus nor his wife had arrived to pick up the kids and that she had to leave for work. But after learning this, Fergus dispatched Donald and his family, along with Marnie's husband, Ian, to see how Beth was doing instead of asking them to look for Vivian. Donald stated that Beth was not dead, but rather that she was not well when they reported the body to the police. To paraphrase the detectives working the case, they later stated that they thought Donald had been quite odd. It's the most composed, cool-headed group of people I've ever seen. Senior Constable Alan McFadden stated, "You would believe these guys found bodies on a daily basis. Even so, no one was trying to find Vivian." A neighbor last saw her Land Cruiser at roughly 12:30 a.m. outside Beth's house. It was spotted again around 5 a.m., close to the San Remo Bridge. Later that day, at 4 p.m., authorities found it here, unlocked, with the windows down and the keys in the ignition. Contrary to expectations, the detectives found virtually little blood within. They also found a hunting knife, a bloody washcloth, and Vivian's handbag. It was determined at an inquest held 2 years later that Vivian most likely killed Beth in a self-destructive attack before taking her own life. Some investigators, however, believe that this notion was not supported by the important data they possessed. It's interesting to note that bloodstains on a towel in Beth's restroom matched Vivian, rather than the 23-year-old. Additionally, Vivian's blood was found in her own home. Robin, who visited the house in the middle of the night to look after the kids, said that when she arrived, there was no sign of Fergus, Vivian, or the broken wine glass. Only her handbag, which was later discovered in the Land Cruiser, left behind. Marnie also mentioned that there were indications of conflict in the house when she had arrived to watch the kids while Vivian drove Fergus to the hospital. Blood was on tissues, the kitchen bench, the bed in the spare room, and the clothes in the washing hamper. Later on, it was discovered to match Vivian's. Moreover, Vivian's DNA was absent from Beth's body in the vicinity, even though it was discovered on the kitchen knife at the scene. Her DNA was only found in several cigarette butts and the bloody tower, according to some accounts. When a teacher named Petritus turned into an author and wrote a book about the case, she discovered that the locals were either afraid of the police or unwilling to question them. When the book was published, one of the island's largest bookstores declined to carry it. Some found the residents' actions odd and even suspicious, while others saw it as the reaction of a small, close-knit community unwilling to focus on such a brutal and violent crime. After consulting with Vivian's acquaintances and other residents of the island, Vicky concluded that the young lady's suicide was uncharacteristic. It was said by many who knew her that Vivian would never abandon her kids. Notably, Vivian's friend Glenda Frost stated that the mother of two called her at 10 a.m. on September 23, 1986, a few hours after the murder. According to Glenda, the two talked about commonplace subjects like sewing patterns. If this is accurate, it indicates that Vivian did not commit suicide right away after the crime. Nonetheless, Glenda's testimony has been disregarded by the investigators, who maintain that she has been a model for their dates. Since there is absolutely no proof that Vivian is dead at all, criminal experts, including former law enforcement officers, have stated that they do not think she staged her death. As for Vivian, criminologist Catherine Whiteley, who focuses on women who kill, has openly expressed her disbelief, pointing out that it was a very, quote, male attack on Beth. Although women who commit murder tend to prefer more covert techniques like poisoning, suffocation, or drowning, this does not exclude them from being capable of this kind of intense brutality. Doctor, forensic pathologist Sarah Yule disputes Catherine's assertion that the incident was the result of someone seeking retribution or acting in a fit of rage. The ferocity of it, she continues, shows the emotionality behind it, which further implies that the victim knows them. In his remarks, former investigator Rory O'Connor described the attack as brutal and frantic. There aren't many well-known people outside the Cameron family who might be connected to the case. Beth allegedly had a fan who was a Land Cruiser driver. It was reported that this individual would sit outside her home at night and would even start mowing her lawn while she was out at work. She apparently got into an argument with this person and told them to change their behavior. Beth said to friends that a few days later, he got upset with me. Furthermore, a college student who attended the Penguin March harbored affections for the 23-year-old but failed to reciprocate them. It's unclear, though, if these two individuals have now been looked into and ruled out. In a statement, another neighbor of Beth's claimed that the night of the crime, at 7:50 p.m., a car pulled into her driveway, sat there, and then turned off its lights. Fergus did not finish work until 8 o'clock at night, so it's unclear what happened to this lead, but it looks like he's in the clear. There aren't many more explanations regarding Beth's situation. The majority of people either think that Fergus was the one who killed both Beth and his wife, or they think that the police had the right explanation. Beth allegedly felt uneasy about the romance and was planning to give Fergus an ultimatum. According to some, the 36-year-old killed his sweetheart in retaliation for her ultimatum, but she struck back, hurting him, and a bloody struggle ensued. After cleaning himself off and setting up the crime scene, Fergus claimed to have wounds, which he explained to Vivian by saying that he had broken up with Beth and that she had assaulted him in vengeance. Together, they went to the hospital and concocted a tale about his wounds. Fergus and his family wrote a story during this period that they intended to tell the police. When Vivian got home the next morning, it's possible that's when she contacted Glenda. Fergus then joined her and killed her. It's possible that the police neglected to look into the Camerons' farm immediately after learning of Beth's death and the Land Cruiser's reappearance, which gave them time to dispose of Vivian's body. But for the time being, all of this is conjecture. The Victorian police report that the case is still ongoing. Moving on to the next case. Harriet Buswell. Friends and acquaintances knew 27-year-old Harriet Buswell as a bright and charming young woman with one child. She was well remembered for her ability to focus entirely on the person she was speaking to, which allowed her to make friends fast. Despite her warmth and charm, Harriet's life was not without hardship. She battled to find consistent employment and make ends meet as a single mother of an 8-year-old. She frequently turned to prostitution as her main source of income to pay her rent and put food on the table. Harriet probably went to the Alhambra Theater on Christmas Eve of 1872 in an attempt to get some more cash to pay her expenses. She owed her childminder and her doctor, among other people. Harriet had dinner with an unknown man at the theater. They made a stop at a greengrocer on the way home to buy almonds, apples, and oranges. The landlady let them in when they got to the 27-year-old's boarding house on Coron Street. While Harriet stayed downstairs and had a drink with her landlady before joining her guest, the man went directly upstairs. The next day, Harriet stayed in her room all day. Her landlady went to check on her out of concern, but no one answered and the door was closed. The landlady, growing increasingly alarmed, had the door broken down, only to be confronted with a horrific scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. There in her bed, surrounded by blood-stained sheets, lay Harriet. She had 2 cuts on her throat, one to the left side of her windpipe and the other beneath her left ear. Her forehead bore a bloody fingerprint. The grisly nature of the crime overwhelmed the cops when they arrived on the scene, but they made every effort to get to work. It was said that despite the ferocity of her murder, the 27-year-old's face appeared calm. They also observed that her pajamas had not been tampered with. The fact that Harriet's door was locked from the outside and that no key was visible suggests that the burglar may have taken it with him when he fled. Still, there wasn't any blood close to the door. Witnesses claimed to have heard the man walk away at 6:30 that morning. The crime scene contained a number of tangible pieces of evidence. Near the sink was a bloody towel, suggesting that the murderer had cleaned his hands and possibly the murder weapon before making his getaway. There was an apple on the bedside table, and someone had taken one bite out of it. Nevertheless, Harriet's autopsy revealed that there was no evidence of the apple in her stomach. Due to the loss of the 27-year-old's pocketbook, some jewelry, and a porn ticket from her room, authorities surmised that the motivation was robbery. After talking to witnesses, detectives gradually put together a profile of the suspect. The man Harriet had brought home was identified by onlookers as a foreigner, probably German. A bystander described the man as a rough-looking laborer and detailed his attire in considerable detail. Police were unable to locate the man who was seen with Harriet that evening, even though a number of witnesses came forward in the case. In addition to reviewing all of the 27-year-old's communications, they also conducted conversations with everyone she had contact with in the years prior to the murder as well as at the time of the murder. The government offered a £200 prize for information leading to an arrest and conviction, but no leads were successfully produced by this incentive. It's unclear if the knife that police thought to be the murder weapon was ever verified, although at some time during the preliminary inquiry, they discovered one. The police also received letters revealing writers' suspicions about dubious foreigners from all around Europe while the probe was ongoing. Even though a lot of these leads were pursued, none of them were successful. The case of Harriet was called the Great Coram Street Murder by the media. Then, on January 18, 1973, someone was taken into custody. Utilizing the testimonies of the greengrocer who had served Harriet and her companion on the night of her murder, as well as the waiter who had previously served her at the theater, investigators located a clergyman named Henry James Bernard Hessel, who was en route to South America along with a group of German immigrants. Both witnesses were able to positively identify the doctor as the man who had been seen with Harriet on Christmas Eve. According to reports, the doctor had arrived in London the night of the crime after his ship had halted in Ramsgate, Kent, for repairs. His defense attorney contended in court that Dr. Hessel was unwell in bed, citing the fact that his boots had been left outside his door the entire night and that other witnesses could attest to his account. The populace felt differently, even if the authorities thought this might be their man. Dr. Hessel was a married, well-educated, and soft-spoken preacher, all characteristics that people thought made him a deserving part of their community. The public's perceptions remained unchanged, not even when, a few days after the murder, a maid came forward to say as much. She had been given 3 bloody handkerchiefs by Dr. Hessel's wife to wash, one of which was nearly completely drenched in blood. The maid also mentioned that the doctor had asked for turpentine and a clothes brush the day he returned from London. He did fight in court, but it was only because he had painted his wife's clothes by mistake. In the end, the magistrate released Dr. Hessel, who was adamant about his innocence and moral integrity. The doctor was a ship's chaplain, as it has come to light in more recent decades, when his flock expelled him due to alcoholism and mounting debt. Despite the fact that none of this turned him into a murderer, it undoubtedly damaged his reputation as a respectable citizen. It appears likely that he would have faced far greater scrutiny if this information had been known in the 1870s. Her brother claimed Harriet's body and buried it, though no one knows for sure. Additionally, it's unclear what happened to her 8-year-old daughter. Authorities made vain attempts in the years that followed Dr. Hessel's release to solve the case and achieve closure. The murder of Harriet is still unsolved because the case was never closed. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Small. Jessica Small was born on July 27, 1982, in Perth. Her upbringing was not without its challenges. She was described as a bright and vivacious young girl, but when she reached her adolescence, her home life became problematic. In 1997, she had already dropped out of high school at the age of 15, and she was having difficulty finding employment. She also had regular arguments with her mother, which caused her to leave the family home and live in friends' and relatives' spare bedrooms and couches. According to Jessica's closest friend Vanessa Conlon, Jessica's mother struggled with alcoholism and frequently used the family's grocery money for cocktails, leaving the house devoid of food. On October 25, 1997, late at night, Jessica and Vanessa visited a gaming arcade in Bathurst, New South Wales. Jessica was a little tipsy because she had had a couple alcoholic beverages. The pals enjoyed playing video games, snooker, and dancing to music with other teenagers their own age at the crowded arcade that was packed with other kids. In the end, the girls made the decision to go meet Ben Clark, one of their other friends, and they got a ride from another acquaintance. Ben wasn't in, as it turned out, so the two were dumped back in town. With no companions present, the girls decided to head back to the arcade, which was now closed, instead of continuing on to mixed takeout. They then made the decision to give Ben Clark another go, and as they were making their way up William Street in the direction of Kings Parade Park, they watched a car go by, turn around, and come to a stop on the other side of the street. Hitchhiking was nothing new to either girl. They had both done it occasionally. Vanessa was the one who asked for a lift this time, since they always took turns doing so. She went up to the man driving the car, which was described as a light-colored Holden Commodore with holes in the passenger side footwell and an orange blanket on the parcel shelf. The holes are said to be large enough to see the road through, but not large enough to stick your foot through. The man, who had already visited the arcade that evening, inquired about Vanessa's enjoyment of the video games and her pool games. Then he inquired as to her whereabouts and activities with Jessica. At that point, both females got inside the car, Vanessa sitting in the passenger seat and Jessica in the rear. The man started driving when they asked for a lift to their friend's residence on Hereford Street. Vanessa directed their attention to a location near the end of Hereford Street while they were driving. There were other homes there, and the area was well lit. At that time, she wanted to be dropped off, and the man replied it was okay. But he halted abruptly at the darker, more remote section of the road, some 100 meters away from the brightly lit area. Then he turns to face Jessica again, telling her to come on over. Vanessa, though, shot out, "I don't think so." In response, the man shoved the 15-year-old back into the seat while wrapping his hand around her throat. Taking advantage of the situation, Jessica flung open the door, and as the man released Vanessa, he attempted to seize Jessica as well. Vanessa remembered that before she could escape, she had to yank her hair out of the man's clutches. With Jessica after her closest friend, the two girls fled down the streets, yelling. "I could tell she was behind me because she screamed out first," Vanessa recalled in a statement afterwards. "Though it was a protracted cry for assistance, I heard Jess plead for help. After that, I heard nothing more and carried on running. As I ran, I didn't glance back." She dashed to a nearby house, where she rapped on the windows to wake the residents, who then promptly dialed 911. Officers went around searching for the man's vehicle, but were unable to locate it. Before they could take Vanessa into their patrol car, they had to calm her down since she was so agitated and hysterical. It is thought that the Holden Commodore was last seen in the vicinity of Willett Close in Eglinton. It was heading towards the Hill End direction. Investigators have looked at a number of identical cars over the years, but they haven't yet located the precise one Vanessa had described. Because the location is isolated and many of the roads were not sealed at the time of the last confirmed sighting of the automobile, authorities consider it to be a noteworthy sighting. They believe the driver was knowledgeable about the area. But because Jessica was a known runaway with a difficult past, her absence was not taken seriously likely, despite Vanessa's horrifying stories and the fact that she was obviously stunned and scared by what had transpired. They even said Vanessa was fabricating the tale to protect Jessica, whom they thought had left on her own initiative. 10 years passed before the police force started to aggressively and sincerely look into the matter, which means that a full 10 years of crucial evidence and witnesses are probably lost forever. Also, there is now much less possibility of finding Jessica alive. A tremendous deal of interesting material was revealed in 2007 and 2008. Investigators now suspect that the Holden Commodore, which a lady reported seeing the night before it vanished, was in a remote region. Another witness added that she heard a woman scream and saw a struggle occur in a car around the time of the kidnapping. The car then accelerated away when he heard a small bang. At the time, the man called the police to report this, but they didn't seem interested in hearing the account, so he went to the police station to tell them directly. He gave a one-paragraph statement to the officers present. The witness thought he was not being given enough credit. According to another eyewitness account, their former colleague had disposed of a Holden Commodore approximately concurrently with Jessica's disappearance. Additionally, a forest worker outside of Oberon discovered many noteworthy artifacts a few months after the disappearance and reported them to the authorities. A bottle of bleach, some girl clothes, a pair of underwear, and a red-stained towel were among the items he found. The objects were gathered by the authorities, but they were never tested. In 1998, they were disposed of. In 2007, when the matter was actually being investigated, a young man who had worked at the arcade in 1997 also came forward. He reported to the police that he had spoken to a man in the arcade who appeared to know him. Jessica watched the man closely, and he seemed to be asking the witness a lot of questions about her. At one point, he allegedly said, "Who's that?" She appears to be having a great time." "That's Jess," the witness retorted. "The man has dark hair, a medium build, a bit of a beer belly, and is estimated to be around 5 feet 8 inches old and 34 years old. He had on a flannel shirt and a long-sleeved t-shirt that were described as cowboy style, and keys were dangling from his jeans." The man stated that Oberon Timber Mill was where he worked. "We were able to locate only one publicly identified suspect in the case, Andrew McBride, who seems to be the same individual the witness spoke with on October 25, 1997, at the arcade." Police examined McBride's bank records to refute his assertion that he was not in the region the night of the disappearance. They also learned that, not long after Jess left the area and resigned his year-old at the time. Nevertheless, only one of our sources mentioned this. Jessica was taken in 2014, and an inquiry ruled that she had been murdered. A year later, the authorities announced a $1,000 reward for information leading to the identification and conviction of Jessica's killer. In 2018, the incentive was raised to $1 million. On October 25, 1997, Jessica Small was last saw fleeing from the driver of a light-colored Holden Commodore on Hereford Street in Bathurst, New South Wales. She's a white girl with blue eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, and a medium body. She is approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, and the night she vanished, she was dressed in cream shirt, white pants, and brown shoes. Moving on to the next case. The Lane Bryant shooting. The morning of February 2, 2008, in Chicago, Illinois, was chilly and peaceful for the staff and patrons of Lane Bryant, an apparel store situated in Tinley Park's Brookside Marketplace. The intended opening was for an unidentified part-time employee, then 33 years old and frequently referred to as Martha by the media. However, on her day off, 42-year-old Rhoda McFarland, the store manager, chose to stop by and assist her. Rhoda's friends and family will eventually regret that she hadn't. Before long, the store was visited by a man who appeared to be a delivery man. Before things went out of hand, the man, who looked to be African American and was dressed in a black jacket and a charcoal gray knit cap, seemed to be having a good conversation with the employees and patrons. Abruptly, the man revealed he was going to rob the store by pulling out a revolver. He dragged the 2 staff and 4 customers into the back of the business, where he had them lie face down and bound them with duct tape. He covered each victim's head with lingerie he got from the store to block their view. Rhoda, the store manager, was able to call 911 with her quick thinking. An operator heard her location in whispers and instructed her to stay on the line. Authorities then released the audio recording of the 911 call, in which the gunman is heard screaming, "I'm losing it," just before the call ends. At 10:44 a.m., the call was received. Even though there was an officer close by, the gunman had already left 5 dead victims in the minute it took him to get to the store. Following the 911 call, the assailant executed style shot every woman. For 5 of the 6 victims, it was an abrupt end. Martha, a 33-year-old part-time worker, avoided certain death by quickly moving her head, causing the bullets to miss her neck. Until the cops showed up, she pretended to be dead. Rhoda was dead. She'd just gotten engaged. That day, 4 clients also lost their life. Connie Woolfolk, Sarah Safransky, Carrie Chuso, and Jennifer Bishop. Martha was the lone survivor of the massacre, and her story was crucial to much of the subsequent investigation. She described the perpetrator as an African-American male who was between 5 and 6 feet tall. He had a broad shoulder and hefty physique, estimated to be in the A-pound 20 to 130 range. He appeared to be between 25 and 35 years old, with a clean-shaven face. The perpetrator wore a gray cap, a black coat, and black pants with a cursive G-shaped rhinestone accent on the back pocket. His hairline was receding and his hair was thick and puffy cornrows. He had a single braid with 4 green beads at the end that dangled at cheek level in front of his right ear. The gunman is still at large despite this thorough account and the availability of multiple composite drawings, including an updated one in 2018. The shopping center was secured and closed as detectives came and looked for any evidence of the murderer. When it was discovered that the offender had departed the immediate area, it was reopened. $200 had been stolen from the store's tills, and according to other accounts, the victim's jewelry had also been seized. Authorities now think that the incident was a heist gone horribly wrong because of this. Law enforcement does not think that any of the women knew their killer. Law authorities discovered a black male with braided hair sitting in his car in the Target parking lot on the day of the slaughter. He was taken into custody and held for more than an hour before being found not to have been involved. The man was waiting for his girlfriend to get home from her purchase. The pair had shown up subsequent to the gunfire. Some stories state that the offender left a coffee cup behind that was utilized to gather DNA samples. One victim who had tried to resist him also had blood under her fingernails. In the years following the slaughter, the weapon, a .40 caliber Glock pistol, has never been found, and there was no CCTV in the store to aid police authorities in their investigation. The CCTV footage from the Target parking lot was the only other hint discovered. Just 1 minute after drivers dialed 911, a black car and an SUV-type vehicle came at 10:39 and 10:40 a.m., respectively, and then departed one after the other at 10:45 a.m. It is uncertain if the drivers are connected in any way to the Lane Bryant massacre, and they have never been recognized. Following the incident, a $100,000 reward was given for information that resulted in an arrest. Charming Shoppers Incorporated, the parent company of Lane Bryant, contributed half of this. In an effort to help the victims' families financially, Lane Bryant also announced the creation of the Lane Bryant Tinley Park Memorial Fund and volunteered to cover the cost of the funerals. Investigators have received almost 7,300 tips over the past 10 years, but not a single one has worked out. Authorities said they received 58 tips in 2019 alone, which is a lot for a case that has been open for 12 years. We're missing one piece to fit the complete puzzle together, according to Detective Ray Violetto, who is presently working the case. The South Suburban Major Crimes Task Force, NASA, the FBI, the Illinois State Police, and the Tinley Park Police Department have all provided assistance to the department during the investigation. However, none of this has been able to identify the offender. Experts have developed a profile of the offender in recent years. He is thought to be a person who has served time in jail in the past and made the commitment to never return. That's why he tried to murder each of the 6 witnesses. He sees himself as a victim of society's mistreatment and someone who learned the wrong lessons from his incarceration. The reason he killed was his fear of being recognized. Web detectives have speculated that the murderer might be a woman or even a transgender person based on the initial composite image of the offender, which has more feminine-looking facial features, according to some. Some have theorized that one of the victims was singled out for special attention. Martha, the sole victim still alive, was the only one expected there that day. Many have conjectured that she was the shooter's target because of this, as well as the fact that her true name has been kept a secret. Other internet users have pointed out that none of the victims had a high-risk lifestyle, and it seems like an odd spot to target someone. According to the police view, some have countered that since most stores don't have much cash on hand in the morning, nobody would rob one. The tragedy-stricken Lane Bryant store was never reopened. 2013 saw T.J. Maxx took over the shop. The $100,000 prize is still up for grabs. Authorities think that someone with inside knowledge of the offender or the crime will provide them with the last piece of information they need to close the investigation. Moving on to the next case. The Snowtown Murders. Snowtown, the director Justin Kurzel's first feature film, was released in 2011. Critics loved the film when it made its premiere at the Adelaide Film Festival, and it has largely gotten positive reviews ever since. Kurzel did not sugarcoat or glamorize the cold-blooded and horrific character of these real-life atrocities, making the film, which is based on the infamous Snowtown murders, which happened in Australia in the late 1990s, a difficult watch. The Snowtown murders, sometimes referred to as the Bodies in Barrels murders, took place in and around Adelaide, South Australia, between August 1992 and May 1999. When the first body was discovered in the Lower Light Township in 1994, no link was established between the murderers and the crime, which was dismissed as an isolated case rather than a link to a string of murders committed in succession. The same individuals were responsible for another death in 1997 that was believed to be a suicide. It wasn't until a guy called the police on November 20th, 1998, to report his sister missing that the puzzle pieces started to come together. It was unusual for Elizabeth Hayden to not have been seen or heard from since her previous sighting the day before. Authorities were shocked to learn that Elizabeth had a husband named Mark who refused to report her missing after conducting additional investigation. When they met with Hayden, he provided them with divergent explanations for not filing a missing persons report and contradictory stories of his wife's movements. Investigating Elizabeth Hayden's disappearance, law enforcement discovered an ancient state bank facility in the little village of Snowtown, some 87 miles north of Adelaide, that her husband was renting. 8 people's remains, including Elizabeth Hayden's, were discovered by South Australian police in 6 plastic barrels within a shuttered vault on May 20th, 1999. From this point on, the horrifying situation was revealed right in front of them. The head of the squad of serial killers was identified as John Justin Bunting, born on September 4th, 1960. Bunting was sexually and physically assaulted as a child by the elder brother of a friend. As he got older, he started to grow a deep disdain for humans in general, especially those who identify as LGBTQ+. He hated gay men, drug users, and everyone else he thought was weak or a burden on society in particular. Bunting, who was described as having a god complex, had a spider wall, which was a web of colored wool on which he affixed notes bearing the names of people he intended to kill next. Bunting started working at an abattoir when he was 22 years old. It has been stated that he boasted about killing animals and said it was his favorite thing to do. According to other accounts, he was fascinated by injuring animals even before he decided to pursue this line of work. Bunting relocated to a home in the southern region of the nation in 1991 and settled in Salisbury North. He started seeing Christine Harvey and her adolescent son James, with whom he moved in with. Eventually, James started taking part in Bunting's misdeeds. Bunting also became friendly with 2 of his neighbors, Mark Hayden and Robert Wagner. Bunting is said to have persuaded Robert Joe Wagner, who was born on November 28, 1971, in Parramatta, New South Wales, to take part in the killings. Wagner was dating someone much older than him when they first got together. Regarding the identity of his partner, there is some confusion. The majority claim that Wagner was in a relationship with gay man and cross-dresser Barry Lane. Others have pointed out that Lane was transsexual and went by the name Vanessa. Which version is correct is uncertain. Most remarkably, Wagner started dating Lane at the age of 14, when Lane was in their late 20s and had reached adulthood. Born on December 4, 1958, Mark Hayden was a Bunting's colleague. He started renting the shuttered state bank in Snowtown in January 1999, giving the impression to the authorities that the bodies had been transported when Elizabeth's disappearance was being investigated. The rental was in Hayden's name. Though it's a relief that the group's horrible atrocities have come to an end, this may not have been their most cunning move. All 4 men were suspected to have taken part in the murders at some stage, with Bunting being the leader of the group's actions. The 4 were taken into custody on May 21, 1999, when the remains in the barrels were found. 2 further corpses were discovered interred in Bunting's backyard. Furthermore, a total of 12 persons were believed to have been murdered by them. James's stepbrother and half-brother, Lane, and Hayden's wife, and Wagner's boyfriend are among their victims. The trial that lasted the longest in South Australia's history, nearly 12 months, involved both Bunting and Wagner. Bunting was found guilty in December of 2003 of 11 murders. Wagner had admitted to 3 crimes before being found guilty of 10. James, who is young, entered a guilty plea to 4. Hayden was found guilty on 5 counts of aiding in the murders in 2004, and he acknowledged his involvement in 2 of them. Due to the jury's inability to reach a decision, the last accusation against Bunting and Wagner was dismissed. The 2 were charged with killing Suzanne Allen, Bunting's former lover. Bunting, the ringleader, received 11 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. Wagner received 10 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He said that pedophiles were abusing youngsters, citing a quotation from the document. "There was nothing the government could do about it. I made the decision to act. That's what I did. I'm grateful." Even though the great majority of the group's victims weren't pedophiles, he nevertheless made this assertion. Many belonged to the LGBTQ+ community or had intellectual disabilities. James received 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of release for 26 years. He is presently incarcerated in an undisclosed South Australian facility and is kept in isolation. He turned key witness for the Crown prosecution after confessing to 4 of the murders in 2001. Regarding Mark Hayden, he received a sentence of 25 years in prison with an 18-year non-parole period. It has never been determined what the real reason behind the killings was. Despite this, The Age, an Australian publication, states in one of its articles about the crimes that the main driver was an ego-fueled mixture of power and pleasure. Additionally, it has been established that the crimes got worse over time. A 22-year-old gay man named Clinton Trazes was the group's first victim. On August 31, 1992, Bunting is said to have struck Trazes over the head with a blunt object. After this, though, things did get worse, with many of the victims suffering until they passed away. Knives, saws, at least 1 shotgun, rope, tape, gloves, pliers, clamps, a cloth, and an electric shock device were discovered to be with the guys when they were taken into custody. You can find online information on the suffering these victims endured, but if you decide to look deeper, be advised that it contains gruesome material. The men frequently made their victims repeat their bank account information so they could access their accounts after death, albeit this was not believed to be the primary motivation behind the group's acts prior to killing their victims. In other instances, the victims' money was kept by the gang because they were never reported missing. They took almost $100,000 from their victims during the course of their activities. In May 1999, James, at barely 20 years old, assisted in the death of David Johnson, a 24-year-old. He was the last victim of the group, and in addition to being tortured, he was forced to give up all of his financial details so that his accounts could be accessed and his money could be taken after his death. Snowtown's economy benefited greatly from the killing's notoriety because more people traveled there to view the town where the horrific atrocities were committed. However, the benefit was fleeting, and Snowtown was left with a persistent reputation. To disassociate themselves from the killings, municipal officials thought of renaming Snowtown as Rosetown. However, the name hasn't changed as of 2021. Trevelyan Evans. At 9:30 a.m., 52-year-old Trevelyan Evans opened Attic Antiques on a lovely and bright morning. On weekends, the store on Church Street in Llangollen, Wales, was frequently busy, especially on pleasant afternoons when the people came out to browse the independent stores in the neighborhood. Trevelyan seemed to be in a good mood as she interacted with about 25 friends and customers over the morning. She had plans to go out later that night and appeared content and at ease. Nobody knew that anything was wrong with the 52-year-old. Trevelyan put a note that said, "Back in 2 minutes," on the front door of her shop at 12:40 p.m. Then she was gone from the scene. Just before, he was said to have been spotted chatting with a well-dressed man, but he has never been located or identified. It is known that Trevelyan bought an apple and a banana as she left the store. She was seen crossing Castle Street, which is close by. A banana skin discovered in the store's trash can raises the chance that the 52-year-old went back to work after buying the fruits, but it might also be a red herring given that she might have eaten a banana earlier in the day. She may have gone back to the business that afternoon, but it has never been confirmed. Trevelyan was last seen for sure at 12:30 p.m. when she was seen on Market Street, not far from her house. After this, she was never heard from again and was never seen again. At the time of her disappearance, her dark blue Ford Escort Estate automobile was parked 200 yards from her store and had not been moved. She had forgotten to bring some fruits and flowers home with her after the store closed, along with her handbag, car keys, and jacket. 2 other unsubstantiated reports of Trevelyan were made after her sighting at 12:30 p.m. One incident occurred at 2:35 p.m. when a woman who fit the 52-year-old's description was sighted leaving the city along the A5 next to Riverside Park, and the other occurred at 3:45 p.m. when a lady who looked like Trevelyan was seen entering Park Avenue from the River D. After Trevelyan vanished, the police started to piece together her life story. Before going missing, she had spent the majority of the week away from the vacation house she and her husband Richard owned close to the Rudler coast. The house they intended to live into after they retired had been renovated by Richard. It took Trevelyan 3 days to disappear after she returned to Llangollen. She had no enemies that anyone was aware of and was not known to be depressed. All accounts pointed to a fairly average life for her. All of the Llangollen households were questioned following her disappearance. After then, the police continued their search and questioned people who didn't live in the town. 700 autos were removed from the investigation after more than 1,500 names were verified. Nothing could be found despite searches of the nearby caverns, mine shafts, canal, and D River. A drawing of a man wearing a blazer who was supposedly seen with Trevelyan just before she disappeared was made and shared. Even still, it doesn't seem like this has produced any fresh leads. In 1992, a hint from a purported spiritualist medium led to a search of woodland in a shroud known as World's End. A year later, after a woman wrote to the police claiming she had been overcome by a feeling that Trevelyan was close by, the police deployed dogs to investigate the canal bank near Llangollen. These leads, however, were fruitless. The police reopened the case in January 2001, hoping that new forensic methods would provide some insight into the disappearance and provide investigators with useful evidence. Unfortunately, though, this did not further the probe. Trevelyan's husband Richard was detained in June, 5 months later, but he was ultimately freed without being charged. What prompted the investigators to bring him in is unknown. Investigators concluded around this same period that the drawing of the man in the blazer, done just before she vanished, was not accurate. When Trevelyan vanished 20 years ago in 2010, her case was re-examined. According to a September 2011 article, the police were investigating a potential link between her disappearance and the life sentence of convicted murderer Robin Ligas, who killed 3 men in 1994. But this theory had been disproved by early 2012. Although no sightings of Trevelyan have been substantiated, there have been reports of her in England, France, and Australia in the years following her disappearance. Nothing has been taken out of her bank account since the day she vanished. Richard, her spouse, passed away in 2015. Following a tip from 2 brothers, police officers excavated the Rudland Golf Club bar in 2019 but discovered nothing. Later, Lee and Andrew Sutton, the 2 brothers who had spoken with the police, voiced their displeasure with the way the information was handled by the authorities. They indicated that they had acquired a camera that revealed human remains beneath the golf club's flooring, but that the remains had been removed by the time the police arrived to conduct their investigation days later. They claimed that an unidentified source had informed them about Trevelyan's remains. Both Andrew, the former county council auditor, and Lee, the carpenter, were adamant that they had found Trevelyan's remains. According to the brothers, a forensic expert has verified the photographic evidence they possess of the corpse. A plaque located on one of the many benches maintained by the council along the Prostaten Walkway, which is more than 30 miles from Llangollen, was observed by a bystander in January of 2021. In memory of Trevelyan Evans, who vanished in 16690, the inscription said, March 14, 2019, found Rutland Golf Club. Deleted on March 19, 2019. RIP. After being there for a few weeks, the plaque was soon vandalized. A fresh plaque was found in May 2022, affixed to a different bench at a rest area off the Offa's Dyke Trail. It said, on March 19, 2019 at noon, at Rudin Golf Club, justice awaits those responsible for the removal and disposal of Trevelyan Evans in this life or the next. May their souls get mercy from the Lord. When questioned about the original plaque, Lee said, "It's very strange. The Sutton brothers deny creating these plaques. I have no idea who would do it or why they would decide to place it there." The brothers further assert that Lee has received threatening calls and that Andrew's window has been broken in following their conversation with the police regarding the golf club. Trevelyan's case has not seen any advancement in a while. Her strange daytime disappearance is still unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Farrah Carter. In 2002, 15-year-old Farrah Carter and her family, who had just begun renting a property on Southwest 27th Street, resided in Broward County, Florida. Farrah was by herself at home on May 22nd. Her mother and sisters came inside later that day. They came onto something horrifying. The family room's wall and towering floor were splattered with large pools of blood. A glass jar broke on the floor, a chair toppled, and a couch was shoved against the window and blinds across the room. Her family discovered Farrah's death in her bedroom. She had been stabbed several times. Investigators discovered an ADP tour cap that did not belong to any family members inside a property, along with a shoe print. Investigators were informed by a man across the street that he witnessed Farrah conversing with a man at the front entrance the morning she was killed. The man had on a hat that matched the one inside the house. He made an unsuccessful attempt to enter the residence and fled. Subsequently, it was thought that the same individual had entered the residence successfully. Flyers were distributed across the community, and a $1,000 prize for information was offered. Despite testing the objects they had gathered for evidence, the investigators were unable to find any matches in the DNA. The case quickly became unsolved. Researchers opted to employ genetic genealogy in 2019. This time, they discovered a match after submitting the objects they had gathered to open DNA databases. They eventually located Joseph Pollard, 56, who had a lengthy history of abusing women. 2 years after taking Farrah's life, in the summer of 2004, he was given a life sentence for a separate crime including kidnapping and burglary. He had committed other crimes prior to that one, but he had never been imprisoned for an extended period of time. He was on probation and a free man in May 2002 when he went to Farrah's house to take their lives. He is presently incarcerated at a Taylor Correctional Institution, serving a life sentence. Although Farrah's family was relieved that the case was now closed, the decades-long suffering did not subside. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Ethan Eslick. In 2002, Ethan Eslick, then 1-year-old, resided in Dundee, New York. He shared a home with his mother Kelly, her partner, and brother Jordan. Kelly discovered Ethan's lifeless body at their home on August 29th. It was already too late when she dialed 911 for assistance. The autopsy revealed that asphyxiation was the cause of Ethan's death. Despite the police's investigation, no one was taken into custody and the matter was abandoned. Then, in 2018, fresh leads surfaced, prompting county investigators to call upon the capabilities of the FBI and the New York State Police located in Buffalo. At that point, there had been significant advancements in criminal justice technology, and the Yates County District Attorney's Office had improved both its legal and search warrant applications. A phone line was set up in relation to the case in March 2019 for anyone with information who wished to remain anonymous. James Eslick, Ethan's father, issued a public appeal for information related to the case. Eventually, the police issued a warrant in June 2020 for the 42-year-old Kelly Anderson, Ethan's mother. When she got back from Florida, she was apprehended in Dundee without any problems. Kelly is being jailed with a $250,000 bail at the Yates County Jail. Investigators have not yet disclosed the precise evidence that resulted in the arrest or the reason for it, as the case is still pending. Kelly may spend the next 25 years to life in state prison if found guilty. Moving on to the next case. Erica Lloyd. Erica Lloyd, 37, resides in Walnut Ridge, California. She had a challenging year in 2020. The pandemic had cost her her job. The stress of losing her job and attempting to homeschool her son was getting to Erica. Erica made the decision to travel to Joshua Tree National Park in June 2020 in order to have a brief vacation. June 14th was the day she moved out. Erica continued to communicate with her family until June 16th, at which point it all simply ended. There would be no further sighting or hearing of Erica. A California Highway Patrol discovered Erica's black Honda sedan abandoned on Highway 62 the same day, about 20 miles separate here from Joshua Tree National Park. The car's front and rear windscreens were found to be smashed by investigators. In addition, the airbag had gone out and the radio was broken. Though Erica's belongings remained in the car, she had vanished from sight. Investigators concluded that the vehicle's damage was compatible with an accident and that there was no sign of a break-in. However, they were unable to locate any proof that the accident occurred anywhere in the region. Given that Erica's belongings were still in her car, investigators did not think she had stayed at any of the surrounding campgrounds. There was no indication that campers had visited the area. Family members of Erica were concerned that she might have lost her way following the potential vehicle collision. An individual by the name of Doug Billings was sent in to assist investigators in their search for any indications of Erica in the vicinity. When it comes to the caves and mines in the area, Billings is an authority. He helped when Erin Corwin vanished from Joshua Tree National Park in 2014. Later on, her remains would be discovered in an abandoned mine. Hikers in Wanderer Valley discovered human remains close to Danby Road and Amboy Road in January of 2021. The distance from where Erica's car was discovered is only a few miles. The identification of Erica Lloyd's remains has been confirmed by investigators. Though the inquiry is still underway, it is still unclear what exactly happened to her. Colin Lloyd, Erica's brother, posted this on the Bring Erica Home Facebook page. After learning that Erica's remains had been identified, I must say with sad heart that my sister Erica's remains have been recognized by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I cannot simply tell you all of this, and neither can any of us simply take it in. I hope that we can all pull in a bit closer, support one another, and remember more frequently that we have each other's backs with unending love and open arms. It's what her wishes would have been. It is the essence of her personality. The fact that these two instances remain unsolved is annoying. Nonetheless, the fact that the Heiser and Lloyd families can now at least feel some sort of closure is cause for gratitude. Moving on to the next case. David and Cinnamon Brown. In a fit of uncontrollable terror, 32-year-old Garden Grove, California resident David Arnold Brown dialed 911 on March 19, 1985. He reported to the dispatcher that Linda, his 23-year-old wife, had been shot in their bedroom. When the crime happened, she was sleeping by herself. It was precisely how David had described it when the cops got on the scene. His wife was lying in bed, her chest pierced by 2 bullets. It had been a close-range shot. She passed away not long after getting to the hospital, when she was still alive. David informed the police that he had left the house earlier that day because he was tired of Linda and his 14-year-old daughter Cinnamon, fighting all the time when they were questioned where he had gone. Authorities started searching for Cinnamon a few hours after Linda passed away. She was found soiled in her own vomit and urine in the family's backyard, behind a dog kennel. In her palm was a rumpled paper that said, "Dear God, please forgive me. I meant no harm to her." Despite having consumed a lethal combination of drugs, Cinnamon was discovered just in time and managed to survive the ordeal. But after her recovery, she was accused of killing her stepmother and sent on trial. The 14-year-old entered a plea of not guilty due to insanity. Deputy District Attorney Mike McGuire, who was the prosecutor, called the murder cold-blooded and asserted that the adolescent killed herself because she was despondent and upset at Linda's promise to kick her out of the family home. Strangely, investigators learned that although other family members said that Linda and Cinnamon got along well, David, the 14-year-old's father, testified during her trial and accused her of committing the heinous act. David stated that Cinnamon had discussed suicide and that his daughter had been irritable for weeks before to the killing. He also mentioned that the night before the incident, he had shown her how to use a rifle. Cinnamon's defense persisted in arguing that she was insane in the meantime. Manuela Brown, the child's grandmother, would testify that the young girl had made up imaginary companions and had been unhappy at her parents' divorce and her father's marriage to Linda. According to Cinnamon's mother, Brenda Sands, the 14-year-old had called her a week prior to the murder to tell her that she felt like she was going crazy because everyone was arguing in the house. She didn't think her kid was at fault because everything happened so quickly. Back then, I didn't think everything was examined. She's a really lovely, courteous, and sweet girl. All she wanted to do was be kind to other people. Cinnamon was convicted of first-degree murder in September of 1986. Despite being given a 27-year term for state prison, she was lodged with the California Youth Authority due to her advanced age. Here, she exercised, did needlepoint, and worked quietly on the computer. It was said that she was a quiet girl. Usually, when questioned about the day of Linda's murder, she would claim to have no memory of the incident. However, she would stick by her and her father's version of events when contacted by a detective who was still investigating the case because he didn't think Cinnamon was guilty because of contradictions in the story. Cinnamon felt she could no longer stand it after they had been silent for about a year. She learned that her father was living it up, having purchased a $350,000 house soon after Linda passed away, then another house in Anaheim. He had also purchased a motor house and 3 new cars for himself. In addition, it came to light that David had secretly wed Linda's younger sister, Patricia and Bailey, not long after his daughter was found guilty. About $1,500,000 was what he had gotten from Linda's life insurance. While the two led opulent lives, Cinnamon withered away in prison. At last, she lost her temper. Cinnamon disclosed to the detectives still investigating her case that her father had asked her to murder Linda on his behalf. He claimed that Linda was a mafia member, as was her twin brother, and that they intended to murder David and Cinnamon in order to take over his business, data recovery. Upon conducting additional investigation, the authorities discovered that David had 4 insurance policies on Linda at the time of her passing. Stated that in order to make the crime appear to be a murder-suicide, her father had instructed her to create a suicide note. After the shooting, he gave her a pill cocktail and instructed her to take it. 3 years after the murder, David was detained and accused of the crime in light of this new knowledge. He was also supposed to convince his daughter to accept responsibility. It was alleged that he had persuaded her to agree by stating that she would not have to do any jail time because she was a minor. During a preliminary hearing, Cinnamon testified before the court, claiming that she killed for her father out of love for him. She claimed that although David desired Linda's death, he lacked the stomach for it. In the meantime, David's defense team attacked the adolescent, claiming that she had falsely accused her own father in order to get her release. They also said that the prosecution was leading her through her testimony and that she talked too softly. Cinnamon claimed that David had informed her that she would do it if she truly loved him. Following the revelation that Patricia, Linda's sister, was also aware of the scheme, Cinnamon clarified that the three of them had devised numerous methods to execute it. They debated whether to toss an electrical device into the water while Linda was taking a bath, smack her over the head with a blunt item, or force her out of a moving car. One night, David awoke the two females and instructed them to complete the task right away. Patricia loaded the murder weapon and gave it to Cinnamon as the 32-year-old was leaving the house. Patricia, the 17-year-old, told the younger girl to just go into the bedroom and shoot. Since Linda was not killed by the first round, Cinnamon fired again. She remained silent this time. Patricia, who was 20 at the time, was charged with murder and conspiracy in juvenile court for her involvement in the crime. She confirmed Cinnamon's account of events and had lived with her sister and David in 1985. At this point, it was also shown that David Brown was everything from a model citizen. He had an overflowing medicine cabinet full of various drugs and frequently pretended to be sick. He had been married 6 times, twice to Linda, whom he had first met when she was a little girl. It is said that when Linda and Patricia were living with their single mother, they were his neighbors. In the house were 2 of the 11 children. David urged the ladies to assist clean and maintain his house at the time, claiming he had cancer. After Linda and David got married in the early 1980s, Patricia moved in to get away from her crazy mother at home. Here's where David started harassing her. David attempted to hire a hitman to kill Patricia, the district attorney, and the investigator who had followed up on the matter following Cinnamon's conviction. It was revealed prior to the start of David's trial. He had his brother give over $23 grand to an old cellmate who promised they would arrange it. But in reality, the cellmate was assisting the police. David was charged with 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, 3 counts of solicitation to commit murder, subordination of perjury, solicitation to commit perjury, and conspiracy to conduct arson after making this mistake. Patricia was sentenced to fewer than 4 years in a state juvenile facility for her involvement in the killing after entering a guilty plea to first-degree murder in juvenile court. She acknowledged to David on the witness stand that she had been in love with him, saying, "I wanted Linda dead. Although I love Linda, my true love was David." Meanwhile, Cinnamon was granted parole in February 1992. After his trial, her father received a life sentence without the possibility of release in addition to 6 years for additional accusations that were later dismissed. At age 61, he passed away in jail in 2014. Moving on to the next case. Janet Smith. On June 25, 1902, Janet Kennedy Smith was born in Perth, Scotland. Her father was British and employed as a railway fireman. Her mother was Norwegian. Janet, then 11 years old, traveled to London with her family, where she worked as a nursemaid after graduating from high school. At the age of 21, she was employed as a nanny in 1923 for Frederick and Doreen Baker, a wealthy couple who belonged to the social elite. Janet worked as a carer for Rosemary, their newborn daughter. Frederick traveled frequently because he operated an import company. The Baker family relocated to Paris, France during the course of the following year before relocating to Vancouver, Canada. Janet worked for the Baker and moved with the family on both of these occasions, receiving $30 a month. They also said they would purchase a return ticket for her to England whenever she desired. At first, the family resided in Vancouver's upscale West End neighborhood. They did, however, move into the house of Frederick's brother Richard and his wife Blanche in May of 1924. It was said that at this time, Richard and Blanche were vacationing in Europe. The family first met Wang Fun Sing, a Chinese houseboy who may have been as old as 27, but he was probably around 25. Singh allegedly had a wife, but he fell in love with Janet right away. He had given her expensive things, such as a silk nightgown, which she wrote about in her diary. It is unknown how exactly the two interacted, although Janet's acquaintances would later testify that she had confided in them about her fear of Singh. Singh heard a loud noise in the kitchen on June 26, 1924, as he was peeling potatoes. He looked out the window, thinking it was the automobile backfiring, but there was nothing there, so he checked the basement. He discovered Janet's corpse, 22 years old, downstairs. There was a .45 caliber revolver on the ground close to her right hand, and she had a gunshot wound to her temple. In a panic, Singh called Frederick Baker, who promptly went back home and verified Janet's death. Constable James Green of the Point Grey Police Department led the subsequent investigation, or lack thereof, after authorities were summoned to the scene. It was an inquiry doomed from the outset. Green destroyed any additional prints that might have been on the pistol as soon as he handled it, which was the weapon that Janet had reportedly used to shoot herself. And the place looked suspiciously clean. Neither blood nor brain matter were present. However, investigators didn't find this strange for some reason. Two other intriguing hints in the case were that Janet's skin was free of powder burns and that the back of her skull appeared to have been smashed by a blunt object. Green declared the 22-year-old's death to be a suicide in spite of these irregularities, and he gave the undertaker's instructions to embalm the body. Naturally, this was another rare step because, in cases of violent deaths, embalming the body happened after the autopsy, not before. During the embalming process, the undertaker observed multiple inexplicable burn marks on Janet's side of the body. It was found at this time that Richard Baker, who was still outside the nation at the time, was the owner of the revolver. A physician called Doctor examined the 22-year-old's body after the embalming procedure was finished. Hunter pointed out once more that there was no burn traces or gunshot residue at the bullet's entry places, suggesting that the weapon was fired from a distance. He also noticed that her scalp and skull were not attached. No samples were obtained, and there was no standard autopsy performed. The coroner characterized Janet's death as self-inflicted yet accidental during the ensuing inquest. Law enforcement and the coroner explained away the peculiar circumstances by stating that the woman shot herself and that her head struck the laundry tub when her corpse fell. The case was concluded in the eyes of the police. Buried in Mountain View Cemetery was Janet. But Janet's friends were not so readily persuaded. They explained the problem to Presbyterian church leaders and the United Council of Scottish Societies in Vancouver. These organizations then put pressure on the provincial government and Attorney General Alexander Malcolm Manson, leading to the case's eventual reopening. On August 28th, Janet's body was unearthed and a second inquest into her death was conducted. This time, the 22-year-old's pals attested that she had told them she was terrified Singh, the houseboy of the baker, would kill her. It was also observed that the crime scene did not support the theory of suicide. As the only person known to have been in the house with Janet at the time, other from infant Rosemary, Singh came instantly under suspicion after it was determined during the inquest that Janet had been murdered. The Vancouver Star published multiple pieces over the summer suggesting that the houseboy was at fault, which further solidified the assumption that Singh was the culprit. The author of these pieces was Victor Odlam, a well-known opponent of Asian culture who even attempted to have laws passed that would, in his words, protect white girls of impressionable youth from the unnecessary wiles and villainies of low-caste Asian men. Nonetheless, there was a significant amount of anti-Asian vitriol being used at the time overall. In his attempts to draft legislation that would adversely affect Asians' lives, particularly those of Asian men, Victor Odlam was not alone. The Janet Smith Law was sponsored by Legislative Assembly member Mary Ellen Smith, and it forbids employers from hiring Asian men and white women in the same residence. Nevertheless, because it contravened the 1911 Anglo-Japanese Treaty, which forbade legislation that discriminated against the Japanese, this bill was never passed. Inspector Cruikshank was assigned to supervise the case by Attorney General Manson. In turn, Cruikshank hired Oscar Robinson, a private eye, who devoted much of his time to following Singh and monitoring his movements. Singh went to Chinatown sometime after the second inquest, and two men in a big black car grabbed him while he was standing on a street corner with his buddies, shoved him into the back seat, and drove off. Singh was taken aback to find himself at the Canadian Detective Bureau, as he had anticipated being murdered by vigilantes in retribution for Janet's death. His reprieve was short-lived, though, as Robinson and others questioned him about the murder and severely beat him before releasing him. Despite everything, Singh remained adamant in his innocence and told the men he had nothing to do with Janet's death. On March 20th, 1925, Singh was abducted once more, by a number of men clad in Ku Klux Klan attire this time. It was believed that the men were not real Klan members and were only dressing in disguise because the Klan was not accepted in Vancouver. The men kidnapped Singh and held him captive for 6 weeks, torturing and questioning him in an effort to coerce the young man into making a confession. Singh, however, declined once more and insisted on his innocence. He was finally freed on May 1st. After he was freed, it was discovered that a large number of the men who had abducted him were well-known members of the community, including 3 well-known members of the city's Scottish societies, the head of police, 2 Point Grey police commissioners, and a police sergeant. In addition, a Chinese man by the name of Wang Funsane had been there the entire time, having been employed as a translator. The fact that Singh was employed by the detective agency handling the case added to the anger among the Chinese populations. Additionally, it came to light that Attorney General Manson knew about the men's scheme but did nothing about it, even though he issued the warrant enabling authorities to arrest Singh when he was freed from captivity. It seemed he had hoped the others would win and the case would be closed. While the detective and his son were found guilty, the jury made a strong recommendation for leniency. One of the guys engaged in the kidnapping entered a plea of guilty to kidnapping. In a highly contentious decision, the government decided not to prosecute any additional Point Grey police officers in relation to the incident, and the other officers were found not guilty of any crimes. Manson's career was permanently ruined by his involvement in the plan, even though he did not face any consequences. Singh was tried for Janet's murder shortly after, but the case was quickly dismissed for lack of evidence. He then resumed working for the Baker family until his return to China or Hong Kong in 1926. While many people think Singh committed the murder, there was another rumor that started when one of the witnesses came forward and said she had been to an intoxicated sex party at the Baker's house, where Janet's head had been shattered. The only reason she was shot was to try to hide the first crime. According to local rumors, a gang of young, wealthy men killed the 22-year-old after sexually assaulting him and bribing the police to assist cover up the crime. Although Frederick Baker refuted the claims that he had thrown a sex party, Scotland Yard said that he had smuggled drugs, rendering him an untrustworthy witness. In the same vein, Jack Nichol, the son of Lieutenant Governor Walter Nichol, revealed to his nurse as he lay dying that he had been at the party at the Baker's house and had been discovered having sex with Janet in the restroom while intoxicated. He was seeing Baker's sister Blanche at the time, and he was scared that she would hear about him and Janet. In a fit of rage, he knocked the 22-year-old over, hitting her head on a tap and killing her right away. Once more, it was claimed that her shooting was a cover-up for the drug-fueled sex party that many of Vancouver's wealthy elites attended. Nicole was never charged in relation to the case, though, so it's not certain if his statements were true. Janet Smith passed away in 1924, but regrettably, her case is still unresolved over a century later. Moving on to the next case. The Sodder children. Sweet and innocent children of 1940s West Virginia, Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty Sodder were known to their parents and siblings as cherished additions to their huge family. Their carefree kindness and innocent amazement were cut short on Christmas Eve 1945 by mysterious unsolved disappearances leaving everyone who knew them in West Virginia and around the country searching for answers in a sea of information that left everyone feeling confused and lost. This investigation of the Sodder children's disappearance and the perplexing mystery along State Route 19 aims to offer more substantive reasoning based on visible evidence and situational analysis. Giorgio Soddu was born in Tula, Sardinia, Italy in 1895, marking the start of the Sodder family tradition. After what seemed to be 13 years of upheaval and unidentified disaster, Giorgio came to the United States in 1808. He left behind his Italian heritage and adopted the name George Sodder after traveling to Ellis Island with his older brother and entering his new nation securely. Once George Sodder's younger siblings were formally admitted into the United States, and he was finally freed from Tula's clutches, George's older brother promptly returned to Europe. Throughout the years he had spent living in the United States before, George had always maintained the privacy of his own country. He had never revealed the precise reasons for his decision to leave Italy and travel across the ocean. George looked all over the East Coast for work before straying into the Rust Belt and finding railway work in Pennsylvania. He served as a sort of runner, bringing supplies, food, and other items to his fellow workers. After working at similar jobs for a few years, he saved up money and eventually got a full-time job as a driver in Smithers, West Virginia. As he entered adulthood, he traveled about the Appalachian area. After gaining valuable experience as a heavy-duty driver, George decided to turn his passion into a business and launched his own trucking firm that moved dirt around Appalachia between building sites. After that, this changed to delivering coal from nearby mines located in the West Virginian mountains, and George quickly gained the respect of the community for the Sodder name. Shortly after, he met Jenny Cipriani, the daughter of a shopkeeper who had also come to the U.S. from Italy when she was younger and would become his future wife. After being married, the two set out on a prosperous family path in Fayetteville, West Virginia. The couple had a lot of happiness in Fayetteville. The town itself was populated mostly by Italian immigrants and included many Italian-owned businesses and aspects of Italian culture. 2 miles north of the city limits, George found the family's 2-story timber-framed home. John Sodder, the first of Jenny's 10 children, was born in 1923, just as the Roaring Twenties were getting began. George seen his trucking business take off with unheard-of success for such a small community as additional children were born. The Sodder family rapidly became one of the most well-respected middle-class families in the area as they expanded in both size and wealth. One of the residents said that as the 1920s gave way to the Depression in the 1930s, new babies kept coming. Still, the Sodder family persevered despite national social turmoil and economic downturns. Jenny and George didn't even blink. In actuality, George's strong will and unwavering opinions on contentious issues were the only things harming the Sodders' reputation. His strong views on being patronizing to certain locals, especially when it came to Benito Mussolini, caused a few relationships with the Italian-American community to fall apart. In spite of all the good and bad things that have been said about the Soddo family, George and Jenny brought 10 children into the world, 5 boys and 5 girls, in 1943. John, Joseph, Marion, George Jr., Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, Irene, Betty, and Sylvia. They managed to manage a sizable clan in a modest country lifestyle while living in a 2-story home. The children got along well despite their different ages and generations, each bringing their own personalities and special hobbies to the dining table each night. The Sodder kids never failed to make an impression on their instructors, peers, and parents. Everyone in the West Virginian hamlet would agree that the Sodders left behind a legacy of tenacity, constructive change, and boundless potential that sprang from those kids. Rather, tragedy slowly seeped out of the unfortunate people residing in that 2-story timber house of possibility right before the holidays peaked in 1945. The fascist reign of Benito Mussolini came to an end when he was executed in Italy on April 28, 1945, by Italian forces. Meanwhile, George Sauter continues to criticize the tyrant brutally in the Italian immigrant town of Fayetteville, West Virginia, which offends and annoys other Italian Americans. 6 months later, in October 1945, a Mystery Life insurance salesman rings George Sorel's doorbell and tries to talk him into getting insurance. The salesman is promptly fired by George, and the insurance expert becomes agitated. George hears him shout, "Your children will be destroyed and the Sauter home will go up in smoke." He goes on to say that the offensive comments you will be making about Mussolini are the source of this threat. Shortly after the salesman incident in October, a second male visitor shows up at the Sauter home with questionable purpose. After being recognized by George, the visitor claims to be searching for general employment and proceeds to walk the Sauter patriot behind his house. The guest says there will be a fire in the back, pointing to 2 nearby fuse boxes. Although the electrical firm just rewired the property and declared the results to be safe and secure, George is confused but not concerned. In the initial weeks of December 1945, the elder Sauter brothers observed an oddly parked vehicle near the main road passing through the downtown area. It seemed as though the car was watching the younger Sauter siblings make their way home from school every afternoon. The Sauter family observes the holidays as any other family would on Christmas Eve, 1945. Working at a nearby dime store, Mary Ann, the eldest daughter, brings home additional small toys for her younger sisters, Betty, Jenny, and Martha. Because of their enthusiasm over the surprise, Miss Sauter sets a later bedtime. At 10 p.m., she gives 2 of the boys, Maurice and Louis, the order to watch their sisters, so long as they take care of the farm animals before going to bed. They both nod, and the kids amuse themselves by going to sleep, with Mrs. Sauter following shortly after. Mrs. Sauter answers the phone when it rings at 12:30 a.m., just after midnight. A female voice that is unrecognizable is on the other line. She calls for someone who can hear muffled laughing and what sounds like clinking glasses in the background of the phone call. Someone who does not exist in Mrs. Sauter's thoughts. The woman laughs strangely when Mrs. Sauter tells her that she must have the wrong number, as Mrs. Sauter would later characterize it. She thinks it strange that the usually well-behaved kids would have left the house in such a condition when she returns to her room and discovers the living room lights and drapes are still open. Mrs. Sauter goes back to bed, brushing it off as Marie and snoozes on the couch. Only half an hour later, at 1 a.m, something strikes the house's roof and reverberates inside with a loud thud and a rolling noise. Mrs. Sauter wakes up to look into it once more. She returns to her sleep, though, only to be met by quiet. After another 30 minutes, at approximately 1:30 a.m., that's Miss Sauter waking up for the 3rd time. When she smells smoke, she runs to her bed. She notices that George's office is on fire in the hallway, with the fire spreading to the fuse box and phone cables. Jenny doesn't waste any time in waking up her father, who then tells his 2 oldest sons. In the ensuing minutes, George, his spouse, their daughter Marion, their sons John and George Jr., and the young child Sylvia all manage to flee without harm. They can't get up the flaming stairs to save the other kids who are sleeping in the attic, so they try calling out to them. The immediate aftermath is one of panic as well as turmoil. When Mary Ann tries to call emergency services using the family phone on the ground floor of the house, she discovers that it is inoperable. So she dashes to the neighbor's house to borrow their phone to call the fire brigade. At the same time, a motorist on a nearby road notices the fire across the street and proceeds to a bar in order to personally phone the fire brigade. It was later discovered that the driver never calls 911, most likely because of a malfunctioning phone. Rather, a bystander witnessing the fire or the Sauter's neighbor dashes onto the town square and dials 911 from downtown Fayetteville. In the meantime, every last-minute scheme the Sauter family devises fails because of unfavorable events. First, disregarding the injuries and bloodstains from the incident, George scales the house in his pants and smashes an attic window. He needs a ladder to help him climb inside, though, and in an odd turn of events, the ladder that is typically placed against the house is nowhere to be found, even after George and the two older lads made a strong push. Then, the jubilant soldiers decide to use their water bucket to douse some of the house fires, but they find the water has frozen and is of no use. When George finally tries to bring his work trucks up alongside the siding to the house and climb up there instead, the vehicle's engines refuse to start. The Sodder family, thinking the rest of their children are trapped inside and will undoubtedly perish in the fire, watches helplessly as their devoted home burns to the ground for the next 45 minutes on Christmas Day, early in the morning. Eventually, the fire department shows up on the site the next day. They attribute their delayed reaction time to the impacts of the war, a shortage of workers, and the incapacity of the overnight fire chief to operate the fire truck. Christmas 1945. The fire had subsided by 10 a.m., and the firefighters are combing over the burn area. They say the missing youngsters are dead even though they supposedly find no bones. There are conflicting reports claiming the firefighters discovered organs and bones that morning, but these reports are never verified, and experts subsequently claim their 10 a.m. search was ineffective. Nevertheless, after finishing their investigation, the firemen determined that the Sodder children's remains were entirely incinerated. The fire was hot enough to remove any remnants from the scene, the disaster erasing years of legacy building for the Sodder family. But the surviving members are already starting to doubt the official conclusions about the end of the fire. A sudden interest in learning more about the true fate of the departed kids and the potential that they just vanished. The surviving members of the Sodder family were increasingly doubtful of the entire home fire inquiry as the days, months, and years passed. They were worried about the minor facts that emerged from their everyday lives, but they were also worried by the official conclusions of the fire department and what seemed to be a lack of effort to arrive at a suitable conclusion. The Sodders recruited private investigator C in the midst of their urgent hunt for a more certain answer. C. Tinsley of West Virginia's Gauley Bridge to look into the fire and upcoming case files. Tinsley conducted work beyond the purview of emergency services and law enforcement, gathering additional material that served to distort the facts. But one piece of information that Tinsley discovered stands out a little more than the others. It serves as more of an eliminator, letting us know what should and shouldn't be taken into account in a vat of inconclusivity, rather than pointing to a satisfactory conclusion. While Tinsley was scouring Fayetteville to gather information from rumors and murmurs, he often overheard a recurring rumor about Fire Chief F.J. Morris finding a human heart after the Sodder House fire. They found no remains even though they tied the family. Morris allegedly took the heart personally, packaged it, and stored it in a metal container buried someplace in West Virginia, according to the rumors. After following up on the tip, Tinsley discovered that Morris had allegedly confessed to a prominent local religious person. George Sodder personally went over to the clergyman who attested to Morris's confession. Chief Morris gave in to his shame when George and Tinsley caught him in a lie during their interview. He led the two guys to the metal box's last resting place and displayed the heart he had discovered in 1945. The plot twist emerged when the ancient heart was brought to a funeral director in West Virginia in the days that followed. After the funeral inspector examined the organ, he discovered that it was not a heart at all, but rather beef liver with no fire damage or scarring. This indicates that Revitt Chief Morris did not obtain the organ from ground zero on the Sodder property. More rumors circulated in the community after the beef liver hoax, stating Morris had acknowledged to using the organs to deceive the Sodder family into thinking their children had actually perished in the fire. These rumors aligned with his unit's original report. Therefore, even though the buried tin can heart had no direct bearing on the missing children's recovery, it did, in the big picture, highlight one crucial element: that the fire department was prepared to genuinely fabricate a body part in order to prevent more conspiracy, suspicion, and their own lack of faith, and that their assertion that the children were burnt totally in the fire was, at best, conjecture. It casts a great deal of doubt on those who were supposed to exercise due diligence in determining the destinies of the 5 children who were left inside the burning house. How can anybody else, much less the actual living relatives, be confident the children were killed in the fire if the fire chief wasn't? It compels us to consider who else might know something, or worse, be complicit in what might be more than a chance fire. Rather, a violent act of arson motivated by a desire to murder or, odd still, kidnap 5 innocent people. Recall the insurance salesman who, a few months prior to the fire, threatened George Sauter after learning of his remarks about Mussolini. He was among the initial dubious individuals that Private Investigator C focused on. Tinsley, C. The individual who has not yet been recognized was reportedly a member of the coroner's panel that declared the Sauter house fire to be an official accident. Although this may be written off as a coincidental event, it's important to take the salesman into consideration as a potential dark horse given his unkind behavior and needless harassing of George Sauter. Similarly, numerous case supporters have identified additional possible Italian-related subjects as prospective culprits. Many unanswered inquiries have been made concerning George's possible connections to the Italian mafia and his expanding business network in the years around Christmas 1945. George never disclosed the details of his first immigration to the United States, despite his repeated denials of these accusations. There are rumors that he and his brother left their native nation to avoid a family conflict. Some people think the Serra family owed money to the mafia in Italy. From a more pragmatic perspective, George's membership in the Mussolini ranks might have provoked resentment among the incorrect kinds of Mussolini supporters, leading to acts of violence from individuals with hidden animosity. Here is the second set of Italian-rated presumptions. When they learned of a wealthy businessman's disapproval, the Mussolini followers decided to exact revenge. Critics of this idea point out that many battalions supporting Mussolini and fascism would have made political remarks about their actions, making it clear when and where they struck, and they probably wouldn't have left a crime scene with so few autographs. If someone was attacking the Sauters for political purposes, it was probably a lone, covert person. One such specific person suspected of being involved in the fire was a small-time burglar who was spotted by the Sauters' neighbors creeping around their home over the Christmas season of 1945 and taking firewood from the surrounding area. The individual was recognized by investigators, who then located him to question him. Admitting to taking the block and tackle, the robber explained that he had cut the phone wires because he mistook them for a power line. Unfortunately, no official record of this thief's identification was ever retained, making it impossible to delve further into the man's past. It's just another instance of circumstantial coincidence, but it has to be properly acknowledged given the ambiguity of the findings. The most popular idea surrounding the tragedy of the Sauter children challenges whether Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty even perished at all. Many amateur detectives speculate that the 5 children were abducted and either aborted to a different fate or aborted to an entirely new universe where they were raised, rather than dying in the fire. The mother, Jenny Sauter, was the theory's first and most well-known proponent. She made 2 references. First, she never really thought that her children's bodies could be totally destroyed in the fire. First, she noticed numerous non-burned personal items and household appliances among the debris. Second, Ms. Sauter recalled an article she had read in the local newspaper recently about a house fire that had occurred not too distant from hers, in which 7 people perished but left only skeletal remains. Jenny gathered animal bone fragments and burnt them for a long time since she was too curious to pass the opportunity. None of the bones burnt through twice in spite of this. Mrs. Sauter then forwarded her results to a worker at a nearby crematorium as evidence for her experiments. The worker attested to the fact that after a fire burns for 2 hours at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 1090 degrees Celsius, human bones will still be there. This is significantly hotter and lasts longer than what the solder house fire could have. Where did the kids go, then? If the corpses couldn't have been burned completely through and no remains had been found? Over the past few years, numerous people have come forward with possible, confirmed sightings, stating that the children were still alive at the time of their possible sightings. George Sodder, the father, made one of the earliest observations. He was reading a newspaper in 1949 that had images of a New York City ballet dancer. Among them was a young woman who looked a lot like Betty, one of his lost daughters. Without much delay, George crossed state lines and went to the young girl's school just to make sure. George tried to glimpse her face in the classroom, but the school prevented him from doing so. Despite his insistence on being paid and his explanation of the peculiar situation. 3 years later, with little progress being made, the Sodder family put up a few billboards with photographs of their 5 missing children along West Virginia state roads. Soon later, further eyewitness accounts surfaced claiming to have seen some of the kids funneled into the system. Not quite a week later, Ida Crutchfield, the operator of a Charleston hotel, provided the first significant report. She claimed that on an undisclosed occasion from the prior year, she had welcomed 4 adults of Italian descent who had arrived at the hotel at midnight with 5 little children who were the same age and gender as the Sodder children. Ida claimed that when she tried to talk to the kids, one of the males gave me a nasty look. He spun around and started speaking quickly in Italian. The entire group stopped chatting to me right away. She continued by claiming that the party departed early the following day. Law enforcement, who believed she had waited too long to come forward with information, never gave the accusation much thought. Even though she was aware of the Sodder children's appearance 5 years before she made her allegation. Between smaller-scale sightings, George Sodder traveled the nation interviewing tipsters in an effort to discover his own sons and daughters. One woman in St. Louis believed she spotted Martha Sodder being detained in a nearby convent. One night, a second person overheard 2 other customers at a Texas pub making damning remarks regarding a house fire that had occurred on Christmas Eve in West Virginia years earlier. When a relative on Jenny Sodder's side produced children in Florida that were said to resemble George's children, even George's own relatives became suspects in his eyes. To officially remove them off his own Rolodex of suspicions, he had to pay them a personal visit. When a named woman wrote to the Sodders in 1967, claiming that their lost son Louis Sodder had revealed his true identity while intoxicated one night and possibly be residing someplace in Texas with his other missing sibling Maurice, George's largest research led him to Texas. Upon failing to locate the woman, George and his son-in-law, Grover Paxton, sought assistance from the police in locating the 2 males mentioned in her account. Once again, George was left with nothing as these individuals denied being the Sodder children on multiple occasions. Grover subsequently informed those following the case that George, who wasn't entirely sure these weren't his own children, was haunted to his grave by these 2 men's denials. Out of all the sightings and witness accounts provided by outsiders, 1967 yielded the most concrete proof of the Sodder children's survival that any member of the family has ever seen or heard of. One day, while Jenny Sodder was opening her mail, she noticed a letter from Central City, Kentucky that was expressly addressed to her. No return address or other hints were included. Jenny opened it and saw a picture of a young man who looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. His face traits matched those of Louis, the missing Sodder boy, who, had he survived, would have been around that age. Jenny discovered the following writing on the picture when she turned it over. Louis Sodder, I love brother Frankie. Young boys a 90132 or 35. Encouraged by their renewed optimism, the Sodder family hired a second private investigator to travel to Center City and look into the letter's origin. However, the PI never returned to Fayetteville, leaving the family unable to get in touch with him. One of the most intriguing parts of the whole case is this. Their investigator vanishes and is never heard from again, just as the family is about to locate the cinder after receiving a sizable tip in the mail. The most dubious theory that is currently circulating holds that the image actually shows Lewis, who was sending a desperate hint while maybe still under duress, and that the man dispatched to find him met the same end and died. The Sodder family's hearts were won over by the camera shot, even though it will never be possible to confirm who is staring through it. They placed one on the mantle at their new house and added the picture on the billboards along the highway. Many of the family's own hands-on investigations came to a stop in 1969 when George Sodder passed away, 2 years after the mystery surrounding the unidentified photos. The Sodders have even less hope than they did in the winter of 1945 as the sightings and speculations begin to taper down as well. The two remaining ideas, that the children were taken somewhere else or that they died in the fire, are split fairly evenly. One may argue for or against each of their polarities, but neither one seems to have much more traction than the other. Reporters and experts have offered their fair share of insights and conclusions regarding the case, and even when they publicly state that the Sodder children most likely passed away on Christmas Eve night, they leave open the possibility that the 5 children could have survived, and that it would not come as a shock to learn that they were still alive in 1946 at the beginning of the new year. Prior to disclosing our conjecture of the circumstances and factual background surrounding Maurice, Martha, Lewis, Jenny, and Betty Sodders, we only have access to the same data that is shown in each video, and we make no effort to provide certainty or an expert guarantee regarding the conclusions we draw at the end. All we do is watch research and write about it. Regarding the specifics of what transpired on Christmas Eve, 1945, we think that deliberate or malevolent arson caused the fire. The Sodders' Christmas lights weren't illuminated and operational during the early phases of the fire, so the fire department's assertion that an electrical issue was the cause of the fire doesn't make sense. If the coroner's jury's claim about defective wiring caused the flames, the house's power would have been cut off, and the outside lights should not have been left on. Additionally, there were hints that, after the fire had started, someone else was deliberately hindering the Sodders' ability to enter the attic. Taking into account that the ladder, which was normally leaning against the house, was situated roughly 75 feet away from the property at the base of an embankment. At an unknown time that evening, a bus driver who had passed the Sodder property spotted 2 individuals hurling fireballs at the house. In the spring of 1946, Sylvia Sodder came across a firm rubber ball-like object in the brush on the Sodder farm. It had the appearance of a hand grenade or pineapple bomb. Recall that just before to the smell of smoke entering the building, Jenny Sodder heard a thump on the roof of the home and then a rolling sound, like a ball rolling down a sloping roof. Taking everything into account, there was too much evidence still present at the site to rule out arson. Regarding the 5 Sodder children's deaths, we think they managed to flee the attic before they were consumed by the flames. Apart from the earlier research and accounts stating that no bones or remains were discovered in the ash, a second excavation was conducted in 1949 and nothing was discovered to support the alternate theory. A dictionary, a few coins, and human vertebrae were discovered during a much more thorough dig conducted in August of that year by Washington, D.C. pathologist Oscar Hunter. Marshall T. Newman, a researcher at the Smithsonian, examined the bones and discovered that they belonged to a single person who was between the ages of 16 and 22. Maurice was the oldest missing child. He was 14 years old at the time and was found not to be the carrier of these particular bones. Additionally, Newman discovered that the bones had been in the dirt brought into the site after the house fire and had not been exposed to heat. Experts surmised that they originated from a West Virginia cemetery close to Mount Hope and were returned to the family in December 1949, never to be seen again. Thus, it is exceedingly implausible that the children's bodies burnt along with the other possessions if 2 professional excavations were conducted and not a single trace of the buried victims' physical remains was discovered. Regarding the Sodder children's true destiny, it's safe to conclude that the rest of the family, whether it be gangsters or disgruntled Italian-American neighbors, was correct when they believed they had been abducted or taken against their will. As absurd as it may sound, the remaining Sodder siblings think that 5 of their father's children were abducted by the Sicilian mafia after they refused to comply with their demands for money. This explains George's complete silence on his tragic childhood and his flight from Italy. The kidnapper guaranteed the safety of the kids trapped in the attic and knew who was organizing the arson. Recalling the condition of the house on Christmas Eve, with the curtains drawn, the lights on, and the children's whereabouts upstairs never verified by Mrs. Sodder herself as midnight approached. The notion that a stranger was inside the house and that the 5 children had been taken away is supported by no evidence. It's possible that they were brought to Italy knowing that their relatives back home would be in danger. The reason behind their prolonged silence following the catastrophe, should they attempt to get in touch with them again. About the purported 1967 photo of Louis Sodder, one significant hint lends credence to this notion. The digits scrawled on the paper's reverse side, such as 900132 or 35, might be postal codes. 90132 is located in Sri Lanka and is probably a mistake. But if you replace 32 with 35, the zip code for this is 90,135, which is in Italy. Is Louis perhaps dropping signals as to where he is right now? When everything is considered, it is impossible to ignore the fact that the Sodder children wouldn't go unnoticed if they were still alive is likely the strongest indication that they survived. Perhaps in the future, a more efficient way to locate the man in the mystery portrait of the core city will allow someone to visit these sites. Whatever the case, the catastrophe that befell George, Jenny, and the children who were still alive was unlike anything that had ever occurred in a little West Virginian hamlet before. All 5 of those children had a lifetime of unrealized potential ahead of them. Their legacy was just getting started, having been successfully raised by George and Jenny and ripened by their pedagogical guidance. Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty Sodder were the future of not just their family but also of Fayetteville and the United States in general. They were well liked by the majority of the community and were on their way to establishing their own successful careers. Whether or not they passed away or vanished is secondary to the fact that everything that occurred was unfair, unjust, and should serve as a warning to everyone about how fleeting life is and how valuable it is. The only living member of the original Sodder clan is Sylvia Sodder Paxton. She still has a great deal of trust in discovering her missing siblings, or at the very least learning their official fate. Perhaps this case's revival will allow her wishes to be fulfilled. With resiliency and persistence, the remaining family members' dying hopes were realized. We will keep looking for answers for the 5 souls that were kept in the dark on Christmas Eve 1945 until then. One day, figuring out the disappearance of the Sodder children and the mysteries surrounding it will destroy not just a house, but also a dynamic and loved family tree. Moving on to the next case. 3 suitcases. 3 bags were discovered on December 20th, 1976, along Interstate 80 in Whitehaven, Pennsylvania, near the Lehigh River. There was a young woman whose remains were in the suitcases. It was discovered by investigators that she had been beaten and strangled. They regrettably also found out that the woman was 9 months pregnant. Her unborn child did not survive. It's thought that bags had been tossed from a car that was heading west. One of the luggage landed on the riverside, and the other 2 fell into the woods. To reduce the likelihood that it would be discovered, the offender most likely intended to toss it into the river. The girl was introduced as Beth Doe. Because she was pregnant, she weighed 145 pounds and stood about 5 feet tall. It was assumed that Beth Doe, who had dark brown hair, was white and had been born in Europe before relocating to the U.S. She was not identified even after having her teeth inspected, fingerprints taken, and missing people reports from Canada and the United States checked. Two reconstructions were made public by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2015. The Pennsylvania State Police revealed in September 2019 that Beth Doe might be Madeline Cruz. In 1974, Madeline Cruz fled her home and her family. She phoned a friend in 1976 to beg for money because she was expecting a child. Though Madeline would have fit the description and time frame, investigators discovered her to be in good health. But despite the resurgence of interest in the case, Evelyn Cologne's identity as Beth Doe was discovered. Evelyn Cologne was discovered to be Beth Doe. She was 15 years old and originally from Puerto Rico. She shared a Jersey City flat with 19-year-old Luis Sierra in 1970. When Evelyn's mother Soup arrived, Evelyn had vanished when she had called her one day. Luis wrote to her family to let them know she had given birth and to not worry. If she needed anything, she would get in touch with them. Since Evelyn's family believes she was secure with Luis and that she intentionally broke off communication, they never filed a missing persons report. Additionally, on March 31, 2021, Luis was questioned by investigators who visited his residence. He eventually amended his statement after initially claiming he was unaware of Evelyn Cologne's identity. When the investigators decided they had enough, they made the arrest. As of right now, he is being held without bond. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Adam Brundage. Quakertown-born Adam Brundage, 26, was a father of two children. His father had suddenly gone away, leaving him with a sizable inheritance. He used the funds to purchase a home. He shared a residence with Damon Smoot. It was just a few months before Adam and Damon purchased the home. Adam's mother and ex-girlfriend became concerned in October 2004 when he stopped returning her calls and was listed as missing. A peculiarity was that Damon, Adam's flatmate, continued to live in Adam's home by himself and continued to drive Adam's most valuable vehicle, a 1997 Mercury Cougar. Damon said to Adam's mother that Adam had given him everything. Damon would provide a different account of what happened to Adam every time the police or someone else questioned him about it. He said that Adam moved to Iowa due to unpaid child support. Then he said that Adam had fled to Wisconsin in order to avoid an arrest warrant. After that, the plot would alter a few more times. Damon did not decide to notify the police what had transpired until this year, in 2020. He consented to enter a guilty plea on January 9th and gave the police full information. He confessed to them his envy of Adam and everything he owned. Adam called Damon on October 4th, 2004, requesting supplies. There was a repair he needed to do in the house. After telling Adam to meet him at work, Damon and Adam got into a heated altercation. After getting a baseball bat out of his car, Damon gave Adam a headlock. Adam lost consciousness and began convulsing. Damon then covered Adam's lips and nose with his fingers until his breathing ceased. Damon revealed to the authorities Adam's burial place. The retrieval of the remains took almost a day. The police are certain that they would never have located Adam if Damon hadn't told them. For an unrelated offense, Damon was already serving a 10-year term. When he is 62 years old, he will be eligible for release. Because Damon was using Adam's automobile and residing in his home as though he owned it, essentially living Adam's life, Adam's mother, Donna Brundage, claimed she was aware from the beginning that it was Damon. District Attorney Matthew Weintraub stated, "I'm happy to say it's been returned to his family for a proper burial." Adam, on the other hand, lived for 15 years without a funeral or a grave monument. Moving on to the next case. Carol Maltese. In 2020, 41-year-old David Fontana and 24-year-old Carol Maltese first met in a Milan hotel room. Carol had recruited Fontana, a food blogger, banker, and photography aficionado, to take some provocative pictures of her for her website. Under the alias Charlotte Angie, she was an OnlyFans creator who used her platform to sell provocative photos and sexual videos. Fontana had already been married when they met. However, he separated from his wife and started dating Carol in the months after their photo session, which he subsequently referred to as an open relationship. The 26-year-old was then killed by Fontana in January 2022, while they were meant to be filming for Carol's OnlyFans. Before severing her throat with a knife, he gave her 13 blows to the head with a hammer. Fontana dismembered Carol's remains after the murder. After trying to burn them at first, he bought a chest freezer to preserve the remainder in. Fontana's neighbors reported that in the weeks after the murder, which remained unsolved for several months, he was entirely normal. When Carol did not show up at a lap dance club in March, Fontana filed a missing persons report, but for weeks prior, she had been pretending to be the 26-year-old, paying her rent, answering her texts, and posting on social media. Fontana realized he had to dispose of the body when he learned that Carol's body was being sought after by the police. He packed the remains into black plastic bags and drove out into the countryside in Carol's Fiat 500, tossing the bundles off a far mountain road. But in late March, despite Fontana's best efforts to hide his crime, someone happened to notice one of Carol's hands. But because of the burns on her face, the body could not be instantly identified. Carol, fortunately, had a ton of eye-catching tattoos. 11 of them were described by the authorities, with tattoos on her inner thighs that were inverted versus, the phrase wanderlust on her upper body, and the half-visible term elegance down her back. Soon after, a journalist started investigating Carol's life and history after receiving information regarding the identification of the dead. When he tried to message the 26-year-old on WhatsApp, he got a response right away that said, "A lot of people have told me about that girl." Thankfully, she can reply to messages on her phone and access internet accounts. Eventually, he gave the paramilitary police in Italy everything he knew. After the victim's body was identified, Fontana came forward to say he knew her, but he denied having anything to do with her disappearance and death. However, the 43-year-old continued to arouse suspicions in the eyes of the authorities, who tracked his travels from January to March and also investigated his residence. The same black trash bags that had been used to cover the body were discovered inside, along with DNA evidence that implicated him. They also discovered the chest freezer. Fontana quickly revised his account. He stated that he had dismembered and hidden her remains after unintentionally killing his lover during consenting intercourse. He was then accused with dismembering, hiding a corpse, and aggravated first-degree killing. The actual nature of the crime was discovered in the summer of 2023 when it was disclosed that Carol had informed Fontana she wanted to break up with him in order to relocate to Verona and be with her 6-year-old kid. Strangely, Fontana, 43, escaped the prosecution's request for a life sentence in spite of the horrifyingly brutal acts he committed, the cold-blooded way he pretended she was still alive, and the fact that he first lied to authorities about her death. Although Fontana was found guilty of murder, the court decided that the crime was not premeditated or extremely brutal. Worrisomely, the judges also said that Carol's killer had felt taken advantage of and that she was young and impulsive. Further elaborating on their conclusion, the judges said that Fontana had been driven to take her own life by, quote, the realization that he had lost the woman he loved and that she had used him. It makes sense that the decision in this instance is viewed as being quite contentious. Carol's family, the attorney for her family, and women in government have all voiced their displeasure over the judge's written words and the sentencing itself. If people don't understand the motivation behind the sentence, then that's certainly not my problem, stated Giuseppe Fazio, the senior judge in the case, adding that he would have imposed the same penalty even if the defendant had been a nun. Fontana received a 30-year prison sentence for this vicious and depraved crime. Cynthia Anderson. James Rabbit sensed something was wrong from the moment he walked into his office on August 4, 1981. The air conditioning and lights were on, the radio was playing, and his desk, along with the other attorneys in his office, was ready for the next day. However, Cynthia Jane Anderson, also known as Cindy, his 20-year-old legal secretary, was nowhere to be found. Cindy's family said she was a kind and intelligent young lady. Along with the rest of her family, she was a devoted Christian fundamentalist who lived and worked in Ohio. Although she was known to like her work at the East Manhattan Boulevard legal offices of James Rabbit and Jay Feldstein, she did had plans to leave in 2 weeks to attend Bible college with her new partner. Her abrupt, unexplained absence was therefore regarded as unusual and out of character. Cindy didn't leave any notes to inform her employers that she was just leaving or running errands the morning she disappeared from her job. Her keys and handbag were missing, but her automobile was still in the same position in the parking lot, according to what the authorities found out. Her romance novel, which was open on her desk, was another item she had forgotten. Upon reviewing Cindy's finances, investigators found that she'd left a substantial sum of money behind in her account. Since her disappearance, neither her social security number nor her bank accounts have been used. After talking to her parents, Cindy's father observed that, while it might be because she has a new boyfriend, Cindy has been paying close attention to her appearance lately. Additionally, he mentioned that she had been missing breakfast most mornings. These were not inherently alarming, even though they might be interpreted as odds. But more alarming information was on the verge of being revealed. Law enforcement conducted inquiries and found a number of odd and unsettling bits of information. First of all, they discovered that Cindy had been experiencing a recurrent nightmare for the previous year in which a man abducted and attacked her. In addition to this, she had been receiving strange calls at work, which worried her a lot. Authorities were informed by a coworker at her place of employment that the 20-year-old had received an upsetting phone call the day before she vanished. Cindy clarified that this wasn't the only troubling call she'd gotten when asked what was wrong. She received 2 calls from the unidentified caller while her coworker was there. An emergency buzzer had been set at Cindy's desk by her employees earlier that year, and because of the call she was getting and the nightmares she was having, she had become very meticulous about making sure the office door was closed at all times. The investigators found the crime scene to be perplexing. There was no forced entrance, and the office did not exhibit any symptoms of commotion, despite the fact that they had some alarming information to go off. After 10 a.m., no calls were returned, indicating that Cindy may have experienced anything at this time. An unidentified man wrote, "I love you, Cindy" by G.W. on a wall close to her place of employment, providing another clue in the case. A decade prior to disappearing, the 20-year-old had spotted the writing. Before it was covered up, it was there for 6 months. However, it returned a few weeks later. It makes sense that Cindy would have been deeply troubled by this. When the police investigated and cleared numerous mails with the initials GW, including a building maintenance worker, it was first unclear if the writing had anything to do with her abduction. Nevertheless, the author has subsequently been discovered and is thought to be unrelated to Cindy's disappearance. He allegedly composed the note for Cindy, a different woman. Then, in September 1981, a disturbing anonymous tip led law enforcement to believe Cindy was being held against her will. The caller, who was frightened and wouldn't provide her name, informed the authorities that the 20-year-old was being held in a White House's basement and that the same family owned 2 adjacent houses. Cindy was allegedly being held captive by their son, who had stayed behind while the family was on vacation. When the investigator on the other end pushed the caller for more details, she hung up and refused to provide an address. She did return the call after a few months, but when another law enforcement officer tried to listen in on the conversation, she hung up again. Since then, the anonymous tipper has not returned calls, and it is unclear whether or not the tip was legitimate. It appears that the houses she mentioned were never found by the authorities. Just one more enigmatic call in an already excessively lengthy string of them. The reports that Cindy's romance novel was left open at a page when an abduction was occurring in the plot are among the most talked about aspects of this case. It seems to be the sole violent confrontation in the novel. While some believe that this is a clue that was purposefully left out, others have questioned how plausible it is that Cindy simply happened to be on that page on the day that she disappeared. The likelihood that she turned the right page before being kidnapped is substantially lower. Nobody can investigate for themselves what this could mean because the book has never been mentioned in reports. Some web sleuths think it's a clue left by an abduction, while many others think it's just a red herring. In Cindy's case, there have been a number of suspects throughout the years, and none of them have ever been formally ruled out. Though they have consistently denied being connected to this crime, 2 convicted murderers, Anthony and Nathaniel Cook, who killed 9 people between them in Ohio between the years of 1988 and 1989, have long been suspected of being involved. It is also believed that another convicted murderer, who has not been identified and is incarcerated in Ohio, was engaged in the case. But there has never been any solid evidence linking this individual to Cindy. The theory involving Richard Neller, a lawyer at the business Cindy worked for, is among the more convincing ones. He represented Jose Rodriguez Jr., a drug dealer. The police conjectured that Cindy might have heard the two talking about Jose's illegal conduct and was silenced as a result. During Jose's 1995 trial, an informant gave testimony stating that he had admitted to killing the 20-year-olds. Nevertheless, the testimony was found to be untrustworthy. Jose and Richard were later found guilty of narcotics offenses and sentenced to prison. It should be mentioned that 9 individuals were charged with drug trafficking not long after Cindy vanished. Authorities have suspicions that one or more of them may have knowledge regarding the disappearance. However, no fresh leads in the case have surfaced as of yet. There isn't much conjecture beyond these theories. The majority of fans of real crime speculate that Cindy might have departed on her own initiative. They came at this conclusion by pointing out that the 20-year-old purposefully left the book behind, that there were no evidence of a struggle, and that the office doors were shut that morning. Although some people find solace in this belief, others have challenged it. They draw attention to the fact that her bank account remained unopened, and she seemed to have very little to no money on her person. She would need contacts to obtain a new social security number and a respectable sum of money if she fled to start afresh. The only other hypothesis that has been put up in Cindy's case is that she had an undiscovered mental disorder and was highly paranoid. Many on the internet have questioned if she was the victim of her own anxiety and potential illness, or if she actually received abusive phone calls. Cindy's parents have never moved or had their phone numbers changed. Her father passed away in 2008, 25 years after her mother in 1983. Sydney would be 69 years old if she were still living. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Forstein. Liddell provides information about Dorothy Cooper's early life and was born in 1909 as Dorothy Forstein. She married Jules Forstein, her childhood sweetheart, in 1942. 2 years prior, he had become a widower and the single parent of 2 young girls. Molly, his wife, passed away during childbirth. Jules was consequently left to raise Myrna and Marcy by himself. After they were married, Dorothy gave birth to Edward, their son, who would become her only child. Friends and neighbors spoke to Dorothy as a cheerful, gregarious woman who loved her family, and their marriage was described as happy. When the two first started dating, Jules worked as a clerk for the municipal council until being appointed to magistrate in 1943. Dorothy and Jules moved into a 3-story house on North Franklin Street in Philadelphia after getting married. In order to run errands, 36-year-old Dorothy left the kids with a neighbor on January 25, 1945. That night, she came home to find that someone had broken into her house. When Dorothy knocked the telephone off its base during the battle, the live operator on the other end of the line became worried by what she was hearing from Dorothy's end and promptly called the authorities. At the sound of the police sirens, the unidentified attacker ran away, leaving Dorothy barely alive. She had been beaten so severely that she had fractures to her jaw, nose, and concussion in addition to a shattered shoulder. Thankfully, Dorothy survived the attack and fully recovered. However, she was unable to identify or even describe her attacker when questioned by authorities, saying, "Detectives, someone jumped out at me. I failed to recognize who it was. He struck me repeatedly." Authorities considered it highly unusual because nothing had been taken from the house and that there were no indications of forced entry. After talking to nearby residents, police learned that they had another witness, but this time she was unable to name or describe the attacker. The neighbor gave her account of seeing someone either accompanying Mrs. Verstein or trailing close behind as she made her way to the front door. The neighbor, however, didn't pay much attention because she didn't find it noteworthy. Only after Dorothy's attack became widely publicized did the witness start to think that what she had witnessed might be significant. Following the events of that evening, the 36-year-old mother of three turned inward and withdrawn. She was extremely sensitive to abrupt noises, even the slightest ones, and she always made sure that the house's windows and doors were secured at night. Although it took a few years for Dorothy to start looking like her former self, more tragedy was regrettably on the horizon. Jules departed from home on October 18, 1949, to go to a political banquet. Myrna, the couple's eldest daughter, who is currently 19 years old, also went to spend the night at a friend's house. Dorothy gave a buddy a call at about 9 o'clock at night to set up a shopping appointment for the next day. Reportedly, Jules called Dorothy that evening, but accounts differ. Current reports claim that he spoke with his wife on the phone from 5 to 6 p.m. He was preparing to leave his office and go to the dinners at this point. Older newspaper cuttings from 1949, however, state that he called her at approximately 10 p.m., which is almost 1 hour before he got home. Nonetheless, the papers do concur that when he called, Dorothy appeared to be doing just great and in high spirits. Jules was shocked to see Marcy and Edward by themselves in a bedroom when he got home at around 11 o'clock at night. The two were snuggled close together, clearly terrified as they sobbed, "Mommy's gone." Startled by their words, Jules went through the house trying to find his wife. He then called a few of Dorothy's acquaintances to try to find her, but nobody had seen or heard from her that night save the person she had made plans with. Jules called the local police captain and explained the issue, fearing for his wife's safety. A search team was mobilized in a matter of hours. The surrounding area and beyond were thoroughly searched. Detectives shared Dorothy's account with law enforcement agencies in 8 eastern states as they scoured motels, morgues, and mental health facilities nationwide for any evidence of the 40-year-old, but they were never successful. The sole lead for law enforcement came from 9-year-old Marcy, who said she had been awakened in the middle of the night by a noise. Marcy had left her room and gone into the hallway about 15 minutes before Jules got home. It was then that she saw a middle-aged man, roughly her father's age, come up the stairs and go into her mother's bedroom. She reported to the police that her mother appeared ill after seeing her unconscious on the ground. The man picked up Dorothy and threw her over his shoulder a few moments later. The 40-year-old remained still, and the man with the brown peaked cap carried her downstairs. The man gave Marcy a pat on the head and said, "Go back to sleep, little one." When she asked what he was doing, "Your mother is doing well." Marcy remembered that this was the man's first time seeing him. Investigators were skeptical of this account at first because they knew that toddlers were prone to having irrational and hyperactive imaginations. However, it was established that the young child seemed to be telling the truth after Marcy saw a psychiatrist. Notably, no objects were removed from the scene in either of the kidnapping or assault incidents, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were never any indications of forced entry, and no odd prints were discovered within the house. Actually, it's thought that the man who took Dorothy shut the front door behind him as he left. The case is made even more strange by these details. In Dorothy's case, there aren't many theories. Investigators quickly acknowledged that, even in the early days following the 40-year-old's disappearance, they had no clues. Newspaper articles from 1949 claim that the authorities speculated that she might have suffered from amnesia, but they don't explain why. A prominent theory surrounding Dorothy's case is that she was attacked and subsequently kidnapped by an individual harboring resentment towards her spouse, Jules. Morris Ameth has been identified as a potential suspect. A textile seller claims that 2 police officers beat him for 20 minutes after removing him from a violent throng. He was fined $10 and accused of multiple infractions. Subsequently, he brought charges of assault and battery against the police officers who had allegedly attacked him. However, Jules, who at the time was a magistrate, dismissed them. But there was never any proof linking Ameth to the location of the kidnapping or the assault. According to a different allegation, Jules bribed someone to hurt his wife. The theory put forth by armchair detectives is that Dorothy was supposed to die in the initial attacks, but she survived because of a lucky break. A hired hitman was therefore paid to go back to the scene and do the job. It has been noted, nevertheless, that if Dorothy had just vanished, Jules would have known how long it would take him to declare her dead or gain access to any of her belongings. It would have been preferable for him had his wife's body been discovered if this strategy was going to work. It has also been proposed that Dorothy may have staged her disappearance to avoid living in constant fear, possibly as a result of financial difficulties. Some have speculated that she left her kids behind to avoid being charged with kidnapping if she was found, or perhaps she thought she had a better chance of vanishing if she traveled alone. In 2003, an American hauntings blogger talked about Dorothy's case. However, a kind and non-threatening letter was sent to them after they posted their section by a lawyer representing the Forstein family, requesting that the post be taken down. These demands reportedly came from other blogs and media sites that had covered the subject at this time. The Forstein family's objection to a further investigation into the case is not apparent. Even while it might be their intention to avoid reopening previous wounds, this seems like an odd course of action. Jules offered a $1,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the wake of the disappearance, but he later withdrew this money because he needed it. It's interesting to note that Jules left his children a $4,906 fortune when he passed away in 1956. That is the equivalent of about $50,000 in modern currency. In the meanwhile, when Dorothy vanished in 1949, her assets were estimated to be worth $9,946, or little more than $125,000 today. Securities discovered in her security deposit box soon after her disappearance constituted the majority of her assets. Internet detectives have speculated as to whether Dorothy's disappearance was related to her assets or the couple's financial strain at the time of her abduction. Dorothy was pronounced legally dead a year after Jules passed away. Myrna, her oldest stepdaughter, submitted a petition, which served as the foundation for the judge's ruling. Nevertheless, the case is still open. Moving on to the next case. Kenneth and Barbara Martin. In Portland, Oregon, in 1958, Kenneth and Barbara Martin resided with their 3 daughters, Barbie, Virginia, and Susan. Donald, their 28-year-old son, was stationed with the Navy in New York. In search of a Christmas tree, Kenneth and Barbara loaded up their 3 daughters into their red Ford station wagon on December 7, 1958, and drove to Columbia Gorge. People who knew the family noted that Kenneth disliked driving at night, therefore it seemed strange that he departed so late on a chilly winter's day. They departed at around 1 in the afternoon. The family had no intention of going back to their house. Kenneth was supposed to work at Heckle's Electric Home Service Company on December 9th, but he did not show up. Kenneth's supervisor then reported the family missing. When the Martins' home was searched by the police, they discovered that nothing had been tampered with. There was a load of laundry in the washing machine, dishes in the drying rack to drain, and Kenneth's Santa Claus suit from the night before spread out. A petrol station employee saw the family stop at his station to buy 5 gallons of petrol during their initial investigation. The petrol station was located 40 miles east of Portland near Cascade Locks. A credit card bill verifying the sighting was delivered to the Martin family's residence 2 weeks later. A waitress at Hood River's Paradise snack bar called Clara reported serving the family shortly after this sighting at approximately 5 o'clock in the evening. The waitress said that the family left for the Dales after their supper. The family was spotted by multiple drivers in Washington state along the north bank of the Columbia River. In the Dales, a switcher noticed tire tracks that led off a precipice in February 1959. The footprints were identified by the police as belonging to the Martin family's vehicle. The officers also examined paint chips that they had discovered at the scene. The paint was found to match the model of Martin's family car. Sonar was used to scour the river, but nothing indicated the presence of the car. 3 months later, on May 1st, 1959, something substantial was hooked onto the anchor of a river drilling rig near the tire tracks. But the object moved away from the anchor before it could be taken out and examined. A fisherman and his spouse reported spotting what they thought to be 2 dead floating in the river close to Cascade Locks the next day. Susan's body was discovered by the police on May 3rd, close to Camus, Washington, on the north bank of the Columbia River. Virginia's body would be discovered the following day close to Bonneville Dam. The Multnomah County medical examiner conducted an autopsy on both girls. A technician claimed to have observed what seemed to be bullet holes in their skulls. The medical examiner's report states that drowning was the cause of death because no such injuries were discovered. The cause of death was ruled to be between 6 and 7 p.m. after autopsies revealed that both girls had consumed hamburgers and fries. The waitress at the Paradise snack bar had spotted the family around 5 p.m. Susan's outfit also had metal traces on it. Sheriff Rupert Gilmuth came to the conclusion that the oil rig had flipped over the Martin family vehicle, and that when it had done so, it had unlocked one of the car's doors, letting the bodies of Susan and Virginia escape to the surface. Once more, sonar and divers were used to search the river in an attempt to locate the automobile and the remaining family members, but to no avail. The remains of Barbara, and Kenneth were never discovered. While some police officers thought Martin's car had driven off the cliff by accident, others suspected foul play. A stolen white Chevrolet with Cascade locks was discovered by the police on December 9th, the day the Martin family was reported missing. The car was registered in Venice, California, which is near Los Angeles. Roy Light and an additional man who remained nameless were taken into custody the next day in relation to the pilfered car. The 2 individuals had previously been arrested and served time for separate offenses. Both males had visited the Paradise snack bar on the same day, and at the same time as the Martin family, it was later discovered. Additionally, the waitress mentioned that the 2 guys had departed at the same time as the Martin family. Nevertheless, the authorities did not follow up on this tip. A .38 Colt Commander handgun was discovered a few days later not far from the location of the pilfered Chevrolet. The gun appeared to have been used to strike someone because it had dried blood on it. The Mayer and Frank retail shop was identified by the serial number of the rifle. Later on, it was discovered that the gun was one of the many goods that Donald, Kenneth's son, was accused of stealing while he was employed at the Mayer and Frank department store. It was reported that Donald's interactions with his family were tense. Donald stayed in New York and suspiciously never took part in any of the searches conducted for his family. A woman's glove was discovered on December 28, 1958, not far from the location of the stolen Chevrolet. The gloves looked just like the ones Barbara used to wear, according to a family friend. It was never established, though, whether or not she truly owned the gloves. Although there was never enough proof to link Donald to his family's abduction, he was nevertheless thought to be a suspect. Multnomah County speculated that the family's disappearance may have been the result of foul play. The remains of Kenneth, Barbara, and Barbary have never been located, despite no more searches being done. Moving on to the next case. Larry and Amanda McClure. Early in 2019, 31-year-old Amanda McClure and her 38-year-old partner, John McGuire, a father of 5, were residing in Owatonna, Minnesota. Amanda decided that she and John should visit Sky Gusty, West Virginia, since she had lately gotten in touch with her estranged biological father. So they hopped in their car and drove off. The two did not, however, reach Indiana before their car broke down. Amanda contacted her 55-year-old father, Larry McClure, and requested that he come get them. He consented and brought Amanda Choudhury, Amanda's 32-year-old sister, along. Larry had been incarcerated for 17.5 years for the first-degree sexual assault of a minor. He was only recently released from prison. When Amanda was 9 years old and Anna was 10, their father sexually assaulted one of Larry's children or another member of the family. After his release, he was contacted by both of his daughters. Anna had stated that she had only lived with Larry for a short time before their departure to pick up Amanda and John from Indiana. The group made the decision to buy supplies in Sky Gusty so they could make their own crystal meth, but instead of following a precise recipe, they chose to wing it when trying to create the medication. But the material didn't crystallize the way they had anticipated, so they deemed the batch to be defective. John came to the conclusion that he and Amanda should make a permanent move within the course of the following few days. He declared his love for her and his desire to wed her. However, Amanda's father was not happy to hear this information. Anna said that Larry became silent furious. He frequently pulled his youngest daughter into a corner and had quiet, private chats with her in the days that followed. Later on, Anna would claim that she didn't know what they were discussing and that she hadn't asked. Based on the events that followed, it appeared likely that Larry was gradually turning Amanda against her partner. The party enjoyed a bottle of wine, some steak and potatoes, and a fun day together on Valentine's Day. However, when a little trust game was played, things became worse. John's legs are being tied to a kitchen chair in this situation. Anna said, "I don't know when Larry sat down," describing the apparent moment of change in everything. "I'll never be able to adequately explain that smile." As he stooped over and tried to untie himself, John seemed to sense this abrupt change in the air. But just as he was about to finish, Amanda snatched the wine bottle from the table and smashed it over his head, knocking the glass over. Larry then restrained John's arms. After that, John, who was 38 years old, endured what can only be described as torture. The group badgered him mercilessly, Larry leading the charge and wanting to know John's real identity. John was forced to refute the father of 5's claim that he was a federal agent and provide his social security number as evidence, but he was powerless to stop them. All 3 of the family members severely assaulted John and interrogated him several times over the course of a few days. After some time, Larry gave Anna the order to inject John with the faulty batch of meth they had made. She placed it into 2 syringes and injected John's carotid artery with each of them. Though she was certain that this would result in his demise, it didn't. In fact, it gave John more energy and encouraged his tenacity. He kept denying all the charges made against him by his family. Ultimately, the family killed John 2 or 3 days following their Valentine's Day dinner. Larry restrained him while Amanda covered his head with a bag, and Anna used a rope to choke him. After John was dead, they buried their victim by digging a shallow grave close to Larry's trailer and covering his body with trash bags. His possessions were thrown into a bonfire. Amanda started what Anna referred to as a relationship with their father after John was killed. Police in West Virginia filed a report alleging it was sexual in nature. After 6 days, the gang started to think that John wasn't quite dead, a paranoid hallucination that was probably brought on by the medications they were doing. After excavating the body and hammering wooden stakes into it, the 3 dismembered John and buried his remains in a side yard. In the hopes of accelerating the rates of decomposition, they threw quicklime on him. It took Amanda and Larry less than 2 months to make the decision to travel to Virginia and exchange vows. Since incestuous marriage was forbidden, they entered a fictitious identity for the bride's father. In her capacity as the couple's witness, Anna was also present. By the time John's family expressed their concerns, it was June 2019. In the hopes that someone had seen him someplace, they posted information about him on social media, asked about, and filed a missing persons report. They didn't seem to know that the 38-year-old and his girlfriend had left town. Amanda persisted in cashing John's Social Security benefits in the meantime. After some time, the family relocated to Kentucky, where Larry was supposed to register as a sexual offender under the law, but he never did. The horrifying tale of the three came to an end as a result of his inability to do so. In September 2019, Larry was arrested by Kentucky police for failing to register as a sex offender. When asked about his prior criminal history, he readily acknowledged to being involved in a murder and blamed both of his daughters for it. Asserted that Amanda was the mastermind behind the whole thing and gave thorough explanations of the murder. He also provided the location of John's body to the investigators. Authorities discovered the 30-year-old's remains on September 24th. Additionally, Amanda and Anna were also taken into custody early in October. In exchange for testifying against her family, Amanda was charged with second-degree murder, while Anna and Larry faced first-degree charges. The three family members entered guilty pleas to the allegations. Larry wrote, "I just want it over," in a letter around this time. No trial funded by tax dollars. Adding, "All I can do is hope for mercy on this." He continued his pleading for pardon. "I will apologize for my involvement in this." He never revealed the crime's motivation. In August 2020, Larry received a life sentence without the possibility of parole for his involvement in the horrifying crime. Amanda testified about her father's actions and her assumption that he wanted John dead so he could marry her at Amanda's sentencing trial in October of that same year. She claimed that because her father didn't want anybody else around her, he killed her boyfriend. Amanda's adoptive parents and she discussed how much power the 55-year-old had over her. The court informed her that although the two had a history of abuse, it did not absolve her of culpability for what she did, adding, "I don't think you're taking full responsibility for killing John. You're attributing it to your dad. The amount of time you will serve is insufficient to make up for the suffering you have brought about." Amanda received a 40-year prison term. At her sentencing hearing in March 2021, Anna stated that she joined the crime because her father had threatened to harm her and her kids. She was also given a 40-year prison term. Moving on to the next case. Mary Ferns. The 88-year-old Mary Ferns, sometimes known as May, informed her husband early on June 17, 2008, that she was going shopping in Livingston, Scotland's Armandvale Shopping Centre, which is now called the Centre for New Tights. The 83-year-old Bill remembered that his wife left at around 9:30 a.m., but she never returned. Bill contacted friends and family later that night to find out if anyone had seen the retired nurse. After that, he reported her missing to the local police and prayed that she would soon return, unharmed. But May vanished from sight and was never heard from again. The 88-year-old was last seen on camera, according to detectives, when she was seen strolling down Edinburgh's Princes Street, some 17 miles distant. Although May appeared at ease in content, it is still a mystery why she traveled to Edinburgh in the first place, given there were several shops nearby where she could have bought tights. The 88-year-old's disappearance was deemed strange by the case's investigators, who also mentioned they were still unaware of May's mode of transportation to Edinburgh. Nevertheless, according to some sources, was saw boarding a bus to the capital city of Scotland. Under dense undergrowth, skeletal remains were found by investigators in April 2011 at Craig's Hill, Livingston, near the Almond River. Since January, they They had been scouring the area. The remains were partially buried between the Livingston Rugby Club and on Vancouver Avenue, less than a mile from Mary's residence. But on February 23, 2012, it became clear that the remains were not, as investigators had first thought, Mary's. In reality, they belonged to a man who disappeared 15 years prior. In 1996, James Adams, then 58, vanished from sight. Despite his health issues, his death is not thought to be suspicious. Not much further information is known on Mary's case. She was mentioned in a BBC missing persons appeal in 2009, and her daughter sent a help request a year later. But since the bones were found in 2011, there have been no new developments in the case. Mary Ferns, an 88-year-old white woman, is characterized as having green eyes and short gray hair. She has a thin physique, is 5 feet 3 inches tall, and frequently has a brass handle. She had on a brown skirt, brown shoes, and a brown three-quarter jacket on the day she vanished. In addition, she had a brown purse on her arm. Moving on to the next case. Mildred Metheny. In 1985, Mildred Metheny, then 78 years old, resided in Lake Worth, Florida. She had dementia. Mildred was a nurse by profession. Someone walking by on the evening of April 27th found Mildred suffering from potentially fatal injuries. She had been hit in the head and face, leaving her bloodied and nude. Her dentures were discovered in the soil, and her abandoned clothing was all over the place. After being brought to the hospital, she tragically passed away a few days later from her wounds. Investigators made an effort to compile a timetable. They discovered that Mildred was last seen at her residence in the 1300 block of Crestwood Boulevard in Lake Worth Beach, where she shared a home with her younger sister, Gladys Nolan. Mildred then appeared to stroll off, as she had done previously. She was reported missing at 4:30 p.m. Then, at 10 o'clock at night, a bystander discovered her unconscious on Jupiter's ancient Indian town road, more than 30 miles from her home. Witnesses stated that they saw Mildred pull into a brown Oldsmobile sedan at the Lucerne Avenue and Dixie Highway crossroads. Witnesses informed detectives that the driver identified himself as Mildred's neighbor and promised to assist her in returning home. They were unaware of the precise events that transpired between that time and her discovery. Unfortunately, the case remained unsolved for many years in the absence of credible leads or suspects. That was prior until recently. Using genetic genealogy and the DNA they had taken from Mildred's remains in 1985, investigators were able to identify the suspect. They recognized him as Richard Curtis Lang, age 61, in March 2021. His home is at Boynton Beach, Florida, which is not far from Mildred's residence. After that, he was sent without bond to the Palm Beach County Jail. He engaged a defense lawyer and denied any role in the crime. This is what the lawyer said in a statement. Mr. Lang strongly disputes the accusations made by the Palm Beach County State's Attorney's Office today, and we intend to vigorously contest the forensic evidence that Mr. Lang is said to have provided. There is nothing in Mr. Lang's record that suggests he has a tendency towards such heinous behavior. Additionally, when we get ready for trial, we will argue that, considering his age and health, he ought to be released to home detention. Richard was 25 years old at the time of the incident, so it's unclear how their paths may have met. Richard has a criminal record. Following his apprehension in Palm Beach County on a weapons possession charge in 2012, his DNA was sent to Cody's. Investigators are certain he is the one responsible, even though he denies any participation. He was a local and a convicted offender, and it's difficult to explain away the discovery of his DNA within her body. After the arrest, this is what Mildred's son had to say. It has been a while. I am grateful to the cold case team for locating that evil SOB. He mentioned that his mother has experience working with mental health patients at a hospital in Little Rock, Arkansas. She loved spending time with her family, cooking, and sewing. Richard Lang, 62, was found guilty on February 1, 2023, of killing Mildred and abusing her. Restricted to a wheelchair, Lang occasionally dozed off during the trial's plotting moments. He remained silent following the verdict and was led out of the courtroom by bailiffs. This ultimately put an end to a 2-day trial in a 38-year-old unsolved case. On April 4, 2023, Circuit Judge Delia Weiss is set to sentence Lang to prison. Russian flying girl. During the time that he was out walking his dog, a man carried a video camera with him, which allows him to capture this fuzzy video. Every single one of these events takes place in a forest in Russia. The movie begins with the dog as the primary subject of attention. However, the camera quickly shifts to the right and captures a silhouette of a young girl floating in the air in a horizontal position with her upper body raised. According to appearances, the parent of the young child is lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it is even possible to make out the creepy child's cold breath as it travels through the icy air to its destination. The passerby is so shocked by the girl's behavior at this point that he even pretends to drop his phone, which causes the camera to shake. This is because the girl is acting in such a horrible manner. It takes a few moments for the camera to become stable again, and it is at this time that we witness the flying girl being caught by her parent. With their hands clasped together, the shocked couple flees. The man who was walking his dog reported that his dog began to chase the two individuals, but the dog was unable to keep up with them. This made the incident much more peculiar than it already was. There is also a stabilized version of this tape, which is causing some who are skeptical to reconsider their beliefs that this video is a scam. A number of the first assertions presented the idea that the girl was suspended in the air in some kind. Due to the fact that the child could not have been hanging from a rope that was suspended above her without a crane being there, it is highly unlikely that something like this could have occurred. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that magicians employ tricks that include horizontal lines in order to make them appear as though they are floating. However, considering the enormous amount of preparation that would be required, this does not appear to be the case here. There is still a lot of mystery around this video, despite the fact that it has been around for quite some time. Some people are of the opinion that this is nothing more than an elaborate hoax, while others are of the opinion that levitation may be accomplished via the practice of meditation and religious rituals. Moving on to the next case. Tara Calico. On the 15th of June, 1989, a woman in Port St. Joe, Florida, exited Route 98 and entered the parking lot of a convenience store. The woman noticed a Polaroid photograph that was laying on the ground with its face down. Nevertheless, when she flipped the photograph over after taking it, she was taken aback to discover a young woman and a youngster having their mouths covered and appearing to be chained. Later on, she stated that the photograph was discovered in a parking spot where a white Toyota cargo vehicle without windows had been parked when she arrived at the store. Roadblocks were set up by the authorities in an attempt to stop the vehicle. However, the individual was never apprehended and was never recognized. In the outset, it was believed that the boy in the photograph was Michael Henley. However, in 1990, the case took a sudden and conclusive turn when the remains of Michael Henley were discovered. They came to the conclusion that he had become disoriented in the woods and had perished as a result of prolonged exposure to the elements. It was speculated that the woman depicted in the photograph was Tara Calico. Tara, who was 19 years old at the time of her disappearance, was a sophomore at the University of New Mexico's Valencia campus when someone reported her missing. Tara was last seen leaving her house on the morning of her abduction, and she was planning to go for a bike ride along Highway 47. The majority of the time, she was accompanied by her mother, Patty. Patty, on the other hand, decided to cease attending her daughter after she received the impression that she was being followed by a driver. According to reports, she suggested that Tara would consider carrying mace, but Tara did not agree with the suggestion. Due to the fact that Tara did not arrive at her house by midday, her mother went looking for her along the typical path, but she was unable to locate her somewhere. Approximately at this time, she made contact with the authorities. Despite the fact that a number of people saw Tara riding her bicycle, she has never been located, and no one has personally observed what is believed to be her kidnapping. This mystery has not yet been resolved. Back to the Polaroid photograph that was discovered. The snapshot was discovered approximately 1,600 miles away from the location where Tara was last seen. Nonetheless, there were a few major similarities between the two locations. It was clear that the young woman in the photograph had the appropriate complexion and hair color. A scar that Tara had sustained as a result of an automobile accident was matched by a discolored patch that was located on the right leg of the young woman. Scotland Yard conducted an examination of the photograph and came to the conclusion that the woman in the picture was Tara. However, a second analysis conducted by the Los Alamos laboratory came to a different conclusion. The snapshot was examined by the FBI, but the results were inconclusive. There is no information available on the identities of the people depicted on the Polaroid. Despite this, it is possible that this photograph serves as a terrifying reminder of a crime that occurred almost 30 years ago and has not been solved to this day. Telika Patrick. Telika Patrick, a first-year resident in the medical school program at Western Michigan University, was last seen on December 5th in the Kalamazoo parking lot of her employer, Borges Medical Center. Patrick got a lift to the downtown Radisson Hotel from a male coworker after wrapping up her shift at Borges about 7 o'clock in the evening. She attempted to check into her room while wearing a black sweatshirt and black pants, as seen on camera at the hotel. She eventually left with only $20 and no identity. It was shortly after 8 p.m. when she returned to the medical center to pick up her automobile via the hotel shuttle service. Around 10 o'clock at night, Indiana State Police received a report about an automobile driving strangely, and they discovered her car in a ditch off Interstate 90 in Portage, Indiana. Her wallet and identity were in the car, but the car keys were missing. The car was unharmed, save for a flat tire. When she didn't show up for work the next morning, she was reported missing. On December 12th, the state police brought a bloodhound to the spot, and the dog followed her path back to the motorway before coming to a stop. What led her to go more than 100 miles west without warning her friends and family, and without her cell phone or pocketbook, is the question that needs to be answered. Although nothing noteworthy was found on Patrick's phone records, police claim that the day before she vanished, she may have been irritated by a phone call. Subsequent research revealed a number of videos on YouTube showing Patrick serenading a possible love interest at her Gull Run Apartments residence. In an early November video, Sandra 3000 Cassie shared a meal she had prepared for the guest along with some words. She calls the person she is speaking to in another video baby and love. According to Telika's mother, she didn't know who her daughter was referencing in the videos and doesn't believe she was in a sexual relationship when she vanished. As Patrick and his ex-husband haven't spoken in 2 years, they are likewise not considered suspects. It appears from the film that she was allegedly stalking a well-known gospel singer, the subject of her irrational romantic videos. After Patrick was accused of stalking her for at least a year, Pastor Marvin Sapp, a Grammy-nominated vocalist, obtained a restraining order against her. She tried to get in touch with his family, sent him several emails and tweets every day, and even picked her college and career depending on where he lived. Sapp purportedly showed 400 pages of letters from Patrick, to which he claims he never replied. Unpredictably, Patrick's second video post is called Surprise. She vanished a few days after that upload in the final video. According to her family, Telika was not mentally sick. Her body was discovered by a fisherman in Lake Charles, Indiana, on April 6, 2014. Her cause of death was identified as drowning following an autopsy. Even though they were convinced there was foul play, the investigation was closed as an accident. Moving on to the next case. James Richard Harris. James Richard Harris, 54, was a resident of Walker County, Georgia. He left his home to go to work at Miller Industries on December 22, 1994. But James never arrived at his job. He was killed in a robbery that happened shortly after he left his home. When a witness noticed James resting beside his pickup at the end of his driveway, they phoned the police to his house. James was known to follow a regimen and always have a lot of cash about him. The cash was all stolen, as the cops observed. Break-ins seemed to be the motivation. It was also evident that James resisted this assailant. A composite sketch of a potential suspect was observed by a witness at the crime scene in 1994, but the police were unable to identify any leads or suspects. That was prior to 2009. They were tipped off by Crime Stoppers. The specifics of the tip are unknown, but it directed authorities to Robert A. Morey. He also fit the suspect's description. Even after conducting numerous interviews and receiving thousands of tips, the police were unable to produce any hard proof that Robert killed James. Then, in 2020, a sample of Robert's DNA was obtained, and it turned out to match the DNA discovered in 1994 at a murder scene. The 50-year-old Robert Murray was taken into custody in September 2020. According to the authorities, the crime's motive is still a mystery. They continue to urge anyone with knowledge to come forward and provide further information about the incident. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. James Summers. In 2004, James Summers, then 47, and his girlfriend Alice Wise, also 47, resided in Jefferson County, Missouri. On April 27th, just after 8 p.m., the police were called to their residence. Officers discovered James's body leaning against an independent garage. Both his face and back had been shot. The pistol was a .22 caliber handgun, around 20 feet away from him. Alice, his girlfriend, owned it. The investigators chose to interview her. She claimed that she heard gunfire outside while taking a shower at home. Around the time of the incident, neighbors reported to have been outside, and nobody remembered seeing any strange faces in the neighborhood. It was also discovered during a reenactment of the shooting that gunfire could not be heard from the shower. Alice also told contradictory tales. She said she had to use the loo when the investigators asked if they could check the rope she was wearing for gunshot residue. She said that she had not shot a handgun in 20 years when they told her no earlier that day. For years after James was killed, she also informed her relative, adding that she had always wondered if shooting someone was as enjoyable as having sex. She said that she would ban it on her father's recent death if she was ever arrested. There isn't much of a distinction between love and hate, Alice said in response to the cousin's question about why she shot James. Even with all of this proof, some people thought that more was still needed. Everything changed in 2021 when the Jefferson County Police Department revealed Alice Wise, 65, had been taken into custody at a press conference. She continues to insist on her innocence. Please let me know if you believe she is guilty or not in the comments area. In addition to emphasizing how critical it is to address the present violent crime crisis, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt told us that we must not ignore or abandon the victims of violent crimes who are frequently left out of the spotlight and whose cases have either gone unsolved or are no longer active. Jane Doe. Even though Christmas is a time of happiness and tranquility, it can also be a very tiring time for people who are going through a period of loss. As a result of people who are already suffering from despair being driven over the line by the surrounding jollity, there is a widespread belief that the number of suicide surges around the time of Christmas. At approximately the time of Christmas in the year 1996, the body of a woman was discovered at the Pleasant Valley Memorial Park Cemetery in Annandale, Virginia, lying on top of a sheet of plastic. The story of this woman is one of the most unsettling tales of the unknown dead, the author writes. The narrative unfolds in this manner. After entering a tiny cemetery in Annandale, a woman with auburn hair who was maybe in her late 50s or early 60s just entered. After locating a location that was adequate, she proceeded to lay a sheet of transparent plastic on the ground. She positioned a Christmas tree that was 8 inches tall and decorated with decorations next to her. She was carrying a green rucksack, wearing bifocals with translucent frames, a blue all-weather Eddie Bauer hooded jacket over a blue sweater, and blue pants. Additionally, she wore a blue sweater overall. By the time she completed a flask of brandy on a chilly morning in December, she was also taking Valium. This occurred in the darkness of the night. She was listening to a recording of comedians Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner performing their 2,000-year-old man routine while wearing headphones. She carried a portable tape player with her throughout the day. After that, she grabbed for the knapsack and pulled out a plastic bag and a roll of tape. She then positioned the bag over her head and secured it with the tape. Only a few minutes later, she passed out from suffocation. The body was discovered by a groundskeeper at the Pleasant Valley Memorial Park Cemetery, the groundskeeper said. Additionally, he discovered a message that read, "Deceased by own hand. No autopsy is preferred. My name is Jane Doe, and I signed the note." Additionally, the woman placed a request to be cremated and left bills for $2.50 to cover the cost of the cremation. At a later time, it was found out that Jane Doe was laying in the portion of the cemetery that was designated for the burial of infants who had passed away. Possibly, this was related to a scar of 8 inches on her stomach, which may have been caused by a cesarean section. In spite of the fact that the circumstances surrounding this case were thoroughly documented by the authorities, including a comprehensive collection of photographs, X-rays, fingerprints, palm prints, and a DNA sample, this mystery has not yet been resolved. The fact that this woman was able to maintain her anonymity for such a lengthy period of time is undoubtedly odd. For all intents and purposes, it appears like she did not leave behind any children, friends, or even neighbors who would be curious about her whereabouts. If nothing else, there ought to have been a house that was completely unoccupied. It appears that this Jane Doe has made a concerted effort to ensure that no traces of her disappearance are left behind. Moving on to the next case. Joni Harper. 39-year-old Joni Harper was a resident of Bakersfield, California. In addition to officiating Division I basketball, she was employed by the Bakersfield School District. A woman named Kelsey Spann begins to worry on July 8, 2003, when her friend Joni fails to return her calls for the previous 3 days. Kelsey chooses to see how Joni and her 3 kids are doing. It is her biggest nightmare as she walks inside Joni's bedroom. Joni, her mother Ernestine, and her 3 children are all inside. They were all slain. Her 2 kids were Marshall, 6 weeks old, and Marquez, 4 years old. Her daughter Lindsay was 2 years old. Ernestine, a 70-year-old civil rights campaigner, was a mother of 5 children. The police discovered no evidence of forced entry and no valuables had been taken, and none of the neighbors had reported hearing anything. All the police could go on was this. A member of the family was absent. Vincent, Joni Harper's estranged husband, was not in sight. At Bakersfield, California's John C. Freeman Elementary School, Vincent served as vice principal. In 2000, he wed Joni, but their marriage was dissolved in 2001 due to Vincent's adultery. Then, when Joni became pregnant with their 3rd child in January 2003, they got married again. The house was vacant when Vincent left in April 2003. Vincent was located by police quite shortly. When the police told him what had occurred to his family, he appeared to be inconsolable. Vincent explains to investigator Jeff Watts that he was in Ohio visiting family. His story was supported by activity on his credit card on the day of the murders in Ohio. Vincent had proof that he was in Ohio at the time of the murders, even though he was 22,100 miles away. The case was abandoned because they had run out of leads. When they finally returned to Vincent, they were shocked to see that he had stopped grieving and had even stopped ignoring the cops. He didn't appear to care if the individual who killed his wife and kids was apprehended by the authorities. Detective Jeff Watts was prompted by this to investigate Vincent's alibi further. Records indicated that on July 2nd, Vincent took a plane from Bakersfield to Columbus, Ohio. Upon arriving, he hired a Dodge Neon. Vincent disclosed to investigator Watts that he confined his car's usage to the Columbus region. Upon reviewing the documents, the investigator discovered that Vincent had driven 5,424 miles on the car. Vincent offered no answer at all for this when pressed. Detective Watts had to provide evidence, but he was quite certain that Vincent was the driver of the vehicle from Columbus to Bakersfield and back. To examine the Dodge Neon, Detective Watts took a plane to Ohio. He didn't find any proof inside the automobile because the rental company had cleaned it. At first glance, what he discovered was little, yet it would completely unravel this case. After noticing numerous bugs in the car's radiator, Detective Watts had an epiphany. Surely the insects could tell us where this car had been, he thought to himself. Detective Watts went to Dr. Lynn Kimsey, an entomologist who specialized in insects. First, Dr. Kimsey cleans off every bug fragment she finds on the radiator. A vivid red grasshopper, native to Texas and Oklahoma, was found by her. This demonstrated that Vincent had driven outside of Ohio, but not quite to Bakersfield, California. Next, she discovered a paper wasp. The papery substance that the paper wasp makes when constructing a nest is whence it acquired its name. There are just paper wasps in California. The evidence the cops required was this. But how Vincent managed to drive to Bakersfield and make purchases remained a mystery. What they observed Vincent's brother signing documents and making purchases. Vincent was taken into custody by the police in April 2004 and accused of 5 murders. Moving on to the next case. Kamiyah Mobley. On July 10, 1998, Kamiyah Mobley was born in a Jacksonville, Florida, hospital. Shannara Mobley and Greg Aiken are her parents. In addition to being incarcerated at the time for narcotics possession and distribution, Greg was also there because Shannara was just 15 years old when Kamiyah was conceived, and he was 19. Kamiyah was seized 8 hours after his birth by ladies posing as the nurse. The nurse-dressed woman helped and conversed with Shannara Mobley before leaving the room carrying Kamiyah. The kidnapper was thought to be in his or her 20s and may have had a wig and spectacles. Over 2,000 leads, some from as far away as Nova Scotia, were pursued by investigators from a Jacksonville sheriff's office. However, none of them led to infant Kamiyah. Investigators and Kamiyah's family were unaware that Gloria Williams was the woman who kidnapped her. It is thought that she miscarried a child a week prior to the kidnapping because she was in an abusive relationship. Gloria gave Kamiyah a new identity. She grew up in Waterboro, South Carolina, under the name Alexis Munico. She obtained her high school diploma from Colleton County. The Kamiyah Mobley case was reopened by investigators in 2017. Then, a computer-generated composite was made to depict Kamiyah Mobley at 18 years old. The media was then given access to this picture. A few leads provided to the authorities helped them locate Alexis Munico, an 18-year-old. When her DNA was extracted, it matched that of Kamiyah Mobley, who had also had her DNA extracted after birth. Gloria Williams, 51, was subsequently taken into custody in South Carolina and sent to Florida by extradition. She faced accusations of abduction and tampering with the legal system. Gloria entered a guilty plea to abduction in 2018. She acknowledged participating in a 1998 kidnapping by herself. Gloria was given an 18-year prison sentence on June 8, 2018, for her role in Kamiyah Mobley's kidnapping. She is currently incarcerated at a correctional facility in Hernando, serving her sentence. Kamiyah still talks to Gloria and gives her mother a call. She added that Gloria provided for her entire upbringing. At first, Kamiyah used FaceTime to communicate with her biological family. Then, in an effort to be nearer to her family, Kamiyah relocated to Jacksonville, Florida in December 2019. The Kamaya Mobley story, Stolen by My Mother, was produced into a movie in January 2020. Unexpectedly, Kamaya revealed that she had known her true name and that she had been kidnapped since she was 16. Gloria disclosed all the details to her as Kamaya was unable to obtain a social security number. The two of them concealed the information for 2 years until detectives discovered it. Shannara was granted a $1,200,000 compensation after she sued the hospital for negligence. Ever since it was revealed that Alexis is truly Kamaya, not everything has gone according to plan. For example, she still goes by Alexis, and she and Shannara don't get along since Kamaya still calls Gloria a lot. It seems that there is, after all, a happy conclusion to this narrative. Craig and Shannara's photo was posted by Kamaya, who captioned it, "Parents." Moving on to the next case. Kimberly and Morrow. On May 11, 1986, Kimberly and Morrow called off her junior prom at her high school following a fight with her boyfriend. Instead, she went out with a female friend, and they met 2 male acquaintances who were 25 years old. At 11 at night, Kimberly dropped by her sister's house and promised to be back in an hour. Afterwards, she was observed accompanying one of the males into a late model, white Pontiac Trans Am. When she left her house, she didn't bring any personal items with her, including her purse and makeup. They allegedly attended a drinking party for teenagers. Later on, Kimberly's companion, Brian Inman, claimed to have dropped her off at around 3:45 a.m. the next day. He informed the authorities that Kimberly wanted to be allowed out of the car on Jewel Street, which is half a mile from her house, since she was still unhappy about the altercation with her boyfriend. Allegedly, she stated that she desired alone and to walk the final distance to her home. She vanished from sight forever. Despite suspicions of foul play, no one was prosecuted for her disappearance. For years, this cold case remained unopened. However, in August 2015, police, seemingly armed with fresh information, searched some of Inman's property. Nothing was found despite the use of cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar in the hunt. In September 2015, a YouTube channel named 00B4A56 emerged in light of the latest developments in the case. There were a total of 12 videos uploaded there. Some of the videos appear to be authentic 1986 VHS recordings detailing preparation for a crime on May 10, 1986. Other videos had unpleasant stuff and a few tiny coded signals, most of which were ASCII. When interpreted, the statement in the YouTube channels about section reads, "Trying my hardest to cover up my tracks and revealing things to clear my conscience." Codes from one of the videos said, essentially, "Think it's safe to come out now. Had to move. I have to use my videos more wisely. They'll track me down." The description of another film said, "I've had her since May 10, 1986. Nobody knows for sure if this was all a prank, or if Kimberly's disappearance had anything to do with the mysterious uploader because the channel has vanished and the recordings have been taken down." Moving on to the next case. Luis Victor Mendoza. In Buckeye, Arizona, a man's body was discovered on August 15, 2010. The remains were found close to Miller Road in a canal. It didn't take long to identify him as Luis Victor Mendoza, for shots had been fired at him. Numerous witnesses were questioned by investigators, and they even managed to identify one possible culprit. Then, however, lead directly up. An inquiry produced no results. The investigation was then revived by the Buckeye Police Department's Major Crimes Unit in July 2020. With the crucial witnesses they had identified, they carried out in-depth follow-up interviews. Antonio Padilla, a resident of Phoenix, was recognized by every witness as the person who killed Luis. Earlier in 2020, Antonio was freed from prison in Arizona. He was sentenced for both gang participation and a weapons infraction. Antonio was found by Phoenix police close to 19th Avenue and Bell Road in the early hours of July 22, 2020. They detained him while conducting a traffic check. He was carrying a weapon when he was apprehended. "This is exactly the kind of outcome I expected when forming this team," stated Larry Hall, the chief of police in Akai. "I am confident that in the near future, more unresolved cold cases will be resolved." It is still unknown why Antonio killed Luis Victor Mendoza. Moving on to the next case. Marcel Chandler, 24 years old in 1999. Marcel Chandler made his home in Mobile, Alabama. He worked as a waiter at the Applebee's restaurant on Airport Boulevard. When Marcel worked as a restaurant staff, he had a reputation for going above and above to say hello. At the time, he was majoring in computer information systems at a nearby trade school. He has a 4-year-old son as well. Marcel's body was discovered inside his wrecked car in the 4000 block of Crest Haven Road late on December 13, 1999. His vehicle had collided with a house's garden. Despite the fact that Marcel's body had gunshot wounds, the police thought he had been in an automobile accident. His death from gunshot wounds, not from the car crash he was in, was determined by the autopsy. Police named Jermel Thomas, a 42-year-old resident of Mobile, as a suspect in the investigation on June 12, 2020. Thomas has a lengthy discography that starts in 1997. Regretfully, the source that directed investigators to Jermel Thomas remains a mystery. He is presently being held on a $250,000 bond at a Mobile Metro jail. In relation to the cold case, a 40-year-old man named Damon Wright was also taken into custody on June 23. Moreover, nothing is known about the lead that brought investigators to Damon. Moving on to the next case. Mary Lindgren. Mary Lindgren, 67, resided in a Covina, California, assisted living community. Mary's body was discovered in her bedroom at the Covina Villa Retirement Community on January 19, 1996. Before her life was taken, she had been battered and assaulted. Investigators spoke with residents, staff members, and anybody else with ties to the facility. Still, they were unable to identify a suspect. After processing the DNA from the site and entering it into federal and state criminal justice databases, they were unable to locate a match. The case was abandoned. That was prior to 2019. At that point, investigators made the decision to re-examine the case. The State Department of Justice received the DNA samples they had. Then, they learned that a match had been identified in July 2020. They determined David Adolph Bernal, a 46-year-old inhabitant of Almonte, using the results. August 2020 saw the arrest of this man. A $2 million bail was imposed for him. Mary's family expressed relief upon his eventual capture and gave the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department credit for following through on the investigation. The fact that the individual who killed her has been located and taken into custody is greatly appreciated. The violent crime haunts us for almost 25 years. Knowing that justice will finally be done for her brings us relief. It remained unclear if Mary knew David or whether the attack was unintentional. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Bright. Michelle Bright was a 17-year-old girl from Galgong, a tiny Australian town in the state of New South Wales, in 1999. Lorraine, her mother, said she was flawless from the moment of her birth. She was a tomboy who liked animals and other people and was very beautiful. Her dream was to work as a veterinary nurse. Michelle went to her friend Lauren's 15th birthday celebration on February 26, 1999. She was dropped off at a business hotel a few blocks from a friend's house after the party. She was last observed at around 12:45 a.m. in front of the motel. I was unable to locate any information on why she was dropped off here rather than at her residence. Michelle's mother Lorraine became concerned when she didn't come home the following day. In search of her, Lorraine and her family frantically drove around in the rain. The police were called after they were unable to locate Michelle. A police officer discovered over-the-counter drugs in Michelle's room and declared her to be a runaway with a tendency of using amphetamines. I insisted again and over that her medication did not belong to her and that she was not a fugitive. I knew she would never have left me since we were so close. They refused to listen at all. Then, 2 days after Michelle vanished, the authorities were forced to pay attention. Less than a mile from Michelle's residence, on Barney Reef Road, her body was discovered that afternoon in a long grass close to the railroad tracks. She was being beaten and strangled, so it was evident. The family and the police came up with the theory that she must have been offered a ride by someone before deciding to end her life. Despite questioning numerous people, the authorities were able to obtain no relevant information. A $1,000 reward was offered in 2000 for any information that resulted in Michelle's arrest, but regrettably, nobody came forward. The family and the police then made a public plea in 2020 for anyone with information to come forward. They increased the prize to $1 million as well. Someone with important information stepped forward almost immediately. Afterwards, on August 12th, Craig Henry Rumsby, 53, was taken into custody. What the informant specifically said police was not made public, but it was the reason Greg was taken into custody in relation to Michelle's case. Still, there are a number of things we are aware of. Greg and Michelle shared a street at the time of the crime. He had known the family for a long time as well. He shared this about Michelle on Facebook. In addition, Craig was charged with assault in connection with an incident that happened on January 1, 1998, involving a Galgong woman who was 18 years old. According to the case's detective, we were able to obtain evidence as a result of the recent couple of days, and we will allege in court strongly implicates this person in what happened to Michelle. Michelle's mother was taken aback by the news. We mourn her so dearly and have to endure the most excruciating pain every day of our lives. Her convictions continue to exhort others to come forward with whatever information they may have. A tiny bit of knowledge could be helpful. Pamela Rose Aldridge McCall. The birthplace of Pamela Rose Aldridge McCall is Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Her mother characterized her as ephemeral and free-spirited. Pamela knew exactly what she was doing when she hitched rides while residing in Virginia. The Spring Hill Police Department was called to a report of a body on Saturn Parkway at the Port Royal Road off-ramp on March 10, 1991, just after 12 p.m. The feminine white owner of the body. The woman had obvious bruises to her face and neck, as well as torn clothes and knickers. Her fingerprints were used to identify her as Pamela Rose Aldridge McCall, 53. Pamela had, it was determined, been strangled. Sadly, it was also found that at the time of her death, she was 24 weeks pregnant. The fetus did not make it. Pamela was traveling with a truck driver, according to some witnesses who came forward and told the police. All the authorities had to rely on were the witness testimony and the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene. The case was abandoned because it was insufficient. The investigation was revived by the Spring Hill Police Department in April 2019. The case's investigators sent the evidence they gathered in 1991 to a crime lab so that DNA could be examined. They were able to generate a complete DNA profile thanks to the study, and they now knew the man they were seeking for is a white man. After that, the profile was added to the Cody's database. The DNA matched the DNA found at 2 other Wyoming cases that remained unsolved in 1992. Now that the police knew, the person who killed Pamela and her unborn child also killed at least 2 other victims. All they had to do was identify that man. The search for the man then required collaboration between numerous state and federal entities. The FBI, U.S. Secret Service, Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigations, and Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations were among those with this authority. In the end, their inquiry led to the identification of Clark Barry Baldwin, 59, as a suspect in both the 2 Wyoming incidents and Pamela's case. Baldwin lived in Waterloo, Iowa, and was a former truck driver. He was arrested by the police in May 2020, and after all these years, he will now fulfill his sentence for his crimes. Moving on to the next case. Paranormal Anna. Unusual Anna, also known as Alana G., was well known for her videos including real-life incidents, eerie tales, paranormal activity, and other disturbing subjects. Her most well-known work was a video series called True Scary Stories, which explored the unanswered questions behind Elisa Lam's and Kendrick Johnson's deaths. Her channel boasted over 50,000 subscribers, making her a somewhat well-known YouTuber. Her channel vanished into thin air on September 3, 2015, and other horror-themed and other genre channels debated why she had deleted her account along with all of her other social media accounts. Inspection revealed that she had made 4 odd tweets a few days prior to her disappearance from the website, all of which described a terrifying stalking event. I must, regrettably, alter the way I manage my social media. Facebook is no longer used. It's almost surprising that it took me this long to get a violent death threat for the first time. How could somebody be so stupid as to post that? My uncle happens to be a police officer. The other 2 practice criminal law. Her last tweet was, "Violently threatening my online will always turn up badly for you." Still, internet regulations are evolving. These days, you can't just threaten someone with severe harm and get away with it. Prior to typing, consider. Her accounts on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram were removed shortly after these tweets were published. The most common explanation is that she was stalked and abducted, although that theory has a flaw in that no news of her kidnapping has been found. Others theorize that she canceled her account because she was sick of YouTube. Nobody now knows her whereabouts or the reason behind her account deletion. Moving on to the next case. Phyllis Harrison. In 1998, Phyllis Harrison, then 71 years old, resided in Adelaide, Australia. In the community, she was well known. Phyllis belonged to both the Bowling Club and the Elizabeth Grove Uniting Church. When Phyllis was last seen, it was at 7:30 p.m. on March 2, 1998, while out for a walk with her dog. Her body was found in the kitchen when her daughter and grandson arrived at her Elizabeth South house the following morning. She had suffered many stab wounds. Even though the residence was broken into, it is still unclear what was taken. Nearby, the police promptly discovered a knife. It fit the description of the knife that was used in the assault. There were no indications of forced entrance, indicating that she had allowed the assassin to enter. The culprit and possible motivation were unknown to the police. The police kept the knife in case developments in DNA testing made it useful in the future. Ultimately, a 45-year-old man was taken into custody and charged in June 2020 about the 22-year-old unsolved case. Assistant Commissioner Peter Harvey of the South Australian Police stated that forensic specialists and serious crime investigators collaborated to make the arrest. In addition, he claimed that legal limitations kept him from disclosing the man's identity. The dude just lived in Northfield and is 45 years old. That's all we know. Peter Harvey was evasive when asked what exactly brought the authorities to this 45-year-old man. He did acknowledge, however, that DNA was involved in his statement and expressed gratitude to the forensic specialists. Maybe they were able to get fingerprints from the discovered knife, and this year adjusted it for demand. However, that is all conjecture. The children of Phyllis are relieved that it won't occur once more. Moving on to the next case. Raymond Carl Nelson. September 1st, 1911, was Raymond Carl Nelson's birthday. In 1941, he earned his diploma from Logan High School. He tied the knot with Helen Louise Smith on November 19, 1919. The pair made their home in Logan, Utah. Roberta and Claudia were the couple's 2 children. The last time Raymond was seen was on December 3, 1940. He went to his parents' place with his laundry. His sister remembers that he was crying when he was there. A truck driver came forward 9 days after Raymond was last seen, claiming to have given him a lift to Omaha. According to him, Raymond informed him that he had to go to the Omaha airport the following morning in order to begin work. Raymond was nowhere to be located in Omaha when the police sought for him. That made them think he was the one who committed the foul act. After he was last seen, his social security number was never utilized. In addition, the FBI searched for him and labeled him as a draft evader, saying, "I've always preferred to think that he didn't disappear on purpose, as something terrible might have happened to him." Roberta Nelson, who was only 4 months old when her father vanished, let her head first. "He was a good man who would never have left us on purpose, so his mother, my grandmother, always told me, until the day she passed away, that she was certain something horrible had to happen to him. My mother used to assure me that there were no marital issues." Jennifer Hoffman is the name of the kid Roberta eventually gave birth to. Jennifer decided to look for her grandfather on her own and started her own investigation. It was revealed to her that Raymond was very interested in model airplanes. He was also skilled in building them. In downtown Omaha, his planes were on show in a Brandeis window, a large department store in the neighborhood. Brandeis was well known for its window decorations. Jennifer chose to continue visiting model airplane websites. She felt that Raymond would have followed his interest if he had been living. She thought the Australian man she saw on one of the websites looked like Raymond. Monty Tyrell was his moniker. Sadly, at one point in her investigation, she was unable to determine whether Monty was, in fact, her missing grandfather. However, Jennifer got a call from a man named Mark Nelson in May 2020. During the quarantine, he had some spare time on his hands and decided to research his ancestry. He discovered that Roy C. Nelson was his grandfather, but he was unable to locate any prior to 1940. Mark told Jennifer that he found his great-grandparents, Nels and Millie Nelson, through his grandfather's obituary. Mark discovered that Raymond, not Roy, is the son in question. He wasn't sure why he went by Roy, but he reasoned that perhaps his grandfather didn't like the name Raymond. Upon perusing the U.S. Census records, Mark discovered that, despite his grandfather's claims to be from Hebron, Minnesota, he actually resides in Iowa. Additionally, Mark Nelson learned that Roy and Raymond Nelson shared the same birthday. His discovery of draft cards from World War II was the final straw. The penmanship on Roy and Raymond's World War II draft cards was identical. Then he did further research on Raymond Nelson. He read in an article that Raymond Nelson's granddaughter Jennifer was searching for him and that he was missing. That's the reason he gave her a call. Subsequently, the two collaborated to verify that Roy Nelson and Raymond Nelson were the same individual. Raymond had 6 children, 24 grandchildren, and 21 great-grandchildren after he moved away from his family and adopted the name Roy. It's still unclear why he left his family behind. We also don't know specifics about the new life he built for himself. Given everything that is known, letting his family do his laundry right before he left them was really bad of him. Rhonda Michelle Blaylock. Rhonda Michelle Blaylock, at 14 years old, was a resident of Surry County, North Carolina. She went to high school at Atkins. While strolling home from school on August 26, 1980, Rhonda and a companion got into a blue pickup truck. She never returned home, but her friend did. Rhonda's parents reported her missing to the police over the phone. Rhonda's body was discovered in Pilot Mountain's densely forested area a few days later. She had suffered a stabbing and an attack. Since she was last seen driving a blue pickup truck and a friend provided a very accurate description of the suspect, investigators had a lot of leads to follow. In spite of everything, the case remained unsolved for a long time. To locate the criminal, a special task force was established in 2015. Investigators provided a man's description. He called himself Butch or Jimmy. He was in his early 20s or late teens. The man was driving a model blue Chevy pickup truck from the 1970s or 1980s. Investigators chose to send the suspect's DNA discovered at the crime scene, to a private DNA company in 2019. They discovered a match. Finally, an arrest in relation to the case was made on August 2, 1919. Robert James Adkins of Fisher Valley in Dobson was taken into custody by the Surrey County Sheriff's Office. Robert, 64, entered a guilty plea on December 15, 2020, and was given a 21-year term for his offenses. Regretfully, Rhonda's parents passed away before the lawsuit could be resolved. Moving on to the next case. Stephen Twamey. Stephen Twamey was born and reared in Ontonagon, on Michigan's Upper Peninsula. He was just 25 years old when he went away. He had been a short-order cook in a Milwaukee restaurant, and he was well known as an artistic and friendly young man. A classmate named Priscilla Marley Chenoweth recalled, "I remember being in art class with him, and he made this beautiful lead stained glass lamp. It was just lovely. I recall that he was capable of almost any artistic endeavor." 9 years after killing Stephen Hicks, on November 20, 1987, Dahmer contacted Stephen Twamey at a bar and persuaded him to accompany him to the Milwaukee Ambassador Hotel, where he had made a nighttime reservation. Dahmer was residing in West Allis with his grandmother at the time. Rather than killing him, Dahmer claims, his goal was to just drug him and lie next to him while he investigated his corpse. However, Twamey was on the bed beneath Daimler when he woke up the next morning, his chest wounded and crushed. Besides, there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Dahmer's fists and one forearm had significant bruises when he checked himself, realizing that he had killed Twamey's by beating him as a result. Dahmer stated he didn't remember killing Twamey's. Later on, he informed detectives he was in shock that it had really happened. Dahmer purchased a sizable suitcase and transported Twamey's body to his grandmother's residence in order to dispose of it. After chopping off his victim's head, limbs, and legs from the torso and extracting the bones, he diced the flesh into little pieces a week later. Dahmer then placed the meat inside disposable garbage bags. He wrapped the bones in a sheet and then used a sledgehammer to break them into splinters. For Dahmer, the dismemberment took about 2 hours to complete. He threw away every last bit of Twamey, save for his head, in the trash. Following Twamey's passing, Daimler covered his head with a blanket for a period of 2 weeks. Afterwards, he tried to preserve the skull by immersing the head in a mixture of bleach and Soilax, an industrial detergent with an alkali base. Dahmer stimulated his masturbation with the skull. Eventually, the bleaching process made the skull too fragile, so Dahmer ground it up and discarded it. Dahmer was not formally charged with Twamey's murder because there was insufficient proof, but the serial killer acknowledged killing Twamey. When Twamey's family reported him missing 3 months after he disappeared, his father Walter claims Milwaukee police said they were unable to assist as there were no signs of foul play. Moving on to the next case. The Lawson family. The sounds of gunfire could be heard throughout the countryside close to Germantown in North Carolina on Christmas Day 1929. Charlie Lawson was responsible for the deaths of his wife and 6 of his children, and he took his own life a few hours later. Nobody knows why he performed these heinous atrocities, and this is the case to this day. It had been 18 years since Charlie Lawson had tied the knot with Fanny Manring, and during that time, the couple had a total of 8 children, 4 sons and 4 daughters. In 1920, their 3rd child, William, passed away, but on the morning of this horrible Christmas massacre, the other 7 children were still alive. Before the tragedy occurred, the family had been working as sharecroppers for a while before they were finally able to save up enough money to purchase their own farm. Charlie Lawson accompanied his wife and his 7 children into town during the days leading up to Christmas 1929 in order to get new clothing and to have a family portrait shot. This portrait would turn out to be the final photograph of them that was taken while they were still alive. In light of the fact that new clothes and portraits were considered to be rare luxuries for families belonging to the working class during that time period, this is now considered to be evidence of Charlie Lawson's premeditation. On Christmas afternoon, the heinous murder started when Lawson's daughters, Carrie and Mabel, who were 12 and 7 years old at the time, were leaving to go see their aunt and uncle. Charlie made the decision to conceal himself close to the barn, and when they got close enough, he ended up shooting both of them with a shotgun. Because he wanted to be sure that they were dead, he bludgeoned their bodies. Next, he made his way back to the house, where he proceeded to shoot his wife as she was in the porch. Marie, who was 17 years old at the time, screamed as soon as the gun was discharged, while James and Raymond, who were both little boys, were attempting to find a place to hide. Marie was shot by Lawson, who then went on to locate and shoot the two boys. The final act of violence that he committed was the bludgeoning to death of Mary Lou, who was only 4 months old at the time. Immediately following the massacre, Lawson fled into the surrounding woods and, it is believed, shot himself some hours later. His eldest son, Arthur, who was 16 years old at the time, was the only person to survive the atrocities. He had sent him out on an errand just before committing the crimes. The members of the family were discovered with their arms crossed and pebbles placed under their heads when they were discovered dead. In spite of the fact that this investigation is still shrouded in a great deal of mystery, a fresh hypothesis regarding the motivation behind Lawson's murdering spree emerged in the year 1990. Charlie Lawson was suspected of having an incestuous relationship with his oldest daughter, Marie, who may have been pregnant with his kid, according to close relatives and acquaintances of the family. Marie was also suspected of being pregnant with Charlie's child. In the present day, the 8 Lawsons who passed away on that day are buried together beneath a single tombstone that contains the wistful inscription, "Not in the present, but in the years to come. The land that it is in will be superior." The significance of our tears will be explained to us, and at some point, we will comprehend these tears. This is the case of Tom and Shud. An unnamed guy, who is now known as the Somerton Guy, was discovered dead on Somerton Beach in Australia in 1948. This case is known as the Tom and Shud case, and it has not been solved even to this day. An unused train ticket, a bus ticket, a comb, gum, cigarettes, and a piece of paper with the phrase Tam and Shud, which means finished in Persian, were the only items that the man took with him. He did not carry any identification. The piece of paper was able to be identified by the local librarians, who came to the conclusion that it had been torn from the last page of a book that was originally a collection of poems from the 12th century. This book was the primary focus of the police, and the hunt swiftly expanded to encompass the entire country. The fact that a man who wished to remain anonymous came forward and stated that he discovered a copy of the book in the back seat of his car about the same time that the body was discovered, however, led to the creation of more mystery. A number of lines of random capital letters were found scribbled on the final page of the book, and it is believed that these characters constitute a code. This was another discovery that was made. Despite the fact that the initial hypothesis was that Somerton man had been poisoned due to the fact that his spleen had swollen to 3 times its usual size and his liver had also been injured, this hypothesis is still simply a theory that has not been verified. Because there was no sign of poison found in the man's system, there was no further evidence to support the claim. Having said that, this leads to yet another hint. A woman who worked as the receptionist at a neighboring hotel where the body was discovered stated that a peculiar man was staying in the hotel at the time of Somerton man's death, carrying a black case with a long needle inside. The woman also stated that the man was carrying a long needle. Additionally, the code that was inscribed on the final page of the book has been deciphered despite extensive efforts. A number of individuals who were working on the investigation asserted that the code is an abbreviation for its time to South Australia, Mosley Street. There was also a phone number that was discovered in the book that belonged to a former army nurse who resided on Mosley Street. This was an interesting discovery. After some time had passed, she asserted that she had possessed a copy of the book, but that she had actually handed it to a guy named Alfred Boxall, with whom she had served. Although this was never shown beyond a reasonable doubt, it was widely assumed that Boxall was employed by military intelligence, but the Somerton man was, in fact, a Soviet agent who had been poisoned by Vauxhall. In 2009, Professor Derek Abbott of the University of Adelaide made an effort to unravel this long-standing riddle that had been hidden away. Abbott was still able to examine photographs of the deceased individual, despite the fact that the original autopsy report had been misplaced. He made the discovery that the Somerton man has a peculiarly shaped ear in addition to hypodontia, which is a disease in which one or more teeth do not develop to their full potential. The probability of two people possessing both of these circumstances is greater than 1 in 10 million, 0.00000, which indicates that these features are quite uncommon indeed. She had a son who had the same peculiar traits as Somerton man, and the nurse who lived on Mosley Street had a son who shared same features. A living cousin of the nurse collaborated with Professor Abbott to submit a petition to the government of Australia, requesting that the body of Somerton man be exhumed and the DNA relationship be confirmed. However, the authorities have not yet confirmed their agreement. Wendy Allison. Together with her parents and elder sister Linda, Wendy Allison grew up in Los Angeles. Wendy loved to paint and play the piano. In 1968, on a Sunday afternoon, 22-year-old Wendy called her sister regarding an advertisement she had seen in the newspaper for a hairdryer that was being sold. Wendy was curious to know if her sister Linda would like to purchase one. Because Linda wanted to spend the day at home with her family, she told her sister no. Wendy then set out on her own. She purchased the hairdryer while driving her beloved green Thunderbird down Fairfax Avenue. The last time Wendy was seen, she was at the nearby gas station filling up her automobile. Later that day, her family started to worry when she did not return home. Her failure to check in was peculiar. When this family began their own search, her mother reported her missing to the police in the middle of the night. Her boyfriend and her brother-in-law, Gil Court, used a helicopter to search the neighborhood from above. Wendy's boyfriend discovered their vehicle parked on Fairfax Avenue, less than an hour after the search was launched. After discovering her car keys on the rear seat's floor, the two of them proceeded to unlock the trunk. It was Wendy's body inside. It was discovered by investigators that she had been beaten and strangled. Her damaged fingernails were visible as she struggled with her assailant. Since she still had her watch and all of her jewels, the detectives ruled out robbery as a possible explanation. In particular, 4 males who were close to Wendy, her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, her brother-in-law, and a friend, were the focus of the investigation. They thought she was acquainted with the assailant, someone who was aware of her solitary shopping. The boyfriend's rapid detection of her car caught the attention of the investigators, who likened it to discovering a needle in a haystack. More questions were raised when he failed a lie detector exam. The DNA sample that investigators took from Wendy's body belonged to an unidentified guy, but they were unable to identify it as being from any of the 4 males they were investigating. But in 1998, with somewhat more sophisticated DNA, none of the 4 guys remained suspects. Although the DNA was powerful enough to rule out suspects, it was insufficient to compare to collections in federal and state databases. Wendy's parents didn't mess with her room. Gil, her brother-in-law, steered clear of the Fairfax Avenue drive. Every few days, Lee, Wendy's father, would drop by the police station to inquire about any fresh leads. In an attempt to find anyone who may have seen Wendy that day, he even made a financial offer. The significant life events Wendy missed grieved the family. For her father, it appeared to be the most difficult. She was born the day he was, and every celebration felt empty without her. In 2016, detectives believed that progress in DNA technology might enable them to solve the case at last. They were accurate. They found Edwin Dean Richardson as a result. Edwin's criminal history dates back to his early years. Burglaries were the beginning, and things became worse from there. He served 8 years in prison after being found guilty in 1960 of attempting robbery and kidnapping. It was in April 1968, 5 months before Wendy's death, that he was granted parole. He had died 4 years ago, so the investigators were unable to speak with him. Wendy's sister was relieved to hear that she could now finally relinquish her possessions. Yara Gambarazio. On May 21, 1997, Yara Gambarazio was born in Rembarte de Sapra, a tiny Italian village. Gymnastics was the center of Yara's entire existence. She adored competing in gymnastics contests, as did many of her pals. Yara went to the Brembate de Sopra Sports Center, which is only 700 meters away, on November 26, 2010, around 5:15 p.m. She was only meant to be gone for about 30 to 60 minutes before returning home. That evening, at 11 minutes past 7, Yara receives a call from her mother, but it ends up in voicemail. Since it was unusual for Yara to ignore their calls and go later than she was supposed to, they phoned the police a few minutes later. The soldiers, known as the Carabinieri, and the police soon followed. Another 100 volunteers contributed to the Yara hunt. The police followed Yara's last known whereabouts. They discovered that Yara arrived at the sports complex and engaged in some exercise. She eventually left the sports complex about 6 o'clock. She texted a friend at 6:44 p.m. to make plans to meet the next Sunday. Around 5 kilometers from her home in the little village of Mapello, Yara received signals on her cell phone around 6:49 p.m. A few weeks following her abduction, the authorities believed they had to identify the individual in question. Mohammed Fakari is a Moroccan immigrant whose phone was wiretapped. Mohammed uttered something like, "Pardon me, God. I didn't kill her." Mohammed was employed by Mapello as a boulder. There found a blood-stained mattress in the rear of Mohammed's van. However, Mohammed's call was evidently mistranslated, and he was released even though it wasn't Yara's blood. 2011 saw a man flying his new remote-controlled aircraft in an overgrown field when he saw a heap of rags on the ground, exactly 3 months after Yara vanished. It wasn't long before he recognized the shoes and that he was staring at the severely decomposed remains of a small girl. The young girl's attire helped the cops identify her as Yara right away when they arrived. She sustained 2 facial wounds from a blunt object. Exposure-induced hypothermia was the cause of her death. She had been taking out a lot of grass in her palm for the past 2 hours. They discovered a small fragment of DNA that did not belong to Yara on her pants. The suspect is referred to as Unknown One. They could ascertain that the suspect had a 95% probability of having blue eyes based on the DNA. All the people who met Yara or may have known her were asked to provide DNA samples to the authorities. We discovered the individual with the missing Y chromosome in 2011. At the time of Yara's murder, the man with the Garanoni last name was in South America, and his DNA did not match exactly. Thus, they were certain that the man who was the suspect's family member had to be involved. They discovered that a town named Gorno was home to a large number of people with the last name Garanoni. In Gorno, they began examining the DNA of those who went by the last name Garanoni. They discovered Pierpaolo Garanoni, a man whose DNA matched that of Unknown One to 50%. This implied that one of his siblings had to be the culprit. Additionally, Pierpaolo's sibling did not match her sister. He only shared a 50% match with the DNA of Unknown One. Giuseppe, Pierpaolo's father, passed away in 1999, 12 years previously. It was quickly to be seen that in order for there to be another child that could precisely resemble the Unknown One, Giuseppe had to be unfaithful. To obtain a sample of Giuseppe's DNA, the police used a few of his personal items. Then they came upon a middle-aged woman who might be Esther's or Zuppi's mother. They discovered that Esther gave birth to a male, a female, and a third son. Massimo Giuseppe Bossetti, who resided in Mapello with his spouse and 3 kids, was the male twin. Massimo was caught by the police after they cleverly collected a sample of his DNA and compared it to the DNA of an unidentified person. Since the twins are both Giuseppes, Esther must have betrayed her husband. Remarkably, her 3rd child was not her husband's either. Massimo was given a life sentence on July 1st, 2016. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.